Buongiorno to cricket enthusiasts all around the world. As the week rolls on, so does the race to claim that coveted 4th spot and make it to the semi-finals. Today is going to be an absolute wonderful Wednesday as we've got a great slate of 5 games. Who's going to cement their place in the semi-finals as all these teams jostle for the 4th and final spot? Stick around and find out, because live action is up next.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Well, we've just had the toss news from out in the middle, and we can confirm that Roma Bangla Morning Sun are going to bat first. Of course, the RBMS side are led by their 2 terrific openers, Ahmed and, of course, Rehan, who's currently right there at the top spot for this ECS Italy top run getter. Meanwhile, for Castellino, well, it's been a rather difficult series. They've only managed to win 1 game. But today, to pull off the upset, they're going to need a huge performance from Indika Sain as well as Shehan. Those 2 are the most experienced batters in this side, and it's all going to come down to them if we see a huge upset on this wonderful Wednesday. Hey, let's head over to the commentary box where Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu, will be joining you.
Thank you very much, Nish. But as we get ready for the start of another day of cricket, is day number 10. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, back with you for another day of action with 2 days remaining in the group stage. And yeah, lovely preview there from Nish. And we are looking at Castellino versus Roma Bangla Morning Sun first up this morning. But, well, I know that there's been a few twists and turns in this competition since I took a couple of days off, but I have been keeping a keen eye on things. And well, let's have a look back at our 5 matches yesterday. Asian Latina Well, what a comeback it's been from them, and it continued yesterday, didn't it? Asian Latina taking on Castellina, putting 138 on the board thanks to Amandeep Singh. It was a matter of time till he came good. 69 off 35 for Amandeep, and then Dinza chipping in with 36 as well. And despite the efforts of Indica Sen, who took 36 with the bat and he took 2 with the ball, Castellina just not really able to go with Asian Latina in the first match of the day. Then Romebank the Morning Sun, we got to see them, and Sharif Raihan continued his good form with the bat. 75 not out for him in a pretty comprehensive win. 33 runs in the end. Nico Fernando with a half century in a losing cause. That Raihan followed up his 75 with a cheeky little 2-for-1 with the ball as well. So it was a good game for the Banglers. Then a bit of a case of the haves against the have-nots in the third match of the day. Roma CC just shuffling the deck a little bit, chasing down the 81 set for them once again. Indica Sen, he was a bit of a standout with bat with Castellina. Didn't have a lot of help though, did he, in that first innings? And Roma CC, I suppose they took a little bit longer than I thought. Possibly they would chase it down, but Samarakun, good to see him slowly regaining his fitness and making a few runs there. Asian Latina then against Kent Lanka continued their winning streak, 123 to 67. Once again, a game that we just saw be a bit of a mismatch, I suppose, fair to say. With Fernando missing out, there was Takiri Adura, that top score, but even his innings was labelled a little bit. Onkar Singh with another 3 wickets to add with the rest. Khan Salim was the top scorer, but it was a bit of a community effort from Asian Latina to get them to that 120 plus in the first place. And then it was the last game of the day. Roma CC winning the toss, batting. Samarakun continued his good day with a lightning 50, scoring 51 off 16. Fernando with the cameo in there, and Samaragi 149. It was even Prabhathek Nelagoda who was chipping in with a couple of late Maximos. Danu 1-2 for 16 had a good analysis, but not too many did for Kent Lanka, who fought bravely, kept the game alive a bit longer than we might have thought, but ended up a fair few short. 20-odd runs the margin in the last game of the day. So if we have a look at the table, of course, 8 teams in this tournament. 4 will make it through to the finals. And yeah, you can see here, Roma CC still undefeated, 12-0. And then the kind of a second tier isn't there with Royal Roma, Romebank the Morning Sun. And Asian Latina, they've played themselves into the 4 now. They've lost 6 and then they've won 6 in that order. Capanelli, we know that they cannot possibly make it. Okay, mathematically, with 2 wins, Gladiatori could get in, and we'll see them today. Asian Latina, if they were to lose twice and lose badly, it's possible they could drop out, but it seems unlikely. And then Kent Lanka and Castellina, the teams that have been late to the party, have been trying to play catch-up, but it looks pretty unlikely that they can work their way up into the 4. So, yeah, a few scenarios we'll be keeping an eye on. So Castellina up first this morning against Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Bangla Morning Sun winning the toss and electing to bat, and Anik Ahmed will lead them out. But Raihan, we talked about him. He's approaching 1,000 fantasy points. You've got Ahmed Mohsin in there. You've got Shal Chaudhry, a very strong top 4. And then you've followed up with Rajib and Rifat at 5 and 6. As far as Castellina, though, Indica Sen's been carrying them to an extent, hasn't he? Although I do think that Ravidu Umayanga has kind of emerged as another serviceable player for them. But, yeah, just a bit of a learning curve, I think, for Castellina. And we'll see them a little bit more over the next couple of days as we look at the expected scores here. We're talking kind of 34-run favourites, Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Sounds fair, doesn't it? Interesting enough for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, the stat there for me is that they're scoring plenty of runs, averaging 130 with the bat, but they're also averaging 130 against them. And I just think they have been a bit leaky with the ball. I think their discipline, particularly with the extras, is something that they need to work on. Well, Castellina, as you'd imagine, they are underdogs in this contest, but they're 15%. And well, I suppose we'll see if they can maybe take some early wickets. I mean, Indica Sen has been important for them with the ball and with the bat. He's got big responsibilities. He's the most experienced player. And so, almost ready to go. I want to say big hello to everyone in the chat. Thanks for welcoming me back. Hello to Tim Reedman. Hello to Rob Thompson. Nice to have your company once again. And yeah, I'm looking forward to settling in here again with 5 big games and then 5 tomorrow, and then it should be good as well to take part in finals Friday. I'll be here also on Saturday for the start of the ECIs before I have to make the journey to Gardner, of course. We are counting down to the 3rd edition of the European Cricket Championship, the Euros of Cricket. So, Kroom's in the chat. Hello, Kroom. Hopefully you're well. Matt Hodgson watching from Ireland. I'll let you know as we go what I got up to on my days off. But yeah, I had a bit of an adventure yesterday. Checking out some of the sites in Rome. Such a history to this place. And even went inside the Vatican for the first time. So I suppose yesterday I went to another country, if you want to be technical. Vatican City is considered the world's smallest country. Indica Sen will get us going. Sharif Raihan faces up for Rome Bangla Morning Sun. Here we go with start of day 10. Raihan just carefully pokes that away for 1. First up. Anik Ahmed became a father a few days ago. I wonder how much sleep he's getting at the moment. Still playing some pretty good cricket. Well, decides to go after it straight away, and he almost finds the fielder, but not quite. That's Kankanamaga out there. But you can see he just goes with the angle, doesn't he, Anik Ahmed? And there we go. First boundary of the day. Didn't take too long. If you want to say hello, now's a good time. Good seeing you in the chat as well. Be back with me shortly. Hello to Ken. KG1, good to have you with us as well. Pulls the length back a bit here. Indica Sen. Just dabbed away for 1. Back to Raihan. Didn't he bat well yesterday? Way down to the leg side, not really going anywhere. Indica, he's got a good reputation in tennis ball cricket. You can see why he's very wily character. He can hit the ball hard. Very experienced at this stage and trying to mentor the younger group. He's put his hand up to lead this Castellina side. This is too short though, and it's going to travel from Raihan, and it's going to go all the way. Maximo! Over Bangla Morning Sun. I'd say there's a lot of morning sun this morning as we've got a bit of overcast conditions at the moment. 23 degrees though, pretty pleasant. 29 expected max as we get to the end of the first over. The score is 12 for no loss. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me back in the commentary box is Nishay Bunt. Nishay, great job over the last couple of days holding the fort. And now, of course, we're excited. We're down below a week with 5 days to go until the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 5 days from now, we're going to be witnessing Group A. Should be a whole lot of fun. And, of course, exactly a week from today, we'll probably be in the finals day for Group A. So, again, it's just so good that we're coming closer and closer to the Euros of Cricket. And, of course, great to have you back here in the commentary box.
Oh, it's a good outswing first up as it's Kankanamge who's going to open the bowling. Yeah, interesting couple of days. I suppose the question will be, well, we said that ever since the weekend about Castellina and Kent Lanka playing catch-up. Obviously, Kent Lanka have found it pretty tough going. Castellina likewise, just the 1 win in the series. As we see a ball that would have been a wide, instead it's going to be carved away for 4 as Anik Ahmed gets moving. So yeah, I suppose what we've got to see today, Gladiators playing a couple of games. If they're perfect, they can put some pressure on Asian Latina to get a win tomorrow. But yeah, it's really going to hot up over the next couple of days.
Yeah, I think that win yesterday, which we saw Asian Latina pick up against Kent Lanka near the end of the day, probably cemented them in 4th place. Again, I think we're going to need to see either a late run from Kent Lanka or back-to-back wins from the Gladiatori for them to have any chance to pick up the 4th spot.
Just always a bit of a struggle to pick yourself up. If you're on a bit of a losing streak, you tend to lose that belief, that enthusiasm, if you know what I mean. But still, opportunities here for Castellina to develop their cricket. That's a pretty good ball from Kankanamge, who gets that full and fairly straight. So obviously there's a fair bit of raw potential in a team like Castellina. This will be a great experience for them, but also there's some hard realities I think that they've been learning over the last few games.
Yeah, it's been a baptism by fire for this side.
This is whipped away, full toss, not a good ball. So that's, again, the inexperience. It's bowled some good deliveries here, but it's just stringing it over together. This one's asking for trouble. Shin high, full toss, and the result, 4 runs.
Yeah, not a good delivery. As we can just see, it takes a bounce, probably a foot in front of the boundary rope, as Ahmed and Rehan, I mean, these two have been in red-hot form, as we mentioned in the introduction. Both of them amongst the top 10 run getters in this ECS. I mean, how about that to start off your batting?
Yeah, you're exactly right there. I've got a question from Rob in New Zealand saying night games in the Euros. Yeah, so the first game of the day will start at 9:30 GMT, 11:30 in Central Europe, which is 3 p.m. in India. And then the last game of the day, so there's 5 games, but there's also a couple of half-hour breaks in there. So the last game will start 6:30 p.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and midnight in India. So slightly different time slots. Hopefully, no matter where you are around the world, you can catch some of the games live. Of course, you can always catch up on the other ones in your own time, or you can catch up on the highlights on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. So looking forward to it, though. A lot of things coming together.
Let me just have a brief delay over here for a few moments, and of course, yeah, that's going to be a really good series. Of course, a little bit of a late start, as you mentioned, and playing under the lights. I mean, cricket under the lights is a beautiful spectacle. I'm glad we're going to get to witness European cricket under the beautiful lights at a gorgeous cricket ground in Cardamom.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. And the ground's coming together already. Getting a few progress pictures, putting the ground together. We're good to go now. There's Kankanamge with a comeback ball. And it's cut away, and cut away pretty hard. Bangs into the fence, 4 more. Tanak Ahmed.
He just can't quite find his line or length here early, can he? I mean, first he starts off by probably straying way too far down the leg side. Now he gets a bit too much width. He should just pitch it up around the off stump. Old school bowling.
Yeah, so we're ringing the changes here. And yes, it makes sense. I think just putting a few more on the offside. And a comment though. Once you get a start like this, 17 off 6, you want to turn it into something more. And I suppose for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they look to have secured their spot in the 4. But it's all about gaining more confidence, getting maybe they might even look at changing their order on occasion to get a few more guys at bat, because you never know who you might need to step up on finals day. Certainly,
but I think Rehan and Ahmed, they're also chasing some personal milestones, both of them desperate to end up amongst the top run getters this ECS, so I don't see either of them agreeing to not open the batting, as we just see a nice close-up of umpire Sulaiman Saeed.
That's the thing. In theory, you might want to change your order, but then you've got guys up there doing so well. They sometimes just put all your eggs in that basket and say, look, keep hitting them well, keep smashing them. And then hopefully you can step up on finals day and come up with a big couple of innings. Of course, on finals day, all teams remaining will be 2 wins away from the trophy. This is a full toss, and it's going to be gone. Well, there you go. Tanak Ahmed got the start. Then he gets a full toss. It's low down on the bat. And it's going to be all she wrote. And yeah, a bit of a stinging catch there. But a catch nonetheless. And there we go. First wicket of the day. It falls. And it's 25 for 1.
Rare low score for Anik Ahmed, who's just been incredible throughout the series, averaging 30. And you can just see he's a bit disappointed with themselves, of course. Castellina, since they're seen as underdogs, I think a few of these batters were just looking to cash in and get that big score. But again, this is just the beauty of this RBMS side. They've got another danger man in Mohsin walking out to replace them. So no respite here for Castellina. Lowish full toss. But again, the low full toss can sometimes be a wicket-taking delivery. That one going straight to the fielder at mid-off.
Yeah. So that's one piece of the puzzle, but Ahmed Mohsen is a very good player, and so you'll enjoy the opportunity to perhaps bat for an extended period of time. But yeah, if you're going to miss a Yorker, miss it full. I think it doesn't always work out, but you can see they hit very low on the bat. Hello to Mike. Nice to have you with us. And okay, last ball, second over. That's a bit too much. I think it's going to be a wide, and it's going to get past Naniakara, who's in a late switch at keeper.
Just continuing the trend we saw in the last innings yesterday, where Roma CC gave up 35 runs of extras. It looks like it's just bugging Castellina as well to start off this morning.
Another wide out there.
Fourth wide we've seen already. They just need to clean things up here, Castellina. They've got to play a near perfect game if they're going to knock off a team like RBMS. Yeah, you don't need to give these guys any freebies. There you go.
It just sneaks in. Tandy over. The score is 29 for 1.
Just catch this one there, just inside the tram line. The umpire gets that right. Of course, we're at the 2 over mark. RBMS are 29 for 1.
Yeah, so Mike's asking who has the broadcast rights for the ECC. On it's still coming together, but yeah, I got a bit of information about that. I'll try and have a look. Yes, of course, Fancode in the Indian subcontinent. We're on Fox Sports in Australia, on Magenta in Austria, Sports Max in Caribbean, Willow Sports TV in USA and Canada, Sport Deutschland in Germany. We're on Swiss Sport TV. We're on Star Times in Sub-Saharan Africa. SSC in Saudi Arabia, the Middle East and North Africa. We're on Viaplay in UK and Ireland. La Liga Sports TV globally and in South America. And Sport en France. But I will give you a little tip from a pro as well, that if you want to look at our social media, particularly our Facebook, you can also enjoy the telecast there. But yeah, looking forward to what should be a really fun 4 weeks of action, Mike. So Indicascent comes back to bowl out here in the last over of the power play.
Yeah, saying one of the more experienced bowlers in this Castellina side. He's one of only 2 players who have a double-digit number of wickets in their ECS career. This one's slightly back of a length, and it's just pushed towards the fielder at backward point.
The other thing is, I know a lot of our viewers in the UK and Ireland sometimes we're interrupted by commercials at the end of the over, so we're working on solutions for that because our cricket's so fast. There's this. Oh, a little noise as it went past. I wonder if it was just flicking the body. Let's have a look here. It might just flick the pocket on the way through. It seemed to be a fair way from the bat. Umpire says not out. Seemed like the right decision.
Yeah, this is excellent bowling though by Indicascent. Just putting on a clinic. We've seen him even open the bowling a few times for his side, but yeah, this is what you want to see from a left-arm spinner.
Yeah, now this is pulled away. It's nicely pulled away by Mohsen, who does get off the mark. So 4 runs, and it's a nice shot. Probably a little bit too short there from Indico. He's gone wicketless this morning. Yeah, so we're working on perhaps, with the strategic timeouts in place in the ECC like we normally do, just trying to delay the ad breaks to the 5th over mark or the end of 5 overs to make sure you don't miss any action when the play comes back. This is well bowled by Indica, but he won't get that wicket in the end. End of 3 overs. End of the power play is 34 for 1.
I think Castellina can be fairly pleased with this power play. It's not too bad to restrict the side of RBMS's quality to just under 12 runs. Indicascent, very respectable figures. Didn't get a wicket, but giving up just 17 runs over your 2 overs will be very respectable as we You just see that RBMS are going along at 11.3 and over. It's been a rather cautious start by RBMS, but again, Rehan, you know he just likes to settle into his innings. We saw him yesterday. He was 19 of 17 to start off his innings, but then once he got going, he was really explosive, striking every other ball towards the boundary rope. Relive to bowl the first over after the power play. Of course, with the fielding restrictions lifted, just give you a quick idea of the fielders outside the ring. There's a long on, cow corner, a long off, deep cover, and then a fielder out at deep third man as well. Now this will just be run down to that fielder at third man, single for Rehan.
Yeah, Rehan's a bit more of a conservative start, hasn't he? But still got 7 overs to play. And this Ramesh Madurawalagi, who's bowling over number 4. So yeah, any questions or comments you got, please throw them in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. That was a good one from Mike. Yeah, so yeah, the issue is in between overs in the ECC, often you don't even have 30 seconds because it's such a fast-paced game. This one just sneaks inside. Yeah, so it's it's something we're working on because they're bowling overs all from one end. It's just such a fast-paced game. But I think that'd be a good balance if we just had the ad breaks after 5. If you're in one of those territories, a little bit of a mid-innings break for us to compose ourselves before we get back to the second half. But yeah, I'm excited for the ECIs this weekend as well, and we've got the squads actually announced, so we might be able to try and put them up at some point today as well. The ball just sneaks inside. I mean, just.
He's managed to get away with a couple, in all honesty, Madurawalagi. But this one's going to be a rather more obvious one. Again, he does fear the dangerous hitter Mohsin, doesn't want it anywhere near his arc, so he's trying to push it fuller and wider, but again, he's playing with fire.
I guess he's one to come back, doesn't he, Madurawalagi? Scramble through for 1, despite the throw.
Yeah, this is a rather cautious start here by RBMS. You don't usually see them going along at 10 and over this early in the innings. And again, the thing with them is, though, they can shift up the gear so quickly. And that's where Castellina going to have to be really cautious. Just keep plugging away, trying to chip away at this top order. It's really formidable, RBMS top order.
This ball ball hits the ground here, but it's a good outswing from Madurawalagi. Yeah, Nana Yakara doing the keeping for Castellina.
Last ball of the over, and again, you just feel a big shot might be coming, so what's the bowler going to bowl here? Does he maybe try to go with a little variation just to deceive the batsman?
I mean, he's stick to that. I mean, it's working for him. He's getting that outswing. He's quite a clever bowler. Yeah, so I'd probably stick to the same. And well, he does try the innie, but yeah, Rehan is not quite with it this morning so far, but he is still there in the 4 overs. Score is 37 for 1. So yeah, ECI squads are out. And yeah, Italy got Joy Pereira at the top there. Interesting, you know, he's a very good player. He plays up in Milan. You got Amr Sharif from Fresh Tropical. You got Zain Ali from Chivadate up there. Zain Nakvi from Fresh Tropical as well. Ali Raza Islam, we know him from the ECL in 22. Madupa Fernando from Bolyasko. Simranjit Singh. Okay, from here, Dinu Muragi, yes. Gaggandeep Singh's in as well, late replacement for Hassan, who might be out with a slight injury. So just really good argue, the Roma CC keeper. So, yeah, we'll see a mixture of obviously players from different regions. Finland and Austria will go through their squads maybe as the day goes on as well. You know, both looking pretty strong. Player from each. Amjad Sher, the Wild Thing from Finland. Looking forward to seeing him. And Akiba Ipal just keeps doing great things for Austrian international cricket. This is going to be a wide. Austria made it all the way to the next round of the World Cup qualifying. Went to Scotland. Didn't have a great time of it. They were kind of outclassed on the turf wickets, but I'm sure they'll be keen to prove a point in their more familiar conditions. And they're a really good 10 over side as well. It's just the nature of their players. They're hyper-attacking. Ayantha gets the ball in the 5th. And he gets launched down to the ground. Mosen goes large. Maximo lifted up. And that round the wicket attack, I think a lot of the right-handers, they like it. And if you don't have a lot of pace, that's what can happen.
Yeah, it's a rare one that's been over-pitched, just left in the slot. And so far they've been bang on the money with their lines and lengths, but not over there. Ayantha just pitches that up a bit too much, and it allows Mosin to get one right in his wheelhouse and bang it over long on. So the second Maximo of this innings for RBMS.
Yeah, because they're getting this ball to swing around, but the direction's not always there. Ayantha loses this one wide of the off stump. Yeah, so I had a nice couple of days. Like I said, Nish, I went into the city and I checked out the Colosseum. I checked out the Trevi Fountain again. Went inside the Vatican, which I couldn't believe how big it was inside, actually. It was quite busy, obviously. And Wilson just loses his shape there. I like this change of angle from Ayantha. That seems to be a bit more effective. So, yeah, I didn't realise the Vatican is 215 metres long. It's huge. Obviously steeped in history. Had to line up for about an hour to get in there, but it was well worth it. Another wide this time. Only Akara getting tested behind the stumps. What else did I do? I went, okay, I got to admit, it was a matter of time until I cracked, and I do have a carbonara habit. I tried a carbonara for lunch in Rome, and then I tried one near the hotel for dinner. So it was a double carbonara Tuesday I had yesterday, while keeping an eye on the cricket, of course.
Did you try to speed run the city at all, or just soak in each site? We'll talk about that after this ball.
Oh, up in the air, and that ball is not coming down for a long time. Maximo, 6 runs, brings up the 50 for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Yeah, I have seen a lot of these things before. The one thing I did that was new is to go inside the Vatican. So I kind of just did it at my own pace. Took Simon with me as well, who was his first time in Rome. So obviously it's a day off. So I did walk about 20,000 steps though yesterday. Certainly was ready for bed when my head hit the pillow last night. Goes after this, thick edge, could be trouble. Oh, it doesn't quite carry. That's pretty well blocked by Dirapaligi down there at deep third in the end. Mosen chases a wide and almost undoes himself.
Yeah, this one, if he probably leaves it alone, he's going to get it wide anyway. And yeah, he's really fortunate that's landed just short of the field. That was Isuru Apiroge out at third man.
Another wide. Well, Corey Rucker's in the chat right now, and he just is messaging Gagandeep Singh with a couple of emojis. Of course, Gagandeep was Corey's favourite for Royal Roma, and he's played himself in because, the young bowler Hassan Ali from Italy is out, late withdrawal from the squad. To push here, they may look for 2. Clean pickup, they shouldn't get 2, and they don't. Yeah, so everyone is on edge because Corey's in the chat. I won't let him do anything to you guys, don't worry. Corey can't get in my computer. Hello to John Gray. Hello to Sundori as well. Corey is a bit unhappy that I've gone double carbonara, but it's my day off, so it's all right. They're quite amazing. And I learnt something as well. That up in a minute. Full toss, and it will just be the single, or will it? No, I'll get 2, but it could have been worse for Kankanam go down there as we get to the end of 5, and the score is 57 for 1, and it's a chance to welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. It is day 10 of this European Cricket Series. Nishay Butt with me, doing a great job today, looking very nice in your ECN blazer as well. But yeah, super excited for a big few days. Obviously, we've got finals on Friday. We've got the internationals Saturday and Sunday. And then, of course, it's always a huge time when we get to the Euros of Cricket, which starts on Monday.
Yeah, that should be very exciting. But again, today there's a lot on the line as well. This is probably the last chance for a few of these teams to cement their place in the semifinals. And Castellina, you know, they might just have an outside chance. I know it's looking minimal, but again, we've seen some great miracles so far in Italy. It's been a series of winning and losing streaks, and well, we could have some more streaks late in this series, as this one is a dot ball to start off the 6th over.
Yeah, well, you're probably right, needing a miracle. But I was in the Vatican yesterday, so I may have said a few prayers for some of the teams down the bottom of the ladder. But look, in the end, you just got to go out there and try and put yourself in the contest. I think that's what Castellina have done this morning. 11 and over is an average run rate. They could hold it to, say, 110 and keep these two down, again, which won't be easy to do over an extended period. But I think you just need something like an Indica Sen to go out there, make a few runs. You've got Young, who's come of age as well. But yeah, I think the main thing is you need to test yourself against yourself and try and find improvement throughout a series like this, even if you don't quite make the finals. All right, in the air, and here's an opportunity. The fielder comes in, and he will take the catch. And that's Umayunga. We just mentioned his name. I don't think that's quite in the middle of the hands, but it's good enough as Mosen holds out for 20. It's 58 for 2.
Yeah, not the first time today. He's taken a rather painful catch, and Mosen, well, again, usually such an explosive hitter, wasn't quite able to shift up the gears today. He did parts for 20 or 14. This one just hangs up there, and this is a very well taken catch. You could easily put those one down, and ouch, just probably gets him in the joints as he's trying to take that. And again, RBMS, well, they've started off uncharacteristically slow by their standards. And, you know, full credit to Castellina. They've been keeping it simple, but just bowling good lines and lengths.
And coming out, that's Rajib. For some reason, that's not the shirt number that was listed. But yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yes, Rajib Ahmed coming up. He's wearing his normal 22 shirt. And so yeah, batting above Chowdhury, which is an interesting one. Chowdhury's batted 4 probably more often than not. So Madura Walagi with the wicket. Yeah, John Gray saying well done to Nish for holding the fort for the past 2 days. Yeah, how did you go? I mean, I obviously listened in when I could. Can't really have the sound up when you're in the Vatican. Oh, Chowdhury is now... Oh, they sent 2 batters out, did they? Well, this is weird. Well, Raju's made it further. So he'll get to actually continue to bat. That probably makes sense. So I've seen that before.
Yeah, this is another interesting one. Quite a few firsts this series. I mean, we saw a ball lodged in Keeper's helmet, and now this.
And I actually think that might be, because that rule's only changed. It used to be if the ball contacted a fielder, a worn helmet, that it wasn't dead or anything, but just it was, well, it didn't count as a catch. You couldn't get caught in that way. It might be maybe not the first time in all cricket, but first time in any televised cricket we've actually seen a dismissal like that. Up in the air. Well, it's going to be another chance, and it's taken. Wow, Umayunga's on fire. And so that's Raihan that's got. So Castellina, we've seen them win before. We've seen them cause upsets. Could there be one on the cards this morning as Sharif Raihan is the next man to go for 11. Never got going on a Wednesday morning, did Sharif. And now it's 59 for 3.
Sharif with a couple of slow starts these last 2 days. Again, yesterday was 19 of 17 before he would go on and power through to make a 50. And Umayunga taking 3 catches to start off this morning. Again, a lot of pain whenever he's taking them. Just seems to be taking them with just right the tip of his fingers. Might want to just catch him nicely in the middle of his hands. But, well, as long as they stick, Castellina will be pleased, as in the end, Shoal Chaudhary will get a chance to actually come out to bat. He didn't have to wait too long. Just another ball.
And Chaudhary was ahead of his time. He obviously knew he was going to have to bat. And seemed to be on his way out before a wicket had fallen. But and now he'll face up. He's been in good form in this series, although it was a wild swing first up. But Drew Alagi, what a great spell from him. He's going to finish with figures of 2 for 5. And after 6 overs, Roam back the morning sun on the ropes. It's 59 for 3.
It just shows this is a tournament of surprises. I mean, not too many people giving much of a chance to Castellina heading into this match, but they've come out here, they've bowled exceptionally well. And again, RBMS, you know, at times we've seen spectacular performances from them, of course, involved in the best chase we've ever seen on the European Cricket Network, but then they've also had some very shaky performances, of course. We're going to have a chance to look at the scorecard over here. A few starts for RBMS, but no one quite able to kick on. The skipper, Anik Ahmed, was looking rather good, but he was dismissed prematurely on 17.
But the key, holding catches. Umayunga, 3 chances, 3 catches, feeling it at mid-off and long-off. Had a question from Kroom. Hello, Kroom. Hopefully you've been well. He's asking as a wicketkeeper, Vinny, have I ever caught anyone with the grill? Well, I haven't caught anyone with the grill, but I have had the ball lodge in the grill, normally off the pad. I think it's happened 2 or 3 times, or it's been hit into the ground and you're up to the stump. So they do make helmets, more modern helmets. It's actually not possible. They've actually made it so, you know, it can't quite fit a ball lodging in there. It also depends how fast the ball's travelling, whether it can lodge or not. All right, start of a new over. And this is Udugamage, who starts with a wide, loses it to the left. Yeah, so I have had it happen, but I haven't had it happen on a wicket, if that makes sense. I've kind of caught batters, you know, sometimes in the top of your pad. Better ball this time. He's found the gap, and it's going to go to the boundary. It's good placement from Rajib. He gets his first 4. Yeah, so I have had, say, bottom edges that have lodged either in between my legs or my, like, near the top of my knees or into the pad. That's probably the closest I've had. But yeah, just when you think you've seen it all, we see something else. I'm just happy he was wearing a helmet, Nish.
There certainly, and that moment's been going viral. A few group chats I was on as well in Cardiff were sharing that around. This one is battered away. Is this going to be a catching opportunity? Oh, it just slips through his hands, and worst of all, he also gives away a boundary and a wry smile after that.
Madurawalagi was brilliant when he was bowling, but he hasn't returned the favour here. And he just comes in, ends up having to jump when he shouldn't have had to. You could see he wasn't set, and so not only a drop catch, but also cost them a boundary. I've got a real opportunity here, Castellina. That doesn't help. A big swing and a miss. And yeah, Udugamage. He's not doing too much with the ball. He's just trying to put it in dangerous places, and with a bit of pace off, these two are always a chance of over swinging. They like to try and hit big sixes. Timing's not quite there at the moment. Just a single this time for Ajib.
Yeah, they've just mixed things up well here, Castellina. They keep the batsman guessing. No one's really been able to strike it cleanly so far for RBMS. All the batters looking a little bit out of funk.
Yeah, well, this is a Gundy ball. I think it's the variation. He tries to roll the fingers on this. It was working the way it was. They probably didn't need to try and do this. See, it comes out as like a little leg spinner, but pitching out there was always going to be trouble. That's 4 runs.
Yeah, fine leg inside the ring. You really can't afford to do that. It's been battered away. Easy pickings for Chowdhury. How's he going to respond here, Umayunga? This over has been a little bit expensive. It's the, well, one of only 2 double-digit overs we've had since the power play.
It's called wide. Just grabbed a bit of the tram line out there. So like I said, yeah, they've got an opportunity here to keep it, 100 and 110 is in that region. That's kind of what they're heading for at the moment.
Yeah,
Another one he loses to the left. So, I mean, it's not a bad spot to miss. You can see that when he missed to the right, he got whacked for a 4. He's certainly got his own sense of style, doesn't he? Udugamage. This one's okay. It takes off a little bit, and that'll be the end of the over. Score is 75 for 3. We know this pitch has got a lot of bounce in it. As we have a quick look at what's happening next week. Well, starting from next week, we'll have Group A and Group B in week 1. So I've got some news as well regarding the France team. I don't think I announced this on air yet, but Nabi is out. Nabi asked for permission to go straight to Spain. He's currently visiting family and friends in Pakistan. It was taking a bit longer than he a bit longer than anticipated. And so the management said, no, if you can't come and meet us in France and travel with us, you can't play. That's the information I've got. So no Nabi for France. That's the big news I've got, unfortunately. As this is whipped away, and it's going to go all the way. Maximo! It's a full toss from Kankanamge. And just all hands there, worked around the corner.
Raji Alme's certainly been one of the luckier of the RBMS batsmen so far. He's managed to get 3, I'd say, rather poor deliveries, but just going back to Nabi, of course, really unfortunate to see a player of his quality miss out on the ECC. It's going to be a huge blow. I'm sure Corey is in the chat, is quite happy to hear he's not going to be playing against Spain. But as you said, back on Sunday, I believe, he's just not going to be able to make it on time for the fitness test. Yeah,
apparently has to go to France for a fitness test if he wants to play. Probably the fittest guy I've ever seen play European cricket. It's, I know that's disappointing for all the neutrals out there. I think the only people excited to see no Nabi will be Spain, Isle of Man, Greece and Czechia, because it means they won't have to deal with him. So yeah, that's the word on the street. He's been replaced in the squad.
Trying to get their field absolutely precise here, I think. Indika saying he's moved fine leg to deep backward square leg.
It's well bowled. It's often, I think, length is even more important than line. And this is a length that works if it's on the stumps or even anywhere out to that tram line to the left of the pitch. Well bowled by Kankamgate. But this time he just loses a little bit too wide. So it's a little bit shorter than the one before.
You can just see the batsman
trying to hit it.
You just see the batsman's trying to advance down the crease. He's looking to push it wide and gets it a bit too wide over there. Kankamgate.
It's called wide. And a few around the mark. Yeah, it probably is a wide actually. Sully. Not feeling too generous, but that's fair. Premeditates the walk and drills it, and well, I'm just going to say it's 4 based on the reaction, then trips over the flag. Well, I was going to say he almost did enough to get away with it. Let's have a look. There's got to be a moment here where it's just about here when he picks it up a second time. It's right in front of the officials as well, I think. Yeah, there. I think he must. I mean, like, if he hadn't looked so guilty, it's kind of a benefit of the doubt going to the fielder. Because if he touched it, he grazed it. This one for sure is 4. And it's going to be another boundary. So things it's working out pretty well for the batting team now. Yeah, so the previous one was given 4. Like I say, if you went just on the video evidence, I don't know if it was conclusive, but I think the fact that it was right in front of the officials didn't help either. So back-to-back 4s, and now they're looking more than that kind of 100 to 110 they've been on track for the whole way.
Yeah, this was actually, we had a similar moment to this yesterday with another rather contentious boundary, and we'll just discuss that after this ball.
Cracked, and 6, nice shot. Rajiv picks it up, gets it over long off. Maximo! As we hit the end of the 8th over, Kankanamge does take a wicket, but he also goes for 39. And after 8 overs, it's 97 for 3.
Yeah, he comes down the wicket, makes a nice half volley for himself, and absolutely belts it towards long off. But just going back to the incident yesterday, of course, we had a boundary involving Castellina themselves, and many on our chat thought, well, the replays doesn't conclusively show that his back foot was touching the boundary rope. But again, I had a quick discussion with the match referees after the game, as well as some of our officials, and they said they had a clear view from their tent to confirm that was a boundary. So again, they're not just restricted to video evidence, they are also using their eyes and just...
Yeah, that's right, and that is in their area of the ground. And there's certain principles that, a lot of them are borrowed from ICC rules. For example, for a boundary, if there's doubt, the fielder gets the benefit of the doubt. So I actually think if you're just going on that, And that one where he might have just flicked the rope. The camera does kind of lie to you a little bit, makes it look like things are closer together, but like I think his reaction said everything. That he must have just flicked the rope. Now, this is lifted up and away. Maximo! Chowdhury's time to shine in the 9th. As Roma Bangla Morning Sun relying on the middle order. But they're stepping up at the moment. They're up to 109.
Well, they left it late, but they've certainly come to the party as they bring up their 100 in style. That's Shoal Chowdhury, of course. They played a huge role in that terrific chase RBMS were involved in earlier this series. Again, just need to pitch it up a bit fuller.
Yeah, he tries that little leg spinner as a variation, but that's twice he's lost it to the right. Hello to Di Maria. Nice to see you in the chat as well. Now a slight false shot. It's going to fall into space and probably slice away towards the boundary. Chowdhury's up to the races and then crashes into the keeper. Well, hopefully he's all right here. And I think it's just a case the keeper being a bit unaware. Luckily, they're both wearing helmets. There's a bit of the NFL in this one, actually. Have a look. And then he realised they're both watching the ball last minute. Luckily, the batter sees the collision coming, tries to minimise the contact. It's a mixture of just the throw, pulling the keeper away from the stump. So, ouch.
A similar incident to the one we had yesterday where Salim had his teammate run into him.
Oh, he's hit this hard and he's hit it high. Is it long enough? That's the only question. And the short answer is, yes, it is long enough. Over the fence, Maximo. 6 more to Roma Bangla. And Chowdhury showing no ill effects from that collision with the keeper.
Again, they're just starting to step things up now. This over already going for 15. And we had 38 runs in the 2 preceding overs. So RBMS, after a little bit of a quiet start, they just turned things up. The run rate has ballooned up to just under 13.
Now he goes straight. He's a little bit late on it, but he's still going to get the journey. Maximo back to back, and this has turned into a very expensive over. In fact, with that shot, it goes magical in the 9th.
Uday Yamage, he's really struggling in the death overs. I think he's just overcomplicating things a little bit. He's trying to be a bit too cute. Probably overthinking himself as well. Now look at that projected score. It's a shot up to 138 after being under 100 at one stage.
There's again, but this time doesn't really get the timing. ECN will clean up. They're fine for time as well, which is always good to see as we get to the end of the 9th over. The score is 119 for 3.
60 runs up these last 3 overs, and that's really such a killer for Castellina, who've undone a lot of their good work earlier this innings. As we, of course, take a look at the bowling card here. The skipper, ECN, bowling the power play, did a terrific job, going 0 for 17. Pick of the bowlers, of course, was Maduralage. 2 for 5 over his 2 overs, but unfortunately the bowlers who had to bowl in the second half of the innings have really struggled. And a little bit of a dilemma here for the captain. Is he going to go with Ayantha for this final over, who went for 20 runs, or does he introduce a new 6th bowler? I think he's going to stick with Ayantha, so he's going to go with experience and just hope that Ayantha turns things around the second time around.
Yeah, Chowdhury's got moving just the right time, though. And it's been raining boundaries over the last few overs. But yeah, they had a slightly less than convincing start, didn't they? They were 37 off 4 at one point. Okay, magical 5th. That was Ayantha, actually. But they were 57 off 5. So first half 57. Already. We're 62 off the second half, plus this. It's going to start with a shot into the hole slightly, but it will get there, despite not really being timed. That was all about the placement. 4 cadenas, 4 to start the 10th.
And the boundaries just keep pouring in here. Chowdhury now been really rubbing this into Castellina. And now a huge dilemma here for ECN. What does he do right now? He just looks a little bit stunned right now when you see him at long on. And bowler's just taking some initiative here, trying to change the field.
Yeah, Corey talks about that a lot, about that hole between long on and deep mid-wicket, that a lot of balls tend to go there. So when he has the straight southern crossfield, the straight fielder pushes long on, long off around, has changed the angles, kind of covers that angle. I suppose then there's always the chance it might go to the regular long on position. This one's going to be too wide, plus they'll take the extra. Yeah, there's Nani Akara, can't quite make the stop.
Just had a few issues with extras as well, Castellina. 19th run of extras they've given up. They've tightened things up a little bit. Again, huge underdogs heading into this game.
It's better ball from Iantha. Probably two there if they wanted it. I wouldn't say that Chige was motoring to the ball, but they're happy with just the one in the end.
Both of them really back their own ability to clear the boundary, so trying to face as many balls as they can. He says, leave it to me. I'll carry on with the 6 hitting.
Now this is lifted up in the air. Now I think it's a catching opportunity, be a tough one. Oh, it's dropped in the end again. Not a lot of communication. And then they'll get 2, and they may even get more. They'll just get 2 in the end. In the end, Madurawalagi was left holding the baby, but it was a late call, I think, for him to take over the responsibility. That went so high, though.
Yeah, Castellina have been plagued by dropped catches throughout this series. Really, if it doesn't go to Umayunga, it doesn't seem like they can hold on to these catches. As they said, late calls. He just returned to live action. This ball's popped up in the air. It's another catching chance. Will he take it? It's been spilled again. And that's the 3rd dropped catch you've seen this innings. Really, nobody other than Umayunga able to hold on to the ball right now.
He can't be everywhere, can he? So, yeah, we'll get back for 2. That was hit so high. A 2 that never leaves the infield. It's Sampath Kankanamge. Can't quite reel it in. 2 to come then, 130. Things have gotten out of control in the second half. This is hit straight. It won't carry down to Umayunga. So 131 with the ball remaining.
Terrific late 4th wicket partnership here for RBMS. Worth just under 80 runs between these two. They've led a fantastic recovery for their side and helped them get to a very strong total. As we see, this one is just played behind square leg. Is it going to find the boundary? It most certainly will. Ahmed ends with a 4, and this over goes magical as well. 16 of this one. And RBMS making 76 runs off the last 4 overs, thanks to some heroics by Ahmed and Chaudhry. Once again, just flexing what a strong middle order they have. And this is going to be a very tall task for Castellina. As we'll, of course, just take a look at the highlights of this innings.
Yeah, we'll have a look. And so it's a promising start, wasn't it? It was kind of a mixture of Castellina basically a mixture of Rome Bangla Morning Sun not quite finding their timing and Castellina making the most of a couple of opportunities. And yeah, they were able to pick up the top order, but it shows you the depth of Roma Bangla Morning Sun as well. The middle order came, had a job to do, and did it very, very well. Motion, again, started slowly, but he also cracked a couple out, chased this wide one, got away with it, just dipped. So Castellina, again, they had their moments, but it's been the story of their series so far. They had moments like that. Umayunga holding on to 3 good catches, but it's just putting a whole, not even just whole game together, but whole innings together. They can't quite do that at the moment.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just been the case for them, and it reflects why they've only managed to pick up 1 win so far this series. This was a really good catch. Well, I shouldn't say it was a catch. It was actually spilled and went over to the boundary rope. That was some poor bowling there by none other than Charan Ayantha. His overs went for 36. And this was a Rice small. I think he touched the boundary rope. That was right in front of the umpire's tent. And then we just see some clean hitting right at the end by Ahmed and Chaudhry. The 2 of them making 76 runs in the last 4 overs, just taking this game away from Castellina. And then we saw a little bit of a rugby tackle over there. That one was just Ahmed clattering into the wicketkeeper, Nanayakara. And not too much that could have been done in that previous ball, but that one was another drop. The second drop of the innings for Madurawalagi, as the catches were constantly being spilled by Castellina at the end. This one worked behind square leg for a 4, as RBMS ended up with 135 runs. We'll just take a quick look at the scorecard over here. And as we can see, of course, it was Raihan and Anik Ahmed who would open the batting for Bangla Morning Sun. Raihan was a little bit slow out of the gates. He was never able to find a higher gear. Anik Ahmed was looking really good until he was dismissed prematurely with a fine boundary catch by Umayunga, who seemed to be the only one who could hold on to catches for this Castellina side. Ahmed Mohsin got a pretty good start, 20 of 14, but the big tale is, of course, that 4th wicket partnership between Ahmed and Chaudhry.
Yeah, and they both faced 13 balls, ended up mid-30s, 18 wides again. It's too many really for 10 overs. It's going to be a bit of a task, but still, Castellina, they did have one good performer there, Maduruwalagi with 2 for 5 of his 2 overs. Kankanamgi with the other wicket, but he was expensive. Into Descent, I mean, it was tight, but couldn't really break through. But again, just struggling for depth, I think, in all areas, Castellina, in this series. We'll take a break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. It'll be 136 Castellina for the win in match 47. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Nishay Butt. We'll see you in just a few moments for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for our second innings of our opening match of the day. Of course, RBMS just posted 135 runs on the board. They were a bit slow out of the gates, but they came on strong in those last 4 overs, making 76 runs, more than half of their runs coming in the death overs. They closed strong thanks to a big 4th wicket partnership between Ahmed and Chaudhry, which is worth roughly 70 runs. So it's really made this task a lot more challenging for Castellina. Of course, Castellina, they've had plenty of issues with their batting throughout this series. We've discussed them ad nauseum. They lack a bit of experience with the bat. Unfortunately, they have only a couple of batsmen who even have strike rates above 100 so far this series. Those two, of course, are Shehanka and the skipper Indika Sain, who's been pretty consistent with his scoring, averaging just under 30 so far this series. And I think we're going to see a little bit of a change. It's going to be Isuru Ederipulige opening alongside him. Here we go. First ball of the innings. It's a great leg stump Yorker to start off. Good bowling here by Hussain early. Just keeping the captain Sain on his toes to start off. There is umpire Hassan. He's going to be joined by Suleiman Saeed at a square leg. The third umpire is umpire Nirmal. And of course our match referee is Ian Ramage, who you've seen during our coin toss videos. Oh, this one is really well struck. It's going to beat the fielder at mid-off, and it's just going to race away for 4. So good response here by Sain. I think he just misses the length ever so slightly. And it allows Sain to just whack that one. So almost a half volley for him. Good shot here by Sain, and just what Castellina need. Oh, this one's down the leg side. Huge wide. And that's going to be the first minimo of this innings. Well, you kind of expect a little bit better from him there. He just gets that all wrong. I think he's just trying to return to that leg stump Yorker he bowled on the first ball, but he just misses it by a good couple of feet. And it goes away for 4. And, well, in response, the captain's just moved a fine leg. A lot finer. I mean, the old saying is you shouldn't set a field to bad bowling, but, well, at times you have to be a little bit pragmatic as well, as this one's just going to come back into Sain. Much better ball by Hussain. Hussain bowling to Sain. You just love to hear that, don't you? 2 fielders outside the circle in this power play are currently positioned at deep point and also a deep third man. So again, he just needs to pitch this outside the off stump, in all honesty. Have it around that 4th stump line. Oh, this one is very nicely played by Sain, but there's protection for that. So good bowling to his plan there by Hussain, as we're going to see Isuru coming out to bat. Haven't seen too much of him throughout this series. It's his first ever appearance with the bat, so his batting debut is opening the batting in a game that is probably a must-win for Castellina. I mean, even if they win all their games from here on out, it's going to take a lot of other results to go their way for them to even have a chance. But again, you might as well go down fighting, and I'm sure that's what Castellina are going to do. Very fine deep third man and a deep backward square leg for Isuru. Yeah, great length, great ball. Just moving away from batsman. Just take another look at that. Yeah, beautiful ball. Absolutely brilliant. And if he keeps bowling like that, I'd even be tempted to put a slip in place. Here we go. 1 ball to go in the first over. Yeah, this one is just drilled back to the bowler. He does well to get a hand to it. As the first over brings 10 runs for Castellina. Fairly solid start for them. And RBMS won't be too displeased either. As we, of course, have a chance to remind you that it's been 316 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. Of course, late yesterday, we were really hoping that we get our first ever golden ball after 6 sixes in the final over when Kent Lunka needed 37 to win. But hey, I think whenever we get our next golden ball match, it's going to be an absolute thriller. As we've said a few times, the best things come when you have to wait for them. Could we be set for our first ever golden ball final? Is that what Italy's preparing us for? Well, we'll of course wait and find out. Of course, I've got the great pleasure of being joined by Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu in the commentary box.
Yeah, still haven't been able to reset that counter, have we? We had some close calls, though, a couple of one-run games here in Rome. And Ahmed to bowl over number 2. He's probably the zippiest of the Bangla bowlers. And he gets first one past the outside edge of Indikasan. Rome Bangla Morning Sun, they're tracking pretty well at the moment. A 7-4 record. Had a very strong start, didn't they, to the series. I noticed they've been batting first a little bit more often. They were chasing pretty much all the time earlier on as Indika gets this down into the offside. A reckless throw comes in, but just a single. Yeah, so the big question is, can Roma CC do it playing in front? Last year in not just the Rome series, but then the Italy-wide Super Series, they kind of finished 3rd or 4th and then snuck up on finals day, but there's nothing sneaky about them this time, 12-0. They're going to finish in top spot. They'll still have to win 2 sudden death games, essentially, the semi-final and the final on Friday if they're going to win the tournament. And they go on their hit. It just shows you, though, if you both go straight away, there's normally a single there. Tirapalegi is off the mark.
Let me just take a look at this again. And yeah, you have to say that because of the format of the knockout stages, they're in a direct hit. He might have been in trouble. It's just really interesting because there's no real advantage to coming first, second, third, or fourth, because I have to say both the 3rd or 4th place sides were probably going to be RBMS and also Asian Latina. They're equally strong, so they'll have a stiff task, whoever they face in the semi-final.
Yeah, I agree with that. And we've got more teams involved now in the ECS week to week. So, there was a time when you just had to be in the top 4 or 5 in your group when we had the 10-team competitions. But now, because all teams are playing each other, and more teams aren't making the cut, which makes it more acceptable, I suppose, to have sudden death semi-finals. But that's when it will all be on the line. Can Roma CC defend their title from last year? And all 4, I think, will have a really good shot if Asian Latina make it on the basis of perhaps 8 wins in a row after losing their first 6. I mean, no one wants to run into them.
This is another side no one wants to run into. Roma Bangla Morning Sun again. We know they're capable of all sorts of heroics with the bat.
This is off the thigh pad, I think. It'll be a leg by, and it'll take us to the end of the second over. The score is 14 without loss.
Quiet start here for Castellina. They're sort of earning a bit of a reputation for being a bit too slow in the power play, a bit too tentative. They tend not to lose wickets early in their innings, but they're often just not taking enough risks as we, of course, take a look at the standings. And yeah, this just goes back to everything we were discussing. RBMS currently sitting in 3rd place, 7-4 so far. They got a game in hand over Asian Latina, who of course have gone on that wonderful winning streak. They're currently in 4th place.
So the thing is, Roma Gladiatori, they'll play their 2 games today, their final 2 games. They play Kent Lanka and then they play Castellina. So 2 big wins there could force Asian Latina to have to win tomorrow to get into the finals. As this is carved away, 3 Musketeers. Oh, there's almost a little bit of a handoff a couple of times. Anik has a bit of a laugh about it. I think they do make the boundary stop in the end, though.
Fielding by committee over there as we just see 3 of them converging towards the ball.
Try and pass this. I think he tries to pass. He's saying, what are you passing it to me for? If anything, I'm going to fumble it over the line, but all's well that ends well. Bilal Hussain, he was certainly pretty excited. I remember when they chased down that 175. Lifts this up, doesn't really time it. Can he pull it back in? Yeah, well, he pulls it back in too well. So almost getting easy two there. That's Rifat Janal does well.
This is a little bit of intent there, at least by the batsman. He's trying to they're trying to get a boundary again. He's another player had a bit of a slow start here. Just need to capitalize on this power play. Casalina. This one, another delivery that just moves away, and again, it's just been a huge issue for them. I mean, most of their power plays have been worth 18 to 21 runs, which again, you're just not putting yourself in a position. You're just chasing the match from there on out. Of course, Indica Sane, to his credit, I will say, I mean, he does often get off the slow starts, but he picks up the pace later in his innings.
He plays this late. That field is perfectly placed down there. Yeah, so it's easier said than done. You know, if you don't quite have it in your toolbox to play attacking cricket, so you kind of got to make a decision how you're going to go. If you're going to try and make a respectful total, or whether you're going to go for broke to hit a few miracle shots. That's a tough thing. That's why someone like Indica Sen is so important, because he is one guy that can slam quick runs. He's been silent so far. Again, drawn wide here off the end of the bat. He'll just get a single.
Oh, could they sneak some runs of overthrows here? They most certainly will.
Yeah, that's the other way you can do it. Some good old-fashioned elbow grease. So they will get the extra one there. I'm saying not too impressed with that.
Yeah, we can promise you it isn't snowing. Those are all the flies around. Good spot there by our director. And, of course, a few of them coming into the ice cube as well to greet us early in this morning.
Last ball of the power play coming up. Goes for this and gets it pretty good. That's going to be one bounce four. So better time from Indica Sen. That's the idea as they finish the third in style. It's 25 without loss.
Very good looking shot. Plays it with a full face of the bat. One bounce over the rope for four. The second boundary, Casalina managed to get in the power play. And again, 25 is just about what they've been averaging throughout power plays. It'd be between 21 to 25. As of course, we just have a chance to compare where both sides were at this stage. Of course, the RBMS, who we said were rather slow out of the gates as well, they were 9 runs ahead at this stage. Of course, it was RBMS really cashed in at the end. 76 runs, as you can see, off those last 4 overs. And again, Casalina now, they're going to need a big performance in these middle overs, although it's going to be a little bit more challenging with fielding restrictions lifted during the power play.
Yeah, that's true. And even that shot there with the long off in play might have been caught. Instead, field up, ends up going for 4. Edru Pelegi reads the room, says, all right, I'll get one, I'll get out of the way. Back over to you, skipper.
Again, Sane, as I said, just one of 2 players who's been involved with Casalina so far this series. Had a strike rate of above 100 here. Not going to win too many T10 games. Striking it as slowly as Ishiru is right now. Of course, got to get a hurry on now. He's faced 10 deliveries.
Yeah, I mean, at least he's gotten out of the way. Let's see if Indica can do something with this over. And then this is why you can push this into more than one, which they will, because it goes to the boundary. As here, it's kind of a low, wide, full toss. Indica does kind of back away a bit, makes it a bit hard to access that delivery, but he does get enough of it. Quattro Cadenas, 4 runs to Casalina.
Yeah, smart cricket by Indica Sane. What I like about him is he's well aware of his game, very self-aware player, knows he's not the biggest slogger in the world, so what he does is just tries to get boundaries in very intelligent fashion, pick out gaps, use the pace of the ball.
Again, in a similar area. This time, does go to the fielder. Just a single.
Again, a very solid start here by RBMS to start off. Casalina.
It's also a chance for RBMS to kind of get their bowling right. I mentioned they're conceding 130 and can't really do that on finals day. A lot of that has been avoidable. So not putting the ball where they want. Far too many extras. There's a lot to like about them, but I think that their batting's been a lot better than their bowling so far in this tournament. And if they're serious contenders, they're going to have to put it all together on finals day. Oh, loses this, and right on cue. Here sprays one, correctly called a wide.
Yeah, this is a massive wide. No problems there for the umpire to give that one.
Better ball. Must be a one hopper out to Rifat. Fires it in. They will get a single.
Good over so far for Hira. Just 9 runs off it, which is perfectly acceptable for his side at this stage. Defending 136. He's just we just see some early morning cyclists getting a chance to have a look at this game. Of course, I'm waiting for the horses to come out. I'm waiting for some of the horse riders.
Bicycle, but no horses. Of course, I always like to see the look on spectators' faces as we go across Europe. Some of them know what's going on. A lot of them are wondering. Nice hands there by Naeem. And now Hira is goes to the real off-speed delivery last ball of the over, and actually works out pretty well for him. At the end of 4 overs, it's 34 without loss.
Well, the good news is that spectators just taking a turn into our parking lot, and it looks like they want to have a closer look at the game, and that's great. Again, you know, a lot of people might just fall in love with cricket out of just curiosity. And,
well, unfortunately, a couple of the dogs have have made sure he doesn't stick around too long. There we go. That's all right. They're actually very, very friendly dogs here at the Roma CC, although they do make a bit of noise.
I'll say this, Layla's rather friendly. Not sure about the other one.
Yeah, one doesn't like you. But they're pretty, it's unpredictable who they like and who they won't. As Rifat comes on in over number 5. Probably hear the barking in the background if you turn up the volume. Indica. So this is kind of what I'm talking about with Indica. See how he's got a pre-movement away from the ball. So this is a ball that's pretty straight, and it makes it tough to get power into that shot. Now they're going to take on a tight single. I think this would have been out if he hit. But yeah, Indica, it kind of has that step away from the ball without seeing where the ball is. Maybe that's just a little thing he could work on. In fact, he's just out. But yeah, you'd rather, if anything, step across and get behind the ball. Well, there we go. He's off. Don't know how many dogs are chasing him. You can always check out the rest of the day on YouTube, ECN European Cricket Network. This one's wide. Good call from the umpire. So yeah, Rome Bangla, I like that Rifat's getting a bowl here because I think it's one area that they've kind of lacked as well is the slower bowling and just some different options. Oh, he's caught behind. Yeah, so Naeem was pretty quick to whip off the bails, but obviously there must have been a little nick on that. So Islam will get the breakthrough. It's 36 for 1.
Yeah, sure, just poking at a wide delivery needlessly. This one would have been wide by a good few inches as, yeah, it's clearly just taking a little nick through to the keeper. I think his foot was well behind the popping crease, so it's not a stumping.
Naeem he's just too quick for himself there, whipping off the bail. Sometimes that's a sign you're not sure it's been nicked, but yeah, it was just a premeditated kind of sweep towards the stumps. Must have been a little feather on that one, so the wicket does come and it's 36 for 1. Naeem, I like his keeping. I really like his energy that he brings. I had a little chat to him about his decision making, about when to rush and when not to rush. But yeah, his enthusiasm is infectious back there. That was a sharp bit of work.
Yeah, it was a difficult first innings for Isuru. Of course, his ECN batting debut makes just 8 of 13. Was just struggling, couldn't find the boundary rope. Was caught between two minds for a lot of shots, and in the end, he has to depart, having played rather slowly and probably dug his side into an even bigger hole with that innings.
It's good bowling though. Oh, slips as he tries to pick it up here. Anyway, makes a bit of a crater there at cover. Now Indicasent, last ball of the over, he gets to face up. And Islam's been brilliant here, 1 for 3. Still bringing the field up.
Rather interesting. I think yesterday we saw more guys slipping than usual, so yeah, the field just seems to be rather slick these last couple of days.
All right, does step inside this one, hits it nicely, and that is a maximal. As Rifat doesn't really make the adjustment for the left-hander. This is the same ball that he would bowl to a right-hander, really. That'll be the end of the over. 43 for 1 after 5. Oh, Jay Sin from the office has just come into the chat saying he's waiting in the airport, getting ready for the ECC flight soon. So he's excited to travel to Malaga. I'm sure there's a few that are there with him and excited as well. So we're only 5 days away from that. But don't forget the ECIs this weekend involving Italy as well as Finland and Austria. And then more ECS cricket to come from Croatia, Malta and Spain for the ECCW at the end of the year. Start of a new over. Younger swings and misses it a wide. Hira coming on. He's bowling this left arm orthodox, which closed out the over with. Yeah, I think this is also good to see him bowling these kind of deliveries. I think that they could be pretty effective as an alternative for Rome Bangla Morning Sun as we hit the business end of the tournament.
It's important to just give him some confidence. He's been a little bit expensive this series, as economy rate just under 16. So again, going him against Casalina, probably not the most aggressive team in this series. So it just gives him a chance to work on a few fundamentals, maybe experiment with a few things as well.
Now he's bowling right-handed. So, I mean, it's pretty skillful to be able to bowl left hand and right hand. So he's bowling right arm to the left-hander and left arm to the right-hander.
I find that interesting, though. I mean, if you're going to bowl right arm to the left-hander, you might as well go around the wicket.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, not often we see ambidextrous bowlers, and that's what we're seeing here with Seifel. He's getting it spot on at the moment. This will just be a single. Hello to Jules Udabridge as well. Nice to see you watching, and a few people comparing Rifat Islam to Sunil Narine, or Narayan, I think is how you say it, from the West Indies. Who, yeah, doorknob kind of bowler, call them. This isn't going to quite carry, and it's going to be 4. So, yeah, disappointment there from Rifat, who we were just talking about a moment ago. Rifat Janal, this is this time. Just popped into the rope. That's the kind of thing I think that they need to clean up before finals day as the 50 comes up for Casalina.
Yeah, again, when you compare that to a team like Roma CC, or just such a good outfit, I think you got to match their standard if you want to beat them, as this one could be a stumping opportunity. Let's just take a look at this. Well, the square leg umpire says, let's just take a look at this. So
I think what they're looking at is his gloves. Do his gloves stay behind the stumps? For me, there's no doubt that he beats the batter back. Naeem is lightning quick, but yeah, you just got to be careful that you don't encroach. Now, so far so good. Absolutely no problem. If he gets back, I'll be amazed. No, he doesn't. So really quick work, and Indica is going to be stumped. Nice work by Naeem. Just super quick hands there, and that's what you're looking for from your keeper. As Indica Sen is stumped for 31, and it's 51 for 2.
Huge wicket. I mean, Indica Sen's been the only one so far for Casalina who's been able to find the boundary, and I'm sure he'll be given his marching orders very soon. Very unfortunate for him, of course. He recognized the situation. It was just starting to get away from Casalina that required it, ballooned up to just under 20, so he took the initiative. But again, smart bit of bowling by Saiful here. He's having a really good performance here. Of course, his best figures before this were against the Capanelli, 2 for 16. But I think he's just about to improve on his career best.
Does a couple of things really well there. He doesn't snatch at the ball. He lets the ball get past the stumps. But then from there, he actually takes it pretty close to the stump so that when he just kind of jabs forward, there's a very short amount of time from when he actually, the ball hits his hands to when he hits the stump. See here? So he's already prepared for what he's going to do when the ball is caught. but he still doesn't start the second motion before the first one's complete. It's really good keeping there from Naeem. As Madura Walagi comes out and he cracks the 4 first ball. So Hira doesn't have the finish he wants as he goes back to the left-handed against the right-handed batter. But it's a nice looking shot, and it'll take us to the end of the 6th over. It's 55 for 2.
Good stuff here by Madhuwalage. Of course, we saw him bowl really well in the first innings. Just couldn't take a few catches, though. But he comes out with a bang to start off his innings. Of course, we take a look at the scorecard. Only score of note so far was by the skipper himself, 31 of 19 for Indika Sane. Isuru playing his debut ECN innings, just struggled a little bit, made only 8 of 13. Now it's come down to these two, of course. We know Umayunga is capable of clearing the boundary. We saw him a couple of days ago make a quick fire 31 of 16. So again, he's going to have to replicate that performance and some to give Castellina a chance over here. They probably need 3 or 4 magical overs to get anywhere near this target.
Rifat comes out and he gets hit straight and hit pretty well. Good placement from Umayunga. That's kind of attacking intent you like to see, even if they're not going to quite get there, Castellina. And back-to-back boundaries in this innings.
Back-to-back boundaries for the first time this innings for Castellina. Again, they're going for it now. They might as well. And Islam, just to overpitch that delivery a touch. I think he's going to pull his length back a bit on the next ball.
Good to see Julian Dawson in the chat as well. Julian, hopefully you're well. Islam just needs to stick to that plan. It's a good shot, but make him do it again. Instead, he gets greedy, goes a bit straighter, and wide down the leg side, well blocked by the keeper. Sometimes as a keeper, you use whatever you can to stop the ball, especially if you can't see it. Now this is up, it's in the air, and it is travelling, going, and gone. Maximo! As Nish gets a taste of the action. And, well, Nish, number 1 rule, protect the equipment. You did. As it went under the table. You got very close to the action there, didn't you?
It's a good thing that was off camera, because I think my reaction, I'm pretty sure it would have been put on replay. So it's a good thing I was just away from the camera. Otherwise, would have had our director.
This is the ball that we missed live. And now we're back to the action again. Catching up. Cut away nicely. Go straight out to point on the boundary, and that'll just be a single. Madura Walagi. For first ball he faced. Can he do it again? Well, it hits in the air. It's a miss hit, and this should be caught. And, oh, Janelle just gets let's get very low on him. And now he's misthrown it. So he's actually given away an overthrow. Yeah, you see a mixture of disappointment and frustration there as Janelle totally loses the handle on that one.
Had a little bit of a difficult time at long on Janelle. We saw him give away a boundary earlier, and this time he drops the catch. He's just completely not paying attention to the fact that the game's still going on. Tossed it away in frustration.
It slipped out of his hand as he attempted to flick it back, essentially. Sidearm. This is a good delivery. Just sneaks inside, and Naeem just not gloving that one cleanly. That ball, maybe he was obscured. The umpire said it wasn't sure whether to call it or not. Look, where's the bowler go after this? Yeah, umpire had a pretty good view. Anyway, the right call's made, as it will be a dot ball. 7 overs down. Castellina 69 for 2. Let's have a look at what's coming up. And Kent Lanka gets to play for the first time today. A bit about Battle of the Oranges here, as they're taking on Roma Gladiatori in match 48. That game's about half an hour away here on the European Cricket Network. And Kent Lanka, well, they'll be hoping that they can come up with a win. Last time these two teams met, Gladiatori were too strong, 148 to 111. News from the toss. Kent Lanka winning the toss and electing to bowl. So they will be chasing. Kent Lanka with 2 wins in the series so far. One against Roma Capinelli and 1 against Castellina.
Fortunately for Kent Lanka, the last time these two teams faced each other, the Gladiatori took that one very comfortably. making one of their highest scores of the tournament, 148. So going to have to bowl a lot better this time around when they face the Gladiatori in the next match, as this is going to be a very wide delivery there by Ahmed, but it's just inside the tram line. So again, just pushing it wider, trying to keep it away from Umayanga. Again, we know he's keep it within the slot. He can absolutely slog that ball, so has to be absolutely spot on when bowling these deliveries, as that one's going to be out. It's going to take a thin edge through to the keeper, as this brings Umayanga's innings to an end. Smart bit of bowling here by Ahmed. He's just been keeping it wide to Umayanga, and the plan pays off.
Also, Naeem, interesting that he decides to go back. He's more than capable of keeping up, but he must have felt that maybe he's a chance for a little edge, and so a lot easier to take those when they're back because he can handle more of a deflection. So, yeah, Naeem, he's been brilliant, and he's featured in all 3 wickets so far. 2 catches and a stumping for the Rome Bangla Gloveman, as the 3rd wicket falls at 69 for 3. This will bring Aruna Udugamage to the crease. So, yeah, not losing a lot of wickets, but not really able to kind of strike it at the rate that's going to bother too many teams in this competition.
Yeah, Aruna, another player making his batting debut here against RBMS. A lot of inexperience on this Castellina side, as we've said. And again, some of that inexperience is shown at times in this series. Oh, this strikes the pad. It's probably well outside the leg stump. Was never going to be an LBW when it's pitching that far outside.
Yeah, that's the thing. In fact, probably doesn't hit him in line either. But as soon as it bounces to the right of the wickets, can't be out. Yeah, he cracks this one pretty well. It'll just be a single. Down to long off. Yeah, good morning to Stephen Kelk, who's watching from the Netherlands. Hello to Jules Uderbridge as well. Good to have you with us. And this is not a good shot from Madura Balagi, but it's going to be put down there. Musabir Islam can't hold on to the catch. So yeah, Rome Bangla, this is just one of the things I think, okay, yeah, the game's pretty much a done deal, but you want to keep your standards high.
Yeah, this is what you're talking about, then. This is why RBMS are not quite in the same position as a club like Roma, who hardly ever put down any catches or have too many mishaps in the field. That's a good throw to the keeper, but I think the batsman's just about made it on time, but we'll still have another look at it.
Late decision from Mohsin to go to the keeper's end. I think it's going to shape to the ball. Even the keeper was saying, hey, go that end, but I think he's just home in time. Naeem, though, very quick hands to whip the bails off that quickly. Yeah, so you certainly just hope that Castellina are going to be better for this experience. I'm sure that'll be the case. 8 overs down here at 72 for 3. And let's not forget that they did win a game against the Roma Gladiators when they get the Roma Gladiators to 73 back in match 24 and chased it in 9 overs. Well, it's pretty comprehensive, and it comes on. He rocks the stumps of Udugamage, and the night starts with the wicket at 72 for 4.
Terrific ball. It's a great line and length. Just aiming for the stumps. Gets a touch of movement away from the batsman, which is why he's completely missed it. And it crashes onto middle and off. So again, great bit of bowling here. And it's a chance for some of these RBMS bowlers to now bowl in a pressure-free situation. Maybe even experiment with a few different things.
Yeah, and it's pretty slippery as the batter finds out the hard way there. 72 for 4, 11 balls remaining. Charan Ayantha comes to the crease. Twilight saying, yeah, it would be useful if Castellina could borrow some of the hitters from Royal Roma. Well, if only. Gagandeep Singh, though, interestingly, I've seen that he's replaced Hassan Ali, not just in the ECIs, but also in the ECC squad. He'll be playing Group C. Ayantha steps back and Can't catch up with this one.
Yeah, I'm sure Gagandeep Singh will be happy to go bat for Casalina and improve his numbers for this series. Of course, a lot of players really eager to end up as the top run getter at the end of this ECS. A couple of Royal Roma players right up there. Luckinwall, Gagandeep Singh. Of course, Gagandeep's played 3 less matches than his teammates. This takes a thickish outside edge, and it's always going to be a tough opportunity for the keeper. It's going to be rather sharp.
Yeah, I mean, Naeem should catch this though. He's a good keeper. He'll be disappointed. And again, this is the kind of thing. Gets 2 hands to it, just slightly wrong-footed. He'll be disappointed with that. Again, he sets high standards for himself. And again, if that's a big game, say an opening batter or something like that in the finals, that's one he'll want to hold on to. The next one he does get down and prevent from going for extras. But yeah, that's the difference, I suppose. But you learn from your mistakes, and yeah, nobody's perfect. Anik, though, could have had a second wicket, doesn't. Still very good figures, 1 for 4. Couple of balls to go in the 9th. And, well, it says, well, if I'm not going to get any help from behind the wickets, I'll do it myself. As he knocks over the target for a second time in the over. It's 73 for 5.
What a special player Anik Ahmed is. I mean, opening the batting and then bowling this well, too. Couple of great deliveries this over, getting it right up there at the stumps. And that's a shattered set of stumps if I've ever seen one.
Just a bit too quick, I think, for Maduro Elagi. And he played down the wrong line. So 73 for 5, last ball of the 9th. But Asif Malik in the chat saying he's waiting for the Roma Gladiatori match. Yeah, should be a good game coming up. So he's cheering on the Gladiators. Hello to Colin as well. Nice to have you in the chat. Stay with us. We've got just over and over to go here. And then probably around about a 20-minute break. 15, 20-minute break until the second game of the day. I might be a little bit late to game 2 because I'm actually doing an interview regarding the ECC for the UK. But it won't be too long. Kankanamge gets a hit then. Anik will be trying to do exactly the same thing. Hit the 3-6 in the ground. Nosen decides he's going to go across to cover. They bring in a slip. So super attacking field. Anik, can he get a 3rd wicket? Last ball for him. Just missing the leg stump, and he knows it. Doesn't even bother to appeal there, Anik. But still, brilliant spell from the skipper. He finishes 2 for 4. And after 9 overs, it's 73 for 5.
What a game here for Anik Ahmed. I mean, batted quite well in the first innings, making 17 runs. And now he's put in a really good spell with the ball. 2 for 4. Absolutely incredible figures. And I wonder if it's going to be Rajiv Ahmed bowling this final over, or he's just going to maybe experiment a little bit and try giving someone else a chance to roll their arm. But doesn't seem to be the case. They go with Rajiv Ahmed, and this is rather odd. A slip fielder in the final over.
Yeah. Doesn't get an edge here, though. Pretty much off the middle from Ayanthe. He gets a single. Now, well, Ayanthe wanted a second. And now he might get one. As the rebound bounces away. Almost takes Rajiv's head off. And so it's unusual, too, to start the over. Thought it might have been worth going for this the first time. Waiting, waiting, waiting. Goes back. Off the top of the stumps, and that's good heads-up play to get the overthrow. Rajib. Almost gets that edge. It'll be a dot ball.
Yeah, that's what the slip is in place there for. Just that a little edge. Again, Rajib bowled very similarly in the first over as well when he was just pushing them wide, and ultimately that's what got Umayunga.
The push and quick work from Moten. It quickly flicks it back to the keeper. Yeah, so I suppose for Castellina, they've got to really reassess their goals. Their goals are, you know, I think, achievable goals for them to score 100 with the bat, no matter what they're chasing. You know, sometimes that might be enough. Obviously, when they restricted the Gladiators, something in the 70s, and they chased that down. So, yeah, sometimes it's also a matter of competing against yourself and to try and demonstrate that improvement and just have something to show for it.
They've only had one score above 100 so far this
Yeah.
series. That was against the Capanelli, which, in all honesty, they were aided by the almost 25 plus extras. And, well, do we have a run out opportunity over here? Little bit careless by the batsman. We're just going to take another look at this.
Yeah, he's... I just got my spider senses up here. I think this will be super close. Naeem, his hands are like lightning. Here we go. Don't see anybody yet. Oh. Yeah, he's just out. Yeah, he's just out by a couple of inches there. So Naeem, yeah, my spider senses don't lie to me too often. You can see there, the bat's not quite in. And so that'll extend things a little bit further. Ayantha probably can't believe he's out, but yeah, there's the decision. So again, it's good hands. And so that'll be a 6th wicket.
It probably wasn't even as close as we shown in that video. Of course, he probably broke the bails the frame before, but we just couldn't see it because he was blocking that camera.
Even the frame before, I'd be satisfied the stumps were gone. So that means that we'll see Archige getting a bat. And so it's not Ayantha, of course, that's out. It's Kankanamge. He's going to be run out from the non-striker's end, going to the striker's end. So right hand to Naeem. 2 to come. Archige. We'll see what he can do as this game winds down. They've gone the 3 slips in a weird formation. Archige, let's see if he can get a run. He's got one more chance.
Yeah, there's a fielder at short cover as well. So yeah, if you don't want to talk about humiliation. Well, now that fielder's just moving. I think he's going to move into a gully position. So they just packed the slip cordon. Well, is this a cloudy day at Old Trafford with Jimmy Anderson bowling? This was just going to go past the batsman once again, and well, a little bit of showmanship by RBMS at the end, as Casalina unfortunately will fall quite a bit short of their target. They'll end up 77 for 6 at the end of their 10 overs.
Yeah, so Rombangla, they get the win. Another 2 points for them as they've battered down a place in the final 4. Let's have a look at what's coming up next then. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. It's Kent Lanka versus Roma Gladiatori. Battle of the Oranges, really. Kent Lanka, can they grab a win and try and overtake a couple of teams above them ultimately? Roma Gladiatori, though, they'll want to make sure that they continue to heap the pressure on Asian Latina. And the only way to do that is to get 2 big wins today. As we look at the chase, Castellina needed 136, was never really on. Indica Sen didn't really hit the ball as well as we know that he can. He's just got a couple of habits you should probably look at, although he still does strike the ball very, very well. But for me, I was quite impressed with some of the spin options that we saw, including the ambidextrous offerings of Hira. I liked Refart as well, the way that he provided a bit of variety to attack, and when you throw in that as well as some of their paces like Anik Ahmed and Bilal Hussain, I think they can put together quite a well-rounded attack. I've got to say Naeem was excellent behind the stumps as well. Okay, wasn't perfect, couple of things you can work on, that also provides a lot of energy and got a really quick pair of hands. That sent you scrambling. The good news is nothing was damaged, and nice to get the ball back quickly. That was a little edge. So Naeem, in the end, he was able to come up with 2 catches, a stumping and a run out. Anik rattled the stumps a couple of times as well as Castellina fell away late in the piece. And I think it's pretty indicative of where their batting is at. I mean, they'd like to play a few more shots, but it's just not quite there yet. I'm sure still this European Cricket Series will be a very, very good experience for them. This was late in the piece when Kankanamge got run out by a couple of centimetres, but that was all she wrote, and in the end they end up on walking stick 77. Castellina still with just the 1 win in the series as we look through the scorecards of the second half of match 47.
Well, Indica Sen was a top scorer, making 31 of 19 deliveries, but unfortunately that just wasn't enough for his side, as he didn't have enough support with all the players around him. Umayanga showed a bit of fight, made 14 of 9, but outside of that, no real scores of note. Then we move on to the bowling card, and you have to say it was pretty good for RBMS. They decided to experiment a little bit. Watching Saiful here with his ambidextrous bowling was very entertaining. Of course, Rajiv Ahmed, 1 for 7. He was really good, but the pick of the bowlers has to be the captain, Anik Ahmed. Very good performance for him, made 17 runs of just 8 deliveries. Then he also went on and bowled superbly. As in the end, Roma Bangla Morning Sun will take this one by 58 runs. Of course, we'll be back in just about 17 minutes time with a huge matchup between Chent Lanka and the Roma Gladiatori. That one's going to be massive in the race for the semifinals. Join us in 17 minutes.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Welcome back for match 48 of this great ECS here in Italy. Kent Lunka and Roma Gladiatori are going to battle it out in a crucial matchup. Let's head over to the coin toss.
Kent Lanka, you are the home team, so you will toss the coin. Roma Gladiatori, you are the away team, so you will call.
Okay.
There you go.
Head.
Heads has been called. It's come down tails, so you've won the toss. Okay, so toss has been won by Kent Lanka, and they will bowl first.
Thank you very much to match referee Ian Ramage, who is there alongside both captains. Nicola Fernando for Kent Lanka and Jitendra Prakash for the Gladiatori. As we, of course, take a look at this fantasy dashboard. Kent Lanka 2-7, Roma Gladiatori 4-8. A rough start for both those teams. As, of course, we just take a look at their top points getters. Nicola Fernando really came alive these last couple of days with some big performances. He's leading the way for Kent Lanka with 681 points. Mukhtiar Singh with 702 for the Gladiatori. Zadran as well. I think he's been very impressive. I've enjoyed watching him play. 530 points for him, and he's worth 8.5. We then take a look at the bat versus ball wall, as of course Kent Lanka expected to score 106, the Gladiatori's 110. 4-run favorites, the Gladiatori. And as you can see, both these sides, they're quite evenly matched. Although I think the last match between these two teams didn't quite go that way. Of course, we'll discuss that throughout the broadcast of this match. And let's take a look at the win predictor. Of course, it's Gladiatori are 9% favorites in this match. Just slightly favored over Kent Lanka. I'd say that's about 60-40. And yeah, this should be very exciting between these two teams. Of course, a lot on the line in this match. I'd have to say it's must win for both these teams. It's going to be Nicola Fernando, the skipper, bowling the first over. We've seen him do that a few times this series. Here we go. Ball number one. Played nicely, finds the gap. It's going to be quite a chase. That's a good work by Vimukti and Denuan. Nice little bit of catch between the two of them. We're going to see the left-hander, Niazi, and of course, well, looks like, is Fernando going to go around or over the wicket? Yeah, it just looks like the batsman was standing in the wrong position. He's going to go back to the right side, so he's going to go over the wicket to the left-hander. Of course, the last time these two teams played each other, it was a rather one-sided game. The Gladiatori had one of their best batting performances ever, making 148 runs. Oh, that's a great ball. That looks really close. Is that out? Yes, it is. It's a slow finger of death by umpire Nirmal. And Niazi departs for a golden duck. We'll get to say a very good morning to Derek really soon. This is a terrific ball by Fernando. Dead straight, nice and full, and it strikes him flush on the pad. As it's goodbye. Yep, that one was about as plumb as it gets. And a very good morning to Derek. Golden Derek is out to greet Munib Niazi. Most unfortunate for him, as he doesn't get the score he desired. And there it is. Take another look at that one again. Niazi, of course, didn't feature in the last game between these two teams. As we're going to see Kulwinder come out to bat for the Gladiatori. Kulwinder Ram. Great start here. And, well, is he going over the wicket? No. Or is this another case of the batsman just standing in the wrong position? Well, this is interesting. He's going over. Well, I've never seen Nicola Fernando go over to any right-handers. Let's see how this goes. Wait a minute. What's he done here? He's just changed his action. Now holding a bit of seam. Well, this is really, really interesting. Fernando just decides to bowl a lot. Just completely change his bowling style. Well, I wonder what's convinced him to do that. Maybe there's just a little tidbit of information he has about these two batsmen. But again, I find that all rather odd, considering he's done perfectly fine as a left-arm slow bowler. And again, in the middle of the over, just decides to change what he's doing. Actually bowling quite well, you have to say, as a left-arm seam bowler. So maybe, well, he's a very versatile cricketer, clearly, Niccolo Fernando. Good batsman, and now also proves he can excel at two different forms of bowling. Gladiatori off to a rough start. 3 for 1 at the end of the first. As, of course, is a good chance to remind you, we've just got 5 days to go until Europe's finest take the field at Cardama. It's going to be the Euros of Cricket, the European Cricket Championship. We've got some great newcomers joining this year's party, as well as seasoned veterans. It's not too long now until the first ball, just 5 days away. Of course, this time next week, it'll be a finals day for Group A. Who do you all think is going to make that? Just get some of your predictions in for that. That could be very exciting. Some very good teams in Group A. I love that we're starting off with one of the more entertaining groups, as well, Tyre Khan's just about to come in the ball. Had a little bit of a chat with him before this game. Got a chance to learn a lot about him. Very intelligent man. You know, excels at more than just cricket. A legal expert, fantastic solicitor. Now this one is played away. Is it going to beat the fielders? No, it isn't. That's going to find Shaminda in just a single. Oh, this one is just hit down the ground. It's going to go to the fielder at mid-off. It's going to be quite a chase for Vimukti. But the batsman will scamper across in time. Yeah, good start here for Kent Lanka. Again, I don't think their record really reflects what sort of a team they are. I mean, they've lost a lot of close encounters. There have been a lot of games they've been hanging in there until quite late, and that's a little bit of a mistake there by Tyre Khan. Just straying onto the pads, immediately raises his hand in acknowledgement. He knows he got that one wrong, and it's just helped away very nicely by Mubarak Hussain. Of course, Hussain tormented Kent Lanka last time these two teams played each other. He made 74 of just 24 deliveries. That's a strike rate of 308. Absolutely mind-boggling. Struck 9 fours, 6 maximos. And they want to see backside of him really soon here. Kent Lanka, this is a low full toss. I wouldn't say a low full toss, actually fairly high full toss. He's going to get away with this, and very sloppy cricket there by Kent Lanka. A lot went wrong for them that ball. It's a rank full toss in all honesty. And then a rare misfield again. I think that one is a touch and go, but I think it's just fine. I think it's just fine. Oh, this one again, just straying onto the pads. It's going to go all the way. Mubarak Hussain smacks his second maximo of the innings, and again, just swivels on the spot and whacks it over square leg. And you can just hear Niccolo Fernando, his captain, just encouraging him, saying, "Come on, TK, come on." And very experienced player, Tyre Khan. Very intelligent man as well. Seen him do quite well throughout this series. Again, quite good at all three facets of the game. As we'll just take a look at this ball. This one is played away. It's going to take a bounce before going to the boundary rope. That's going to be a 4. As Hussain just piling on the misery here for Kent Lunka. That over goes a magical 20 off it. A rather expensive one. And a strong response by the Gladiatori after a cheap first over for Kent Lunka. As we, of course, take a look at the standings and remind you why this match matters so much. I mean, this game is pretty much a must-win for both these sides if they want any hope of displacing Asian Latina from the 4th spot. A loss here would pretty much rule the losing side out of the race to the semifinals. This one is just worked behind point. It's going to go away, run away for a boundary. So Ram, he's been having the best seat in the house for Mubarak Hussein's innings, and he decides to join in on the action as well. Just plays that behind 4. Fernando now, he's just asking everyone to just take a few steps across on the behind point. They're continuing to roll seam up here. Fernando, this is just going to be a single. Very interesting, really. You know, I wonder why he decided to change. I mean, things seem to be going fine for him the last few days. He's been the star performer for this Kent Lunka side, along with Rishal Jayawardena. Ooh, this one's a rank full toss, a very poor delivery. It's a Gundy ball, as this one is just going to get smacked away. Just gets some bat on that and hammers it behind third man. As we just take a look at that. That one is absolutely fine. No question of a no ball there, but still very poor delivery. As Mubarak Hussein will be thinking Christmas has come early. A lot of gifts being presented to him. Oh, this one is belted. Absolutely belted. It's going to go all the way. This is a huge 6. And it's just going to land, well, a little bit to the right of the ambulance. There's some of our medical staff who have been so good. Yeah, they're treating a lot of these players. Great hit over there. That is not at all easy to hit it that far. And again, it's more of the same, a bit of deja vu for Kent Lunka. Mubarak Hussein going along just like he was the last time these two sides faced each other. Oh, this is played away again. Just a bit too straight there and a bit too short for Nico Fernando. And he swivels on the spot, smacks it behind square leg. Again, Hussein, top scorer for the Gladiatori so far this series. Also the 5th highest run getter in this ECS, as this one's just been signaled as 6. We have a confirmation of that. .314 runs in the 11 innings he played before the start of this match. He's averaging just under 30, but look at that strike rate, 198. As, of course, we resume with live action, and, well, we just had an interesting moment there. Mubarak Hussein was running to the danger end. We'll just give you a chance to see that. Very casual there by Rishal Jayawardena. I don't know what he's trying to do. And he's going to manage to make his way back in time. As the power play will come to an end over here. Gladiatori should be 47 for 1 at the end of this power play. Of course, just to have the score up for you to confirm. A little bit expensive, that Nicolo Fernando over. 24 runs coming off it. Started off really well, but they've lost their way very quickly, Kent Lunka, after a good start. And this one is struck away, and it's going to be taken at backward point. A good catch there by the young man, Stefano Canhala. Yeah, just a bit of a miscue, and it's pops up, and it's going to be a nice, easy catch. And after a really good innings, it'll unfortunately be the end of Mubarak Hossain. He has to depart. Well, I believe that's a cool win. The run has actually been dismissed there. Sorry to that little bit of confusion. We can confirm that now. Now this one is played away behind square. I think it's going to be a tough catching opportunity. And the fielder decided to be rather brave and attack it. Francis Nimonza. And unfortunately, it's going to slip by him as well. So no catch. And worst of all, it goes away for a boundary. Again, stellar effort. You can just see he's lost a bit of his footing as well while he's sliding. And the Denuwan struck for a boundary immediately after getting a wicket. So a great start here from Mukhtiar Singh. What a terrific introduction. And they're just going to get rid of the fielder who was out in the deep over there. They bring him back into the ring, and instead they move the fielder who was inside the ring at cover out. And just a little fielding change there by the captain, Fernando. Oh, has that taken an edge? It looks like it has. You can hear a click, and then the bowler's reaction indicates the same as well. Let's just take another look at this. It's probably not the best ball in the world, but again, we've seen this happen a few times in cricket. Little glove through to the keeper, and unfortunately, just not able to hold on. Rishal Jayawardene, usually such a good wicket keeper, but rare error from him there. Again, he sets a very high standard for himself, so he'll be extremely disappointed. He's not managed to cling on to that. No, this is absolutely belted right out of the middle of the bat. It's a good effort by the fielder. That's Shaminda. Anytime the ball goes to him, you're just expecting him to take a spectacular catch. Already dominated the highlight reels with his catching ability. And again, just look at that great vertical jump. Good effort. But Mubarak Hossain, well, it's more of the same. Once again, he's tormenting Kent Lanka. This one's popped up in the air. It's a catching chance. It's going to go to the fielder. It's a simple enough catch. As a Mubarak Hossain just falls short of his 50. No real celebration there by the fielder. That's Vim Kuthi who's taken the catch. No backflip either. Well, that's very interesting. And immediately Mubarak Hossain, you can just tell from his reaction, knows he's mistimed it. And well taken by Vim Kuthi out in the deep. Denuwan gets his second wicket of the over. But again, they know that Mubarak Hossain has done plenty of damage, making a 45 of just 14 deliveries. The new batsman is going to be Zadran. This one is very tamely just tapped back to the bowler, and it's going to be a dot ball. As we, of course, come to the end of this fourth over. Shanamkul Zadran yet to get off the mark, but very interesting story really for Zadran. As we, of course, just remind you how this gladiatory run rate is looking, but really, Zadran started off his career mostly as a bowler for this gladiatory side. His first couple of years, he was averaging 2 and 5 with the bat in hand. But I think the beautiful thing about all the cricket that now a lot of these players are getting to play, the improved facilities as well, because of the investment in the sport. You know, he's clearly a player who's benefited from it. I mean, his average is now just under 17, which again, very decent for a middle order batsman, especially when he's batting with a strike rate just under 170. I mean, a lot of times he'll be coming in late in an innings in a situation where About an over or two left. He's just got to whack the ball as much as he can. And he's also played some handy innings here for the Gladiatori. He was involved in some of their wins with good little cameos lower down the order. So yeah, just watching his development is very good. Taking 9 wickets as well so far this series. Just going back to his bowling, he's improved as a bowler too. So continues to get better as a bowler. And now he's also earned himself a promotion up the order with his batting, which is a very good story. As we, of course, take a look at that. That one should be fine. No question of why there will be one for the over, though. And this one is always placed straight to the fielder at a backward square leg. And again, wasn't the cleanest collection by Francis Nimantha. Oh, is this a close one? This one's, oh, I just wonder if that one's going to go on to hit the stumps. Might take another look at that. Where's the impact? The impact is probably a question mark. Ooh, that's a tight one. That's definitely a tight one. Oh, that looks very close to me. Wouldn't have been too upset if the umpire had given that one out. Oh, this is absolutely belted, crunched away. And I think he's taken that one very well. There's Shaminda. As this one is yeah, really well taken. A little bit spicy as it goes away towards Shaminda. Yeah, this is nicely played away. It's just going to be a single 10 the over. Singh was contemplating a second, but as Adran makes the right call to turn down the second run. As the Gladiatori are 62 for 3, and we of course welcome you here into the country box. Hi everyone, Nish Button, of course Mr. Maximo Vinisundu will be alongside me for the rest of this day. He's just gone for a little brief interview he has to take part in. But yeah, this has been a really, really good performance so far by the Gladiatori. They're 62 for 3 halfway through the innings. Again, as we emphasize at the top of this broadcast, this is a must-win game for both these teams. Whoever loses this match, well, it could pretty much knock them out of the race to the semifinals. As Mubarak Hussain, as of course was the one who led the Roma Gladiatori, making 45 of 14, clubbing 6 Maximos, and really that's what's put Kent Lunka behind the 8 ball over here. Gonna see Shaminda. Now takes some pace off that ball again. Singh was halfway through his shot by the time the ball passed his bat. You can just see one of his teammates saying off peg, put it on the off peg. Not bad advice, as this one is way too wide. Jayawardena probably doesn't cover himself in glory either, but oh, this is very poor there by Kent Lunka. They'll be disappointed by that. It's the wide, plus another couple of runs. I think they're just a bit slow over there in the field. Got to get the ball back quicker again. You know, with the dismissal of Hussain, you know, this is a big opportunity for them to slow down the Gladiators' scoring. This one is again mistimed, but gonna go away for a single again. Doesn't quite get hold of the ball the way he wanted. And yeah, I mean, Hussain, obviously the 5th highest run getter so far this series. He's been batting exceptionally well. But outside of that, not enough runs for the Gladiatori. Oh, Zadran gets hold of this, and he absolutely belts it again. There's a player who we talked about an over ago. Someone who's improved so much with his batting over the last couple of years. Great hit there by Zadran. And now that is a beautiful looking shot right out of the screws. Oh, and he absolutely gets a hold of this one as well. And it's just going to sail over the ice cube. You can just see Mr. Maximo right behind the ice cube. having a quick and important call. Drawn now, just putting the pressure back on Katalunka after they snuck in a quiet over once Hussein was out. Again, the Gladiatori, they've left their best batting performances for the matches they play against Katalunka. That's going to be a wide. Jay Wardena kind of overdoes it, trying to throw it back onto the stumps. Another swing and a miss, and again a big shout there by the batsman after he misses it. And Zadran also a very tough cookie. I mean, we saw him nursing an injury a few days ago and still battling through it and playing well. Oh, inside edge, straight towards the keeper. Has this been stumped? This is going to be very interesting to see, as umpire Nilmel is going to request that we have another look at this. This goes to the third umpire. Let's just see what's going to happen here. Inside edge, into the pitch. Are the bails whipped off before he grounds the bat? Ooh, I think Zadran's made it back just on time, but let's just see. You go back one frame over here and just see, is the bat still in the air when the bails come off? There we go. I think these are the frames that are going to make this decision. Is there a bit of a gap between the bat and the turf? Oh, you would really need to have a look at the frame that was between the two frames we were able to see. And I think just because of the inconclusive nature of that, Zadran is going to get away. So a very tight call there as Zadran survives. 79 for 3 at the end of 6 overs. That was a very tight call. Of course, the umpire is a third umpire is Suleiman Saeed. He decides it's not out. There it is, Kavinda Karunaika continuing after bowling a very good 5th over. Can Zadran, though, continue his good form? Oh, absolutely belts this one. But it's going to go straight to the fielder, Shaminda, at long on. Oh, this is a good short delivery. And they're going to get a run over here. Leg by signaled by the umpire. Let's just see this. Should be fine for height, of course, since it's just, I think, yeah, come off the torso. Rather painful as well for Singh. Good thing, of course, he's wearing a helmet. Doesn't hit his head, but he was a little further up. Could have been in a bit of trouble, as this one is just going to swipe across the line here, Zadran. And again, Karunaika doing a fine job during this spell. Keeping things very tight. 8 runs off the 2 overs he's bowled. Of course, 2 of those runs that come from leg buys, which is why it's only 6 runs given up by him. And that's another swing and a miss again. Just losing his shape. There's Zadran. You know, we've seen him hit some good shots when he stays nice and still, maintains his balance, and I think that's what Singh is just going to go and have a word with him about. Says, just back yourself, stay steady, keep a nice still head, and you've got the power to clear the boundary. 1 ball to come. Good ball here. Really good ball by Karunaika. As the over will come to an end. Fine bit of bowling by Kavinda Karunaika. Just easily been the most impressive of the Kent Lunka bowlers we've seen so far. As of course, we just take a look at our 2023 calendar as we're currently here in Rome, our second series in Italy. And after this, we got the ECC break, the biggest tournament of the year, the Euros of cricket. After that, we've got 3 more countries we're visiting: Croatia, going back to Malta for some second helpings before rounding out the year in Spain. That will be a terrific series brought to you in Barcelona. So lots of action to come. It's just been another wonderful year on the European Cricket Network. And going to more and more countries, bringing more games than ever to you. You just got a slight hold up over here. Of course, Denuwan is going to bowl this 8th over. And he's just earned himself a bit of a reputation as a death over specialist. Has a lot of good variations up his sleeve. This is another one that Zadran will just swing and miss it. Again, this needs to stay nice and still. I think Mukhtiar Singh, if you can see him at the other end, he's getting really frustrated. Although, mind you, Zadran still scored more runs than he has. And I think it's just that Mukhtiar knows what Zadran is capable of. So, there you go. Let's just see if he can get a nice balanced shot over here. Oh, and there it is. Gets a hold of it. And he absolutely belts it again. As long as he gets some bat on it, you know it's going to travel the distance. That's another 6 for this powerful hitter. Player who is growing so much as a cricketer. And he's developing into a wonderful middle order batsman. A great closer for this Gladiatori team who, well, even if they miss out on the semifinals this year, I would back them to potentially improve for future ECS, as of course this one's just going to take an edge, go over the keeper's head, and the throw is straight at Singh's bat. There we go. Not often you see that. Oh, this is another nice looking shot, but it goes straight to the fielder, and Nico Fernando, a rare drop for the skipper of this Kent Lunka team. And you can see he's just going for that big boundary at cow corner. And Fernando, usually a very safe pair of hands for his team. That's a rare drop by him. He's just taking some pace off the ball over there, Denuwan. And it's going to beat his keeper as well. And Jayawardena, just a few errors from him this innings. Again, usually so good with the gloves. 7 runs of extras so far this innings. Yeah, this is absolutely hammered. A great hit by Singh. Well, doesn't find the fielder over there. He smashes it well over the boundary rope. As this is just an outstanding hit right out of the screws. Well, a little bit of a dilemma here for Kent Lunka, just to see who's going to bowl these last couple of overs. Are they going to stick with Tahir Khan and Shaminda, even though they were expensive in their first over? I mean, they do have a number of other options. If we just look at their lineup, maybe go with someone like Nimantha again. Haven't seen him bowl much since his early appearance this tournament, where I thought he was quite impressive bowling, but again, he's quite a young man, and it just seems like Kent Lunka don't quite trust him in pressure situations. Also got a young Cheyenne Fernando. Was super impressed by his bowling, but he just hasn't been given the ball either since about the second game, as this one's popped up in the air. And I think it's going to be the aforementioned Nimantha converging underneath it. And it just goes past him there. Going to land safely. Yeah, doesn't really make an attempt at that either. He just loses track of the ball. Singh will absolutely hammer this one as it travels well above the fence. Another humongous hit as Mukhtiar Singh, of course, started off a little bit slow. 9 of just 9 at the beginning of his innings, but since then, and his last 3 deliveries, he's been finding the fence with ease. And that time he's just unable to connect on that one by Shaminda. Probably not a line and length he'll want to continue to bowl at. It's also the wrong shot selection, in all honesty. Doesn't need to belt everything towards cow corner. This time, though, he will look to hit one. Is it going to find a fielder? No, it isn't. It's been deposited right back to the dugout. And it's another 6 for Singh. 4th maximo of his innings. Now, this over is becoming a really expensive one for Shaminda. And again, just loses his balance. And we're just going to take another look at that one. Is this a wide or not? Let's just see. Ooh, well, it maybe catches the line, but... Oh, goes for a huge heave again. And just loses his shape as he advances down the wicket. Again, you know, some of these players are really talented. You just like to see them keep their balance and stay nice and steady and firm. They'd probably still be able to clear the boundary. As of course, I just take a look at the bowling figures. Ishan Shaminda, that second over was a really expensive one. And in general, it's we've had a couple of good performances from some of the bowlers, but otherwise there have been a few expensive bowlers as well. As Tahir Khan will bowl the final over. His first one was rather expensive. He bowled the second over. And again, Ken Lanka just sticking with experience. Oh, that's going to be a wide. Well, Tahir Khan doesn't agree with that decision by the umpire. Let's just take another look at it. Oh, there's going to be more overthrows happening live right now. There's going to be more overthrows happening, and even more. Oh, this is the third overthrow on this delivery alone. This is all rather comedic. Oh, this is hilarious stuff. I mean, what's going on here for Kent Lanka? And this is very silly by Jayawardene. Not the first time he's done that today. And then this one beats Tahir Khan. And then Jayawardene again. Just a little too casual. And again, Kent Lanka, remember, they're playing in a huge game. You know, I mean, losing this match will pretty much rule them out of the semifinals. You'd like to see them just be a bit more focused, a bit more locked in. Oh, that was probably very wide as well. But Singh will just bail out Tahir Khan. And believe it or not, that's going to be the first legal delivery of the over. And I think Tahir Khan better thank Mukhtiar Singh for that. That was a very, very wide delivery. This one is going straight down the ground. Shaminda's going to make an effort. Just for a second, we wondered whether we were going to see another spectacular catch from him. It fell short. Just a 1 run. Oh, there's an edge over there. It's going to go over the fielder's head. That was a very wide delivery, too. In all honesty, I think Mukhtiar Singh has just helped Tahir Khan get away with a couple of wides. Is it going to be more overthrows? Is it going to be 2 runs of overthrows? Zadran was a little bit slow running to the striker's end, and I think he might be in some trouble. Again, it was Mukhtiar Singh right at the onset who almost seemed to anticipate that Jayawardene was going to miss it. And as we see the very beginning of this delivery when, as I mentioned, needlessly plays a shot at that. And you can just see on your screen that Mukhtiar Singh was out of the gates immediately. And this is what matters. Zadran A little bit slow, a little bit casual. Is he going to make it back on time? I don't think he has. I think his bat's still up in the air. And look at Zadran. He's already halfway towards the dugout. I don't think he's even waiting for the decision. He knows he's out. Yeah, just a little bit disappointing by him. Should have been sliding his bat all the way. It was a little bit slow running as well. And yeah, this has been a very funny over. I don't think either side has covered themselves with glory. It's been full of errors. It's been a very error-strewn over. Both sides making a lot of mistakes. But Gladiatori, of course, still in the healthier position of these two teams as new batsman takes a middle stump guard. And we still have 3 deliveries left in this over. Oh, slower ball there by Tahir Khan. Really good slower ball. That deceives Jakir, the new batsman. Oh, another slower ball. Singh had already charged out. And I think this is a good work by Jayawardena. I think when we look at this replay, we'll just have confirmation that he's run out, and absolutely immediately given by the umpire at square leg. And Mukhtiar Singh absolutely livid with himself, punching his bat in anger. As we got 1 ball left in this innings. Again, Mukhtiar Singh desperately wanted to be on strike for the final ball. He's been seeing it well. He's been striking it nicely. He made 31 runs off the 18 balls he faced. And this means it's going to be the new player is coming out to bat. I think it's Zulkarnain Ali. Just going to await confirmation. Yeah, Tahir Khan has recovered well after starting the over rather poorly with all those wides. Final ball of the innings. And again, it just deceives him with the lack of pace. Zulkarnain Ali, they only get 1 run. Well, maybe they could have pushed for the second. You might as well. You got nothing to lose. As the Gladiatori end up on 121. And it's still a very good total from their point of view. Should be a very competitive chase in the second innings. And of course, both teams are fighting for a spot in the semifinal. We just see some smiles there between Ali and Tahir Khan. Very interesting innings, of course. We saw some highs and lows, as of course we'll get to see some of those highs and lows in this highlights package that's coming up. Of course, started off so well, didn't it? Munib Niazi dismissed for a golden duck. Nicola Fernando decided to bowl some left arm seam rather than the spin he usually bowls. This was second over of Tahir Khan. It was rather expensive, went for 20 runs. Mubarak Hussain was so good, made 45 of 14. The third Nicola Fernando over as well. The last one of the power play was rather expensive too, 23 of that. As Gladiatori recovered very well from a poor first over, which went 3 for 1 and ended up 46 for 1 at the end of the power play. This was a good catch taken by young Stefano Kanhala. It would be the end of Kulwinder Ram. Good effort there by the fielder in the deep. That was Francis Nimantha. But we would still see some good clean hitting by fourth wicket partnership. Mukhtiar Singh and Zadran came on, both seeing the ball really well. At times maybe just overdoing it by losing their shape, trying to overhit the ball. And this was a very sharp bit of work by Jayawardena, who had a very mixed innings with the gloves. Of course, we saw some of his incredible abilities, but he also made a few errors that he normally wouldn't. We're just seeing some late fireworks from Mukhtiar Singh at the end. He clubbed 3 maximos as he made 31 of 18. And this will be the end of Zadran, who was run out on 25 of 18. A good throw there by Danuwan. And Mukhtiar Singh was desperately trying to make it to the striker's end for the final ball of the innings. He unfortunately wasn't able to do that. But the Gladiatori ended up on 121 for 5. So we'll have a quick look at the scorecard. Mubarak Hussain was the top scorer, making 45 of 14. He clubbed 6 maximos and 1 boundary. Munib Niazi was dismissed for a golden duck, a good bit of bowling by Nico Fernando. And then the other scores of note are, of course, Mukhtiar Singh with his 31 of 18, as well as Zadran with his 25. As we take a look at the bowling figures, a couple of good performances there, mainly Kononayaka, who gave up just 7 runs over his 2 overs. The other one was a little bit expensive, but he did manage to pick up a couple of wickets. Outside of that, though, most of the bowlers were just a tad too expensive, as Kent Lanka, well, they really need to find a way to come up with 122 runs in this second innings if they want to have any hope of making it to the semi-final. Join us in just a few moments when we bring you The Chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back. Kent Lunka are taking on the Roma Gladiatori. And as you can just see on your screen, the Gladiatori made 121 runs as well, this is a very interesting target for Kent Lunka to try to chase down again. We know they just keep coming up short in these chases. Are they finally going to get lucky in one of these as Zadran starts off with a rather wide delivery? Again, we were talking quite a bit about Zadran and his growth as a cricketer in the first innings. A very heartwarming story on the European Cricket Network, but of course, he's going to bowl this first over. No, that's a good ball. That's where it needs to be. Perfect length. A nice Yorker length. And well, we just see it gets this spot on. Really hard for Fernando to play that again. Lots of pressure on this opening partnership as always to do the bulk of the scoring for Kent Lunka. Oh, he shouts to catch it, but it's beating the bat. No edge over there. God, they've just brought a fine leg in and sent a fielder out to long on. Again, kind of have to have a cow corner when you're going up against Fernando. He pretty much scores the bulk of his runs through that region. Doesn't really even care where the fielders are positioned. He just backs himself to smack it over their head, ball after ball. So, yeah, I'm surprised he wasn't there right from the start of the over. Oh, this one's top edge. This is going to be a catching chance. Oh, it goes over the fielder. That's Kulwinder Ram, who batted fairly decently in the first innings. As we come to the fifth ball of this over, it's going to be Jayawardena facing. He's done really well. Started this tournament off terrifically, making 350s in 5 matches, but well, he's been a bit of a spot of bother. His last 3 innings have been very low scoring. A couple of ducks, and he also just scored 4. So again, he's just been brought back down to earth lately. Mostly just yesterday, that was a rough day for him when Kent Lunka had 3 games. He'll be hoping to find his form back today. Oh, great ball by Zadran. Great ball. That would beat many a good batsman as we just take another look at this. Yeah, it's in that channel. Very hard to play for Jayawardena, as the first over is a really good one for the Gladiatori. Only 2 runs off it. As of course, this is a good chance to remind you it's been 317 matches since we last had a golden ball. And well, this might be our big chance to get a golden ball here. I mean, again, how thrilling would it be? 2 teams battling it out to make it to the semifinals. And we get a golden ball to decide it. And of course, I've got the great pleasure of being joined by Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu in the commentary box. Great to have you back here for this innings.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. Sorry I missed the first half. I was doing an interview with Ian in the UK, who's from a podcast called Stumps, Umps and Beer Pumps, which I think is a pretty cool name. And yeah, we were talking a little bit of ECC. It's called Stumps, Umps and Beer Pumps. And the beer pumps is to do with the area that he's from in England, actually. It's kind of a bit of a brewing history around that area. So I had a good chat with him about all things ECN and obviously looking ahead to the ECC, the Euros coming up, and then also talking a little bit of ECL qualification with Wimbledon qualifying, talking about the experience that the Hornchurch guys had, and just a little bit more about what we do, so that was fun. But anyway, right now, Kent Lunka kind of in the game, aren't they? Jayawardena facing up here. Called a wide. But yeah, top order has to fire, I think, for Kent Lunka to be in the frame here. That ball's probably easier to cut than cut and pull. Niazi, good to see him back bowling. I mean, I know he's had a few issues. He had a rolled an ankle and had some other issues that were preventing him bowling. We haven't seen him keeping a fair bit, but he looks like he's approaching full fitness again.
Oh, this one is absolutely belted by Jayawardene. He's going to get off the mark in style. Great hit. He gets underneath that ball so well. It's a great angle of elevation. And that was more than enough to clear the boundary rope. Yeah, just going back to that podcast name, I mean, beer and cricket, that's like the two biggest passions of many Englishmen.
And that is true. Warm beer. You got to mention warm beer. It's you got to keep warm somehow. That's a good shot by Jayawardene, though. This guy does have a bit of ECI experience as well. Just, I suppose Nia's getting a bit closer to him that time. He's right in his wheelhouse.
Oh, this one is absolutely middled as well. The fielder puts up an effort for the cameras, but it was never going to be anywhere near him. You need a giraffe out at long on to have a chance at that. Another great hit for Jayawardene, and hopefully he's just turned his form around after a very rough day yesterday where he made 4 runs over 3 games.
Yeah, it wasn't a day to remember, but yeah, new day, new possibilities. Same kind of ball from Niazi and disappears. And don't forget the situation of the Gladiators. To have any chance of making the finals, Gladiators need to win twice today and win well twice. To at least put a bit of pressure on Asian Latina to get a result tomorrow. They lose this one, then they're out of the picture completely.
Oh, this one's an edge. It's going to fly away all the way. That one's gone the distance as well. And again, just threw everything at it. And with modern back technology, these edges will always fly away for 6.
Yeah, it's a bit unlucky, really, to be honest. Niazi changes the angle. Actually works out pretty well. But, yeah, disappeared for another 6. So Niazi's gone magical. And maybe wants the gloves back the way things are going. 2 to come in the second over. Shake it off. Next ball.
Oh, this is another huge one. There's a chance for the fielder. It's hung up in the air for an age, and he puts in a great effort. And has it gone the distance? Well,
I think what he's done, he's actually made a good stop, but then he's bounced over the rope. So I actually think this is going to be 6. Just look at where this ball bounces, right? See, here it looks legal, but where does the first bounce? It is over the rope. See? So it's actually a brilliant effort, but it's going to be 6. And so things not getting a lot better for Niazi.
Yeah, you can just see it brushes the top of the rope on the way down, although third umpire is Suleiman Saeed. Let's see what's his verdict. Let's just take another look at that.
It's a clean hit, but your problem is he hasn't hit it back in the field of play. So it's going to be 6, and they call it correctly. That's great work by the officials, and also outstanding work by our crew at Spring Productions.
Standing work, yep, just landing on the top of the rope. And 6s galore over here for Rishal Jayawardene to start off. 4 consecutive 6s.
And that's the sort of one that if you didn't have the technology, you'd think he'd stop that. You know, it's just you had to spot that one bounce. On the way back into the field of play, it actually bounced outside the field of play. Excellent work by the officials. But yeah, you're right about Jayawardene. Maybe a bit fortunate a couple of times. Got to say the fielder did pretty well there to get a play on that. Just the start they want, though. Just the over they want. It could go supersonic with another boundary here.
Oh, this one is up in the air as well. It's hanging up for an age. It could be a chance here for Zudran. He slightly misjudges it. And it goes past him, although Lanka will only get 1 run from that.
Yeah, into the over 29 without loss. I think they just take the one in the end because they know that Jayawardene is on fire and he wants to keep batting and he'll retain the strike. Zudran just needed to zig when he zagged there. And so it takes us to the end of 2. And you can see here, Gladiatori, if they can win 2 games, they can get up to 12 points. And Asian Latina are on 12 points. Again, it's an outside chance, but it's a chance for Kent Lanka. I just don't see a team being able to handle 7 losses and make it. But still, they've probably got other goals now, which is just to win a few matches and spoil the party for some of these other teams. As Kulvin Aram is going to bowl over number 3.
Kulvin Aram, he's got a long on and a fielder at cow corner for Jayawardene. See a bit of spin at the end of the power play. This one is a smack down the ground, right where there's no fielder. Beautiful looking shot, very safe shot as well. Plays it on the ground nicely, and this is just what I love about Jayawardene. You know, he shows us his brutality with some power hitting. Now he just shows us some class. Nice shot with the full face of the bat.
What a shot. Yeah, I'm a big believer when you're hot, you're hot. And Jay Wardner, he wanted the strike, he gets it, and he bangs a 4 all the way along the carpet first ball.
And a much better bowling response here by Ram. He's going to get a dot ball.
Hello to Jamie Dodger. Good to see you in the chat, Jamie. How's things? How do you feel about Wimbledon qualifying for ECL? Did you know that? And also, I believe maybe one of their players might be playing in the England 11 coming up in the ECC.
Just rocks back because it's a shorter delivery, but he's going to find the fielder at long on.
Fernando, a capable hitter, but he hasn't had the start he wanted here. 2 off 6. And he's a bit of a Sophie's choice here. Does he just take the one, give the strike back to Jay Wardner with 2 balls left in the power play, or does he risk playing a shot of his own? Let's have a look.
Goes for the huge hit again. Just a bit too short there by Ram. And it's a beautiful horizontal bat shot there by Fernando. And again, just takes him 1 ball to find his groove. That one's disappeared miles away.
Well, he had the decision made for him because this was just a filthy half tracker really from Govinda, and it got absolutely met. That's got a mile over the fence. So Fernando gets his innings going, and a good power play this. Up to 40 now, and still 2 to come for Kent Lanka.
Oh, it goes big again. Is he going to clear the fielder? Oh, he most certainly will. That is easy for him. Goes well over the fence. And it's back-to-back 6s. Another over that's going magical for Kent Lanka.
Well, that didn't last long, that delivery, or that ball, because it's been lost, and we'll get another ball. Yeah, just way too short from Govinda. Kent Lanka in such a good position now. 17 off this over. Could it be another magical one?
Oh, slightly over-pitched, but he inside edges it onto his own foot. That's really painful for the Kent Lanka skipper. Oh, he's gonna lie down for a bit. Oh, that's just caught him. Really painful place right on the side of the foot. And he's gonna have a couple of gladiatory players just approaching him as he. And I just wonder if there's going to be some medical personnel attending him.
Well, you know what this means. He's going to have to answer the 7 questions, which now you need to get magic spray. They've tightened the criteria. Who was it the other day? Failed the exam, and they just put the magic spray back in the back pocket. Well, the medic, here we go. Well, Shoop's coming on with the magic spray. So they've decided that he's quicker.
Oh, Shoop's more lenient. There's no way he'll ask 7 questions. Maybe 1.
Shoop doesn't know 7 questions, so I think it'll be fine. Let's have a look. All right, he's just no questions, just straight into it. Nico Fernando fouling that one onto his ankle. Always gets a good crowd, the magic spray as well. There's a crowd of about 5 or 6 there. Nico will spring up, probably win a high jump gold medal if you needed one. He's also getting 3 helmets. That might be for the keeper actually. There's Zulkarnain Ali. Not in the, he is in the side actually, but he's also running the helmets. Nico, I think, is fine. We've got to the end of 3 overs. The score 46 without loss. And they've got that rate down from 12.2 and over down to 10.85 and over required. So let's just see if Kent Lanka can continue to build this partnership.
Kent Lanka, they've frequently got off to great starts at the power play. It's not uncommon to see them 45 for 1 or 45 for no loss at the end of a power play. But the thing with them is they just lose momentum in the middle overs. Usually when one of their top order departs, they can't quite sustain that same run rate. So that's going to be the big challenge for them here. Again,
yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. They probably don't have the depth that some other teams have with the bat. And so important that they do most of this with the top 2 or 3 as we're going to get Muktia Singh bowling over number 4.
This one is hit straight to the fielder at cover, and yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've come up short in so many of these chases. They've been in a number of close chases, and you just hope that they finally get lucky in one of them. A little bit too short. It's going to be worked away by Jawar. That's going to be quite a chase for the fielder, but he's going to lose this chase. It goes away for 4. Smart cricket by Jawar. Doesn't overhit it. Knows it's a bad ball. Works it away where there's no fielder.
Yeah, exactly. Knew it that there was a big gap there, so that was smart. Didn't have a big swing on it. He just used the pace Excellent stuff. And the 50 and the 50 partnership come up for Kent Lanke here at the start of the fourth over. Muktia has that knack of breaking partnerships though. Can he break this one?
Oh, this one I think just stays a lot lower than Jayawardene anticipated, especially on a surface where usually the bounce is pretty true.
It bounces from the keeper onto the stumps, but luckily for the batter, the foot never left terra firma.
Great partnership, 50 runs of just 21 deliveries by these two. That is really, really wide. And again, the Gladiatori, when you got two guys doing as well as these two, can't really afford to give him freebies. We just watched Nico Fernando. He walked very gingerly to the striker's end. I don't think we'll be seeing him run too much. Not that he is a keen runner anyway.
Yeah. Well, those ankles are used to doing a lot of work for Nico Fernando, so he'll be okay. 39 balls left, 70 runs to get. Kent Lanke searching for the 2 points here against the Gladiators.
Oh, and this is a catch presented straight to the fielder at third man. And again, he just climbs up a bit on Fernando more than he expected. And he's trying to play it over the fielder at third man. It's maybe a smart idea considering third man is inside the ring. But all he does is finds the fielder who has a nice, easy chest-high catch.
If he had his time over, Nico, he's pulling that ball, not cutting it. He cut himself into trouble there. It just was too close to cut, so he couldn't get the power on it. Ended up presenting a fairly simple catch in the ring in that third position. But, you know, he pulled so well, those half-trackers, that he absolutely pounded out of the ground. But he just, I suppose, didn't make the right decision there. Because if he just made up his mind to pull, he would have got those hands out in front. He probably would have smashed it for 6. Instead, it's a fairly tame ending for the skipper. He's the first man to fall. It's 52 for 1, as we'll see Nishan Shaminda come to the crease. Now, one of my favourite moments in the couple of days I was away, Shaminda's catch down on the boundary. That was quite an incredible effort. Let's see if he can do something with the bat for Kent Lanke here.
Played some nice 30-odd cameos so far for Kent Lanke. Shaminda, this one is very wide. He can just leave that one alone. But yeah, should say catches, not just catch. He's been involved in a number of incredible catches. Anytime the ball's just within his vicinity, you hold your breath, thinking you might just witness an incredible moment. Oh, another really wide one. He's just losing his grip over here, and that one's signaled a no ball as well. Let's just see why.
It's had the odd problem with no balls. And yeah, it would have been a wide anyway.
And it's going to be a free hit here, so a nice way for Shaminda to settle into his innings. Oh, very, very smart by Shaminda. Again, he loves to play that shot, gets down on one knee, and he just plays it away behind fine leg, gets a bat on it. And look at that. Great, great cricket. Very smart stuff there by Shaminda.
Yeah, smart way to put away the free hit. Yeah, Mookie tends to have a lot of variation about where his front foot lands. Just sense that he might not have that rhythm and that confidence. He's not really replicating the run-up. Pays the penalty. Last ball of his over coming up.
Oh, that one was probably going wide anyway. And is he going to pay for getting some bat on it? He will. Well, that was a poor decision by Shaminda after making a really smart one previously. Could have left that one alone, but instead he pops up a fairly simple catch for Ali.
Yeah, nice catch backing back. It's a good option. And Zulkarnain Ali is a pretty good fielder, so Muktia doesn't get them all right, but gets the right result in the end as he removes Shaminda for just the 4. And at the end of 4 overs, it's 58 for 2.
And they've just managed to claw their way back into the game here, Gladiatoria. And it looks like old habits die hard for Kent Lanke again, just losing their momentum a little bit once we exit the power play. You can just see both teams, it's been a pretty similar story for them so far. They both had great power plays and then just kind of lost their way the first over after the power play. Of course, Gladiatori, they lost a couple of wickets in that 4th over which was bowled by Denuan, and it's the same over here. Both overs also going for an identical amount of runs, so...
Yeah, you're spot on with that. I mean, they both had power plays of 46. They both lost 2 wickets in the 4th. So, yeah, that graph really did illustrate the similarities between these innings so far. Kent Lanka searching for a partnership to get them closer. Warner faces.
Captain takes charge of the situation by coming on to bowl the 5th over. It's going to be Tahir Khan coming on to bat, of course. We were talking a fair bit about him in the first innings. He did tell us that he's a solicitor in his main profession back in London, and so good to see him here. He said he's come to Italy because of his passion for the game, and he was just asking a fair few questions about the European Cricket Network and which countries ECN is involved in. And he can just gets it inside the tram line there. Good ball by the skipper Prakash.
And it was hoping for a wide, but it just came back a touch, didn't it? And so have to eat a dot there. Tahir Khan. Handy bowler as well. Batting well out his crease.
And it's a good ball there. Full and straight by Prakash.
Prakash gets that natural little hint of right to left movement. That one just straightened down the line a bit. So have a look at that run rate required. It started at 12.2. It was down in the 10s. Now it's around the mid 11s.
Oh, another great ball. Fantastic length here by Prakash. He's been on the money, the captain so far, leading by example in this innings.
At least he got to the other end. Jay Wardner, let's see if he can recapture some of that power play form here. I feel like the game might hinge on his performance. Facing up to Prakash on 35.
Oh, this one is absolutely belted. It's going to come into the ice cube again, or has it just missed us? It looks like it has.
That was a post up. It's a Maximo for Jay Wardner. Off the outside of the post. So yeah, we've been under attack a little bit today, haven't we? But Jay Wardner does get that away, takes on the fielder and wins. And Niazi down there at long on takes the batter to 41 and the score up to 66 with the ball to go on the 5th.
Oh, it's a low full toss. And it's a great bit of fielding there by Muni, but long on just grabs it one-handed. Made that look so easy.
Yeah.
As Kent Lanka are 67 for 2 halfway through their innings.
Jay Wardner gets the strike back as well. That'll suit him nicely. As we look at the squads, and I was talking about the Italy squad a little bit earlier on, mentioned that Gagandeep's come in for Hassan Ali, the young fast bowler, so just assume he must have some sort of an injury. Finland, watch out for Jordan O'Brien. It's my first time seeing him in a Finnish shirt now that he's qualified. Nick Sallin actually played in the ECS Switzerland, but he must qualify to play for Finland. Notice that he's in the squad. Amjad Sher, the wild thing, watch out for him. Also, they've got a player like Raz Mohammed, who's actually a pretty useful bowler and middle order batter. For Austria, I mean, plenty of good performers there. Iribash Adida is pretty important in the middle of the innings. Come back to that after this ball from Zadran, because there's a couple of names I want to mention. This is short, and it's hit away, and that's going to be 4. It's a good start for Jay Wardner. Zadran, who's had quite the tournament. It's a fraction short, batter's all over it. Yeah, the other player I'd probably point out, Imran Asif in the ECS, he was incredible. Watch out for him. Abdullah Akbarjan as well. Very experienced 10-over player. Shigawal is an absolute star that leads the side as well. He's class with about Akib Iqbal, the all-rounder. I would actually, if you want to ask who's favourites for that. Finland have a very good side, but they just haven't quite put it together in 10-over cricket. I'd be tempted to say Austria. But Italy be trying to prove them wrong on home soil.
This one is just right into Tahir Khan's body. Yeah, Akib Iqbal, as you mentioned, leading wicket taker this past calendar year for his national team. We've just taken another look at that ball.
Goes a long way back. He's starting in his crease, goes back and almost steps on his stumps there. Tyler just trying to make something happen. He's gone from out of his crease to well in his crease. Now we'll just get one. But yeah, he's using the crease to try and disrupt the bowler. Maybe just just try and change things up for him as well, because he hasn't timed the ball so well so far. But back to Jay Warden on 47. I think if you are Tahir Khan at this stage, you're fine just getting the one. Don't chew up balls. Give Jai Warden a chance.
Oh, what a sensational hit by Jayawardena. And that is a classy way to bring up your half century. Raises the bat immediately and then points to his chest, beg your pardon, his back, and says, remember the name, remember the number. He knows there's still a long way to go, but he's certainly going to savor this moment.
Plays on length, and he's been so good in that region, hasn't he? Absolutely smashed that one. 53 off 18 balls. Job's not done yet, though. Gets another crack at Zadran. Last ball of the over.
Oh, comes down the wicket and hits that one really firmly.
Well, Zadran, he's about as tough as old boots, and he sticks out the hand here. No regard for his own safety.
He's such a tough guy, isn't he? I mean, he copped a groin injury earlier this series.
I reckon that one's actually taken his watch off, or his little bracelet. Yeah, it's definitely come off. Oh, yeah, that's nasty. And so he's actually, it looks like, is it a watch or is it a bracelet? That's no good. And yeah, he's going to try and reattach that. I'm just glad it wasn't fingers falling off. End of the sixth over, it's 80 for 2.
Rishal Jayawardena leading the charge for his national team, beg your pardon, his team here, Kent Lanka, taking 54 of 19, looking really good. Of course, just 42 runs needed of the last 4 overs now. Kind of the story for Kent Lanka for much of this series, as we just take a look at Zadran getting some treatment.
Didn't pull the crowd that Nico Fernando did with the magic spray.
I think we're just used to seeing Zadran get injured right now.
Zadran is mostly magic spray at this point, I think, here on day 10. But anyway, they're going to go back to Muktia. Zadran, is he going to step off the field or is he going to stay on? Maybe he wants to bowl his second over. Jewellery in the pocket. We'll continue. Jay Warden, 54. I think Gladiators know they've got to get him if they're going to get back in this contest.
Yeah, this stage he sprays a magic spray like deodorant. As we, oh, that is a great ball there, first up. Singh gets it right up there, leg stump Yorker. That's really where you need to be bowling to Jayawardena. There's no way he can get that away.
Yeah, Muktia getting that full and straight, well bowled.
Oh, this one is slightly overpitched, and the margin for error is so small against Jayawardena. Gets that slightly wrong, and this one is sent yards beyond the boundary rope. Another big hit by Jayawardena, who brings up his 7th maximo of the innings.
It was just kind of bouncing enough before the bat to allow Jayawardena to pick it up, and that's exactly what he did. He's moved to 60 now.
Oh, this is a good ball. Great ball in response there by Singh. Pulled his length back a little bit, and I don't think it bounced as much as Jayawardena anticipated either, looking at his reaction after the ball.
Could have a finish on here.
Little bit too short there by the bowler, and the fielder, well, it's an effort in vain. Just sticks a hand out desperately, trying to prevent it from going to the boundary. A bit of stand and deliver here for Jayawardena. Another terrific shot.
Yeah, placement again. Placement was perfect. So Muktia, 2 wickets to his name, but he has been a little bit expensive as well at times. A few avoidable errors creeping in to his game.
Oh, this one's up in the air. This is a catching opportunity. It's going to Zadran. Can he take the catch? And oh, he puts it down, still recovering from all his injuries.
Yeah, well, it's definitely on his mind, wasn't it? And Zadran, he's not afraid to dish it out at times, but he's just got that slight injury from the attempted catch last over. Never looked that confident under there. And so it's a big moment in the game. Jayawardena gets dropped on 64. Gets back for 2 as well,
yeah. Oh, this one is smacked. Is going straight to Zadran again. No way he can make it there in time. It hops just in front of the boundary rope. As Jayawardena hits his 8th maximo of this innings. He's looking in fine form And now Kent Lanka. It looks like they're finally going to succeed in one of these chases. The game's in their favor now. They need just 24 from the last 3 overs as we go back and once again re-examine these squads for the ECI.
Yeah, just having a quick look. I think we're up to Austria. And the other player I'd probably mention there, Karanbir Singh, scored 2 centuries in the same day for his Club of Vienna Eagles earlier in the season. And then you also got Umer Tariq, who took 2 hat-tricks in 1 innings for Austria against Malta earlier this year. But a lot of quality in there. There's no Chima in there, so the keeping, I suppose, might be done by Arslan Arif. He might have the gloves. But yeah, really looking forward to seeing how Austria match up against Italy and Finland. And Finland, they've got a point to prove. There's very good cricket that goes on in Finland, but I just don't think they have shown it on the European stage. But we've got a bit of fresh blood in there with Jordan O'Brien, Nick Salen in there. I think they'll be really good. Nathan Collins, he's a very experienced player as well, former captain. Don't know if he'll be leading the side this time around, but we're only 3 days away from that ECI. Here's Mohammad Jamaluddin to bowl over number 8. It starts well. This is where you really got to try and build some pressure at the other end. Okay, Joe Warden has given you a chance. You put it down. There's nothing you do about it now, but I'd be trying to make it as tough as possible to get for Tahir to just squeeze that easy single, and they've done pretty well. They brought up Zulkarnain Ali at cover. I'd like to see maybe a mid-wicket in the circle as well. But, yeah, Tahir's just struggled to get going.
Now this one is just worked away by Tahir towards square leg. Does the smart thing just to make sure that Jayawardena gets on strike, who is seeing it like a beach ball right now, not just a football. As, yeah, of course, these ECIs are going to be really important as these teams just continue their preparation heading into the ECC. Of course, Austria went 5-3 in the group stages last year at the ECC. Unfortunately, they had a tough loss to Spain in the second qualifier, missing out on a spot in their Group A final by just 7 runs. This one is played away again, just straying down the leg side a bit too much there, Jamaluddin.
Yeah, so coming up, don't forget, we have the 3rd match of the day, match number 49. Kent Lanka go back-to-back, this time against Roma Bangla Morning Sun. And Kent Lanka finding a bit of form with the bat, in particular Joe Wardner is in this game. And so, yeah, stay tuned for that one. Kent Lanka bowling first, so they'll be on the chase again. Roma Bangla Morning Sun, a little bit underwhelming the first half of their innings this morning with the bat as well.
And this one is smacked straight to the fielder long off, so good bowling so far by Jamaluddin. Again, it's not often you see a bowler introduced into the attack at this stage. He's a 6th bowler that the Gladiatori have used, but again, they need to do something with Niazi and Kulwinder Ram going for plenty of runs.
Yeah, if this over goes well, you could always bring Jamaluddin back in the 10th. You've still got Prakash to bowl in the 9th.
Oh, again, just going down the leg side, but the ball came back a fair bit, which is what stunned Jayawardena. It's once again just going to be 1 run here if leg buys.
Yeah, you can keep this going with a gap between runs required and balls remaining. You're happy. That gap at the moment is 7. This game's not done yet. This is pretty much a free swing, to be honest, for Tahir Khan. Don't really want the 1 here. Might as well just go for it. Last ball, the 8th.
Oh, this is another good ball here. Is there something over there? Was there some glove along the way? Umpire doesn't think so, but we'll take another look at this.
It's off the pad. I don't see anything else there apart from pad. Nope, top of the pad. Pretty good take by the keeper, but yeah, the dot just builds a bit of pressure. Now as we get to the end of 8, the score is 102 for 2. So Kent Lanka needing 20 off 12. It's a bit of a one-man army at the moment, and his name is Rizal Jayawardena as we head into the 9th over, which will be the most important over of this match so far. Pretty good over that one from Jamaluddin, only going for 3. So I think it kind of solves your problem with the Niazi and Kulwinder problem. They were both expensive. So Jitendra Prakash bowls the 9th, and then you've got Mohammad Jamaluddin to try and replicate that in the 10th.
And now Prakash did really well. He bowled the 5th over, just came on after Mukhtiar Singh's over, which was a very eventful. Again, now the skipper, I often say it all happens in the 9th, and it's going to be a huge battle, isn't it? The captain of the Gladiatori against Kent Lanka's star batsman. And he just walks forward, makes it a low full toss, and it slips right underneath the fielder, and that is a costly error. Look at the anger, look at the frustration, and they just have to keep their heads cool over here, the Gladiatori.
Yeah, well, when you're up, you're up, but sometimes you don't stay up too long. Jamaluddin just bowled a sensational over, and he went for 3, but then misfield first up. Mukhtar feels like he would have got that covered. He tried to get down, tried to do the right thing, just misjudged it. And really, Gladiators, their own worst enemy at times in the field in this innings.
Good ball here by Prakash in response. Again, very unlucky on that first delivery. Really only should have been 1 run with Jayawardena off strike.
Exactly right. And then got Tahir Khan on strike, who's 4 off 9 at the moment. How deep can we get this finish?
Oh, it's fantastic Yorker. Absolutely brilliant delivery by Prakash.
Well bowled, full straight. And you kind of feel he knows it's on his shoulders. Can't do too much with that one. Great bowling by Prakash. Let's see if he can deliver the same one again.
Oh, another terrific ball. His length has been spot on throughout these 10 balls he's delivered in this innings. He's just nailing his length each and every time, and Jayawardena, for the first time this innings, looks a little bit troubled. Kent Lanka now needs 16 of 8.
Length, length, length. That's all it is.
Oh, and another terrific delivery. As it's just going to be 1 run. I mean, this is outstanding by Prakash. I mean, if you consider the fact that 3 runs is over only came because of a misfield, he's essentially come in during the penultimate over and given up just 2 runs.
And not just that, Jayawardena is starting to go a bit cold as well. Strange to say that, the guy on 78. But this is, again, it's a free hit. You're super happy with a single here if you're the Gladiators, because it'll mean 14 to win. But you get another crack at Tahir, who I would consider retiring him out at the end of the over and just giving someone else a go, because he hasn't looked confident at all. Last ball of the night.
Oh, and he goes for the big swing, and it's another dot ball. Just 5 runs off the penultimate over. And Kent Lanka, they love to make things dramatic. 15 needed of the final over. We thought they might have this one in the bag, but you know, the door's just been opened up for the Gladiatori.
Yeah, well, we're on here potentially. I mean, 15 to win, isn't it? 15 to win, 14 makes a golden ball. If we get one, it'll be golden ball 49. We've already had 3 golden balls in Rome before. We've gone 317 matches since a golden ball. I feel like Jayawardena, as a lot of it's on him. You know, we've only had the 1-4 in the last 2 overs, and that was a misfield. And non-surprisingly, they're going back to Muhammad Jamaluddin, who was the man that misfielded that one over the line. So, yeah, Jayawardena really needs to try and get the strike back at all costs.
Just 9 runs off the last 2 overs, and Kent Lanka have put themselves into a real hole over here. Now Jayawardena has gone a little bit cold these last couple of overs. Can he find his form again?
Last overtime.
Oh, it's an inside edge.
Oh, he doesn't want any. Okay. Well, it shows he's thinking. He's basically saying, I need to do these on my own. So 6-4-4 will tie it. 2 6s and a 4 to win it, but he's running out of chances. Just 5 balls remaining.
15 of 5 now. Again, Tahir Khan, normally a pretty decent hitter. We've seen him clear the boundary a few times throughout these last few days for Kent Lanka, but just doesn't seem to have it right now. Jayawardena, 15 of 5. This one probably has to go to the boundary. Oh, and it's another dot ball. It's 2 dot balls to start off the over. And look at the anguish in Jayawardena's face. He's watching something he's done so well to build get destroyed in front of his very own eyes.
Oh, it's cricket in a nutshell, isn't it? He had the timing, now he doesn't, and the harder you try, the harder it is to get back, and he's really running out of chances now. I think he's put all his eggs in this basket, now he's got to carry it. Needs a boundary here, Jayawardena. It's yeah, I suppose also you're looking at least to run a 2 to the outfield, just to try and make some sort of inroads in, try and steal the strike back.
A couple are 6s and a 4, or 4 consecutive boundaries is what Kent Lanka would need to win. This one's gone up in the air, and there's the big 6. They desperately needed that Kent Lanka, and Jayawardena finally finds the fire again. This is what we saw from him earlier this innings. 6 more runs. It's now 9 of 3.
Yeah, skips out, gets it a bit fuller than it actually was, and absolutely nailed that. So as quick as it can come, it can go, and as quick as it goes, it can come back. So he moves to 84. Is he going to be a high-scoring innings in a losing cause, or is he going to be the hero here? We still don't know. 9 of 3.
Oh, and he's just dragged that one. He hasn't hit it as well as he'd like.
I would have been considering running hard and trying to get back for 2, forcing him to throw to the keeper's end. Well, now you need at least 2 here. So you can't just eat a dot now. If you hit it in the outfield, you've got to go for 2, and that way you can tie it with the 6th last ball.
2 boundaries, 2 force for a golden ball. Well,
this ball doesn't leave the infield. It's pretty much all over.
9 needed of 2. Jayawardena goes for it. Is it going to go the distance? It will. That's an enormous 6. Just 3 needed to win it off the last ball now. And the tension is palpable. Jayawardena, he's finding a way to keep his team in the game. As Udin, well, he had the magic touch at the start of this over. He's just lost it a bit. And Kent Lanka, 2 runs for a golden ball. A boundary wins it.
What a shot. I mean, yeah, and you're right. There's no more not taking runs. And if this doesn't, we could be on for a golden ball here. If it's a 2, which is a very possible result, then we're going to break the golden ball Barron run at 317 in Rome. Jayawardena, 2 to tie, 3 to win is the last ball of the match.
Oh, he smacked it. Is it going over the boundary rope? It is! Jayawardena wins this in style. An incredible 96 as Kent Lanka finally managed to pull off an incredible chase. They've been looking for this 3rd win for ages. Yesterday was a barren day for them, but Jayawardena steps up late with the heroics. Kent Lanka take this one, and their whole team is coming out on the field to congratulate him for one of the most special innings you will see. And Gladiatori are absolutely stunned. What have they just witnessed? This is a solo virtuoso performance to lead an incredible chase.
Oh, unbelievable composure under the greatest of pressure. We get our last ball finish. Not our first one here in Rome. Hopefully not our last one either. But yeah, he just went cold, but then almost like he went in the microwave and was reheated at just the right time. As Risal Jayawardena is going to finish on 96 not out of 38 balls. Now, normally you might be frustrated with a 90-something not out, but I don't think he'll be too bothered. In fact, we'll get to see him batting again in the next game, although in the second half, as RBMS will be batting first. Kent Lanka sending in their opponents in match 49, which is just 25 minutes away. But let's have a look at this. It was such an incredibly close finish, but it looked like early on, with Jayawardena up and about in the power play, that Kent Lanka might do it with time to spare.
Yeah, they had an outstanding power play, 46 for nothing at the end of the first 3 overs, all thanks to this man with his incredible 96 of 38, cleared the boundary 11 times. Of course, he also coupled it in with some very nice looking shots. That one just rolling along the carpet and going for 4. Nico Fernando clubbed a couple of big ones. Of course, we are well aware of the power he possesses, but he was dismissed by Mukhtiar Singh. Maybe not the best shot selection, as you said. Kulwinder Ram taking that one, and then we would see Ishan Shaminda come on. He hit this one nice looking shot, and then he'd needlessly reach out at a wide delivery. A good catch there by Zulkarnain Ali, backpedaling, but Jayawardena just kept going. He kept going. He kept his team in this game. And again, we were talking about them making sure they don't lose any momentum in the middle overs. Well, it was Risal Jayawardena who kept striking the ball cleanly.
Isn't it funny, though, that in one innings you can kind of get out of form, but then get back in form at the right time? But I suppose Jamaluddin, who bowled really well, he's got a couple of little errors, and this is one of them where he gave up the boundary. Certainly got some quick feedback from Mukhtiar, who was next to him. But then even the last over, he gave Jayawardena a little bit of length to work with, didn't he? And gave him the opportunity to kind of get back into form. First one disappeared over our head, slice, next one over point. And that was the one that did it. And Kent Lanka, well, wins have been hard to come by. It's a drop the mic moment for Risal. Last ball finish in match 48, and Kent Lanka get home by 4 runs. And guess what? We get close to a golden ball. but we'll tick it over. That's now 318 matches. Starting to believe we might never get one again. But Jay Wardner with 96 off 38. What an innings it was. Needed someone to step up, and he certainly did. Remember, he was dropped on 62 as well. He struck 11 maximos and hit 5 fours in that inning, striking at just over 250. Had support from Fernando. Tahir stuck with him a while, but it was almost like Joe Wardner had to make up for the fact that Tahir wasn't able to get the ball anywhere near the boundary in 10 attempts. 2 for 30, Mukhtar took the 2 wickets. But again, Mukhtar, when I look back at his bowling spell, a couple of avoidables, another front foot no ball in there, which certainly didn't help either. So I think everyone can look and probably improve on a few things in that game. Kent Lanka, though, confidence sky high. What a great time for them to take on Rome Bangla Morning Sun in the next game, which starts in 25 minutes' time. 4 runs between these two teams. Bit of a thriller. Maybe the golden ball still to come here on day 10. So we'll join you when we return in around about 20. Until then, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Nishay Bhatt here in Rome. And we'll see you after this break with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Well, we're going to have our third match of this bumper 5-match Wednesday, and it's going to be between Kent Lanka and Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Both these teams are battling it out to make sure they reach the semifinals. So this should be a crucial matchup, and both the captains are out there alongside the match referee, Ian Ramage, at the coin toss. Over to you, Ian.
Kent Lanka, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Okay, Roma Bangla, you're the away team, so you will call. There's the coin.
Straight.
Tails. Yeah. Tails called. It's come down ahead, so you've won the toss. Okay, so toss has been won by Kent Lanka, who will bowl first.
Hello, welcome back. As we get ready for that, you saw the news from the toss that it is Kent Lanka electing to field first. So they want to chase, and they certainly chased well last game. How about Joe Wardner with his 96 not out in the last game? And so, well, we'll have to wait to see him again. Anik Ahmed has cracked the 1,000 points mark. He's actually beaten Raihan there, probably off the back of his bowling performance as well when we saw him in the first game of the day. It's a pretty strong Rome Bangla side, and they have been asked to bat first. So, yeah, got a really strong top order. Kent Lanka will have to crack, otherwise they might be chasing a lot. Yeah, welcome back to all of our viewers watching on Fan Code, of course, in the Indian subcontinent, and also those of you watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Looking at the expected scores, well, not surprising that we see Roma Bangla as favourites. They're 23 on favourites, according to the Bat versus Ball Wall. Not sure what the Who Will Win is saying. Probably in favour of Roma Bangla, yeah, about 70-30 shot. So, yeah, Kent Lanka, though, they certainly did themselves very proud of that last game, essentially sinking the finals aspirations of Roma Gladiators back in match 48. So, no surprises about the opening combination. Thought they might mix it up. Maybe not soon, because they are sticking with the openers. They've done the job all the way through. Yeah, Nico Fernando deciding to open the bowling. I don't mind this. And the question is, will Raihan get his timing back? It seemed to escape him a little bit this morning. And no one hits him 100% of the time. So a chance for Sharif to build an innings here. Fernando, though, just with the spinner opening the bowling, it does sometimes throw out the opening batters who are used to the ball coming onto the bat early on. Hello, Liam Days, watching from New Zealand. Good to see you with us. Hopefully you're well. Yeah, I've never seen a bit of this from Nico. It looks like instead of bowling his spinners, he'll be playing more seam-up stuff first up. So, yeah, it's a question of how he wants to use himself and when he wants to use himself, Nico Fernando. All right. Giddy up. As he does ball seam up, Nico here. Raihan gets off the mark immediately. And Ahmed then gets the strike when he's just gone past the 1,000 run, or the 1,000 fantasy points mark, I should say. And it just pushes and runs. He gets off the mark as well. You look at Rome Bangla Morning Sun, okay, they're in a very good position. Third, still 3 matches in hand. Could get to a possible 20 points. Oh, pretty close. Pretty close. Oh, well, where's this pitch? I've got a feeling this is not plumb but out. That's my instinct. All right. Pitches on, maybe doing too much. It does seem back a bit. Oh, probably just enough doubt to not give that out. But I reckon if you had a review of that, it's pitching in line, hitting in line, and probably hitting summer leg stump, but it was, yeah, maybe just did a bit too much. Tight call. It's one that if you gave it out, you could certainly say there was some justification doing so, but benefit of the doubt goes to Raihan. Now this one's pulled back, and there's no real fine leg. There's a deep backward square is herring around there. That's Nimanta, does the fielding. Hello to Dave B as well. Nice to see you. Hello to Neil, who's in the chat. A lot of people are obviously pretty excited about the ECC coming up as well as finals Friday here, and the ECIs on the weekend. He gets a bit of good natural movement, doesn't he, Fernando? Here's the keeper Joe Warner just loses his footing on the first step. Certainly held his composure though, Joe Warner, when the game was on the line, didn't he? Cracking a 6 off the last ball. Yeah, Fernando, pretty good over, all things considered. He only goes for 3 in that over. Kent Lanka continuing their strong showing from the last game into this match, as it's 3 without loss after 1. Yeah, 5 days to go until the ECC. It is the Euros of cricket. It's the biggest one we've ever had, including 31 countries this year. And the cool thing as well, 7 finals days. You've got the 6 group finals days and the Championship Week finals day that will determine the winner of the 3rd ever Euros of cricket. Dream 11 European Cricket Championship starts Monday at the Carter Oval in Malaga, Spain. Second over, about to begin. Kavinda Karunanayake to bowl it as we welcome Nishay Butt back into the commentary box. Yeah, slightly subdued start once again from Rome Blangot.
Yeah, they've very tentative, just like the last game.
Yeah, maybe obviously with their top 4 spot sewn up, I won't say they're taking it easy, but they probably don't have the kind of pressure on them. Sometimes you need that as a batter to kind of spur you on. Karunanayake gets in the right spot to Raihan first up.
Yeah, the other big story for me is how are Kent Lanka going to come back after the emotional high of that thrilling victory?
Yeah,
Must
exactly
be
right.
still in their minds.
Yeah, good areas again, though. All starts with the ball. One of my coaches used to say, as a bowler, you control the game. No one else, everyone else is reacting, but as a bowler, you're controlling the game, where you put the ball, the decisions you make. And that's where it all starts from. Karunanayake has bowled a couple of good deliveries to start this over. Raihan half step out of his crease, probably looking for something to drive. Again, can't quite get to it, and there's not a lot of pace on this either, so yeah, Karunanayake doing a really good job for his team here.
Karunanayake really developing into a good bowler as this series progresses. I think he's just getting better and better with each game, and Kent Lanka, you know, they still mathematically got a chance of making it to the semifinals, but even if they don't make it, I think they've had a tremendous amount of development for a number of their players. They're just getting better with each game.
Oh, I think he might have hit this. This would be a huge wide, but he's actually towed it. And that's why it's not a wide. I don't pick it up on this replay, but definitely heard a sound. See? Little bottom edge. And Raihan has nothing going for him at the moment. Yeah, back on target. And he's done really well. I mean, anyone that can be on the verge of bowling a maiden to Raihan, you've got to take your hat off to him. He's bowled a very good over here.
No, I wouldn't want to say the M word just yet. There's been a few times I've said someone's just about to bowl a maiden and they get hit for 6 off the next ball.
I suppose he usually does get whacked for 6, although it might have consequences down the road. If Raihan plays himself into form, he'll really be feeling the heat here, Sharif. Last ball of the over. Well, he won't get it away. So what a brilliant over from Karunanayake. And you see, look, it's not the quickest bowling, but he's got it all in the right spot, except for that one, which he got a bit lucky. Yeah, your own luck, as they say in the classics. 3 without loss after 2.
Oh, great start here for Kent Lanka. They're locked in after that victory, of course. So we just take a look at the standings again. Kent Lanka picked up their 3rd win of this series by that stunning win against the Gladiatori earlier. And Bangla Morning Sun, it seems like they've secured 3rd place. They have a chance of maybe overtaking Royal Roma with a couple of wins. But in all honesty, that won't make too much of a difference as they'll face each other in the semi-final, most probably.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that works out. Nico Fernando going to double down and bowl out in the power play here. Loses the first one down the leg side. A question in the chat from Dave asking, did I have a busy 2 days or relaxing or both? I'd say a bit of everything. On Monday, I went to the beach and actually went with the Kirby family. Got all the golden ducks in the car. I want to say a big thank you to them for having me as their guest. We played a bit of beach cricket. Right, in the air. This won't quite carry to a field, so it'll be a single. I'm going to say Gyan, he's a very talented young man. He's only 10 years of age and We talked about maybe the best ways for him to develop his cricket, but we had the stumps on the beach. We actually, it was a bit different. I bowled from the water, and then we're trying to hit back into the water. It was really, really nice. Probably about 45-minute drive. Definitely hits the ground here, but is there any bat in it? I don't think so, as Raihan's nightmare start continues. Someone just floats across him. So yeah, played a bit of beach cricket, had a couple of nice dinners. I've had 3 carbonara since you last saw me. Yesterday I went into the middle of Rome and then visited the Vatican City, saw some of the landmarks, and yeah, did a bit of a walk around. Raihan's just in a funny place. It almost looks like he's never picked up a bat before. And for a player who's scored a century on the network and is one of the most talented batters, it really just shows you that timing comes and timing goes. Right now he's 2 off 11.
Yeah, not looking like the player who was averaging 97 heading into today so far.
That's better. He relaxes a bit and just strokes this one away. It's going to be a boundary, a badly needed boundary for the Morning Sun.
Absolutely. I just wonder how much personal milestones are playing into his mind. We've heard a fair bit about how Sharif Raihan is really keen to get the top run getter mark, and maybe just looking to widen the gap up top, and he's overcomplicated the things and not thinking as clearly as you should.
Can he turn into something more, Fernando? Can he get a breakthrough? Cutter. You can see that Raihan motion that way. And so, yeah, so far so good for Kent Lanka.
Were there any golden ducks during the beach cricket game?
Yeah,
you
good
just
question.
seem to be following Dan Kirby around wherever he goes.
You got to realize we played many, many times, right? Nice shot. This will be 4. Struck just behind point, so Sharif gets a couple away into the power play. No runs really to speak of, except for the couple that get away in the 3rd over. But 13 without loss after 3. I did get Dane for a golden duck one time, but to be fair, I think he was trying to give a catch. So I wouldn't say it was the most competitive game. It was more just nice to whack a few balls around, whack him into the water. We'd have fielders in the water to try and take these catches. But 3-0-10, unusual power play for Rome Bangla Morning Sun.
Were any of the locals interested, or any tourists who were
again, you always get
by?
lots of funny looks. Lots of funny looks. Saying, what are they doing here? Why have they stuck these 3 sticks in the ground? And basically, yeah, people are a bit curious. It was a lot of fun. Beautiful beach weather as well. All right, here we go with over number 4. So we're out of the power play now. Karunanaika is going to come back and he's going to finally give up a run through a wide.
Karunanaika bowling a maiden on his very first over. Again, Hadi Ahmed and Raihan, when do you ever see them start off this slowly?
This is pulled away. Is he going to get enough? No, well cut off there. Just a single.
You see that projected, it's all the way as low as 46. That's probably not going to be the case for the remainder of this innings. Of course, Raihan has had 3 consecutive slow starts. He was 17 for 19 deliveries in an innings yesterday. This one is played away nicely by Raihan. It's going to be a rare misfield by Kent Lanka. Usually they're spotless in the field, and that's just going to allow Raihan to get a single.
Yeah. Once you use this many deliveries, it's kind of, you backed yourself into a corner. You're just kind of gambling that you will now be able to turn it around dramatically so. We'll see if it works out. I think hasn't had a lot of the strike. Not really being given a lot to work with pace-wise either from Karunanaika. Just a single this time.
Yeah, but for all of the talk of RBMS's approach to start this off, you have to credit Kent Lanka. I mean, they could easily still have been living off their previous highs, but they've come in a short turnaround, ready to play the next game after winning the last match on the final ball.
Nice shot. Really cracks. This is going to set a task for the fielder. He's not going to get there. So 4 runs to Raihan. And the thing is, he's been neutralised, but he hasn't been defeated. So with shots like this, you can see that he's very capable of still building a big score.
Very well struck here by Rehan. And again, yesterday, when he had that slow start, it just took him a few balls to shift up the gears, and he would go on to make a half century. He's going to replicate the same here.
Yeah, just hits one this time, gets to the other end. Kurinako, though, really good effort from him. But the question will be, can the other bowlers keep it this quiet in the middle? Because they're still going to have to bowl it at two of the better batters in the competition. So yeah, just a single. So Kurinako does a good job overall, but he doesn't take a wicket. None for 10 of his 2 overs. And after 4, the score is 23 without loss.
Yeah, just a second double-digit over so far this innings. Bangla Morning Sun, even though they've just sped up a little bit, these last couple of overs are still going along at just under 6 and overs. Of course, you take a look at the graph depicting this RBMS innings so far. Again, this is what we saw from Rehan and Anik Ahmed earlier this morning against Casalina. Both of them batted rather slowly. But then it really took the 4th wicket partnership of Rajiv Ahmed and Shoal Chaudhry to get them to a respectable total. Again, they're just chewing up ball after ball here.
Now hits this straight as he cleared the fielder. Well, not quite. Oh, now he's going to drop it over the line. Well, that sums it up. It's the last thing you want, really, when you've been building pressure. Okay, it's one thing to drop the catch. It was hit hard. Muthi then, last minute, as he picks it up, he fumbles it, and he drops it back across the line. Now, is this another opportunity? Bowler goes himself, and Tanuam will take the catch. Well, sometimes if you need a job done right, you do it yourself. That's what Achinta does there. And finally, we've got a wicket here in match 49 as Anik Ahmed goes for 9. It's 27 for 1.
Yeah, he just bowls this one into the pitch. If you take another look at this, and that extra bit of bounce just seems to have done Anik Ahmed. It's popped up. Great catch, 10-1. He's a very safe pair of hands. Of course, we've already seen him take a highlight reel-worthy catch a couple of days ago. So that's one of the simplest catches he will take. And in comes Mohsin, the destructive hitter, who just made 20 of 14 earlier this morning against Casalina. And now he's not going to have much time to settle in. They need to hurry up here. RBMS still stuck at just 27 runs as we're almost halfway through the 5th over.
Push and run. Well, in fact, they don't run in the end. Mohsin just takes care. Mohsin. Again, good hitter of the ball.
This one is just struck away towards cover. And that's going to be single as Mohsin gets off the mark with a single. But again, it's just these singles right now. They need to start hitting boundaries. It's very rare that RBMS are approaching halfway stage of the innings and they haven't hit a single 6. And Rehan will drill this down the ground. Great effort by the captain there, Fernando. He then kicked it away as well. I think that's worth having another look at. This is a good throw. And maybe should have gone to the bowlers and let's just have a look at this. Slides down and then kicks it away. That is an incredibly acrobatic effort. That's, well, there's many a goalkeeper would be happy with that save.
Yeah, what a stop. This will be the last ball of the over. The new one gets the breakthrough and goes for 8, of which 4 is probably not really deserved because Muthi dropped across the line. End of 5. The score is 31 for 1. I want to welcome you quickly into the commentary cube. Safely back in here now. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Nishay Bhatt. Now, talking about beach cricket, we were playing a bit of cricket in the break. Not really very often, but people were saying my choice of footwear today because I'm feeling a bit beachy. So this is kind of what I was wearing. And if you're wondering where my suits are, they're in for dry cleaning at the moment. So there you go. I wouldn't recommend batting in this kind of footwear, but yeah, had a bit of fun with some of the players and the staff because we had a bit of a break after the first game of the day.
I was your batting and Maz's batting was probably the biggest threat to our equipment we've had.
I gave
so far
you.
this
I
series.
said, Nish, you got one job: protect the equipment.
And, I didn't have to because everything went over the ice cube.
That was a lot of fun. You saw Denham there. He's been a bit of a wicket-taking machine. I can see why, because you just want to hit every single ball about 200 metres when he's bowling. Anyway, at the end of 5, 31 for 1. Roamback the Morning Sun need to make something happen in the second half of this innings. Let's see if they can do it. It's pretty tight, actually, on Tahir Khan. And where does this pass? Yeah, 50-50.
Usually Tahir Khan would be bowling in the power play, but he was a bit expensive in the previous match, so they've just asked him to bowl a bit later. As this one is
it's probably get away from the field, and it does. In fact, it's going to go all the way. Maximo! Rehan, he's stuck around, hasn't he? Hoping the worm will turn for him. That one probably wasn't off the middle either. He still goes the journey.
a great hit there. And again, Rehan, such an effortless striker of the ball. He doesn't have to power it too hard, just manages to clear the boundary with ease. Now this is a massive hit. It takes one bounce before going over the boundary rope. As Rehan now, he's just shifting up the gears. He was really slow out of the gates again. We know he's capable of speeding up very quickly. Took him a while to get his eye in, but once again, it's just a tough day for Tahir Khan. He's gone for so many runs today. Gave up over 30 runs in that first innings.
Wow.
This one is battered as well. This is going to clear the boundary fence with ease.
Yeah, what a shot. And if you get it wrong to a guy that has this kind of power, you could easily play him back into form. That was powerful stuff.
Most expensive over of the innings so far. Oh, this one just slips out of his hand like a bar of soap. And
this will be a no ball. If it is a legal ball, then it'll be a no ball dead ball. But has it come out in the forward swing or not? Let's have a look. I think this is actually a no ball. And now you can't leave the pitch to hit a ball anymore. So the question, yeah. And because it goes forwards, I wonder what they've called this. They called it a dead ball, but I think the correct call there is no ball dead ball, which is new. It's a new law because you used to be able to run off the pitch and hit those. Yeah, I have a feeling it probably feels right to just call it a dead ball, but it just depends at what point he dropped the ball. He seemed to drop it pretty early, but he'd already started to swing his arm over, so it's a pretty weird one. No one had bowled any of those to me. Oh, well, that's going to go as well. It's going to clear the fielder. Just Maximo Mosen with his first.
Mosen with a big shot there, and that was going to Shaminda again. We know he's capable of pulling off all sorts of acrobatic catches. Over pitches this one, Tahir Khan. And again, this over going for 24. A huge one here for RBMS. Tahir Khan having a forgettable day so far with the ball. Struggled with the bat as well in that previous game. Made just 4 runs of 10 deliveries. As of course we can see Sharif Rehan, after a really slow start, has picked the pace up and has moved up to 36 of 24. So we can just see the run rate now. It's climbed up to over 9 after hovering between 5 and 6 for much of the innings. But again, that one magical over has turned things around quite dramatically.
Rehan to 36, and you see just like that, his strike rate's up to 150. Pretty expensive over in the end. Shaminda is going to try and pick up the pieces here in the 7th. Straight pull. Should just be one. Well, a few people asking no helmet batting. I should say that it wasn't really full pace that we were doing. It was just kind of little throw-ups. I'd be more concerned that I wasn't wearing any pads or socks. Now, this is a false shot. Skewing to the fielder, and he'll take the catch. So Raihan has a bit of a miserable time for most of it. In the end, he just gets a little inside-out edge, and Kanhala takes the catch. So Shaminda gets the big wicket of Raihan for 36. It's 55 for 2.
Great moment for the teenager, Stefano Kanhala. That's the second catch he's taken today. He'll be absolutely pleased with himself. Getting his chance to shine on TV as another wicket falls. This one is Ahmed Mohsin, but looks like it's going to be the danger man. Shawal Chaudhry coming on. Of course, he was so brutal today against Kasalina in the previous match that RBMS were involved in. Made 34 of just 13 deliveries. It really took that game away from Kasalina.
Yeah, that's true. And so it's not Raihan that goes. Raihan survives, actually. It was Anik that went first, and then Mohsin's gone for just 7. Chaudhry to face. And, oh, this could be a wicket straight away, and it should be. Shaminda should take this, and he will. So 2 in 2. And so Chaudhry never wastes any time, and this is no exception. Shaminda's on a hat-trick. It's 56 for 3.
And again, he just looks to come down the ground. He mistimes this one. It pops up in the air. The second cotton ball of this innings. Shaminda, he's taken some really, really special catches. Not going to have any problem with that, as he's now on a hat-trick and also greeted by a golden Derek. Derek waddling around for the 3rd time this morning.
Yeah. Will we get a hat-trick here? We'll find out. I had a question. Why is it called caught and bowled, not bowled and caught? Dave's asking the question, because you do bowl it before you catch it. But I think what it is normally in cricket, when we talk about a dismissal, we say caught by the fielder and then bowled by the bowler. It's just how we express dismissals, because normally you finish with who bowls it and who takes the wicket. So that's why instead of saying caught bowler, bowled bowler, you say caught and bowled by the bowler. Anyway, it's going to be Rajib Ahmed to face the hat-trick ball from Shaminda.
We get our 4th hat-trick of this ECS. Here we go, Shaminda, hat-trick ball.
Ooh, almost. Saw Khalil's hat-trick, one of those sneaky hat-tricks where it goes across overs. I think it was bowled the 2nd and the 10th over or something like that. But, yeah, he did well to find that one. Does happen sometimes. There are some bowlers that have been on a hat-trick and they might have bowled 1st, 2nd over and they've never been brought back. Happened once in Malta and the guy was 12th man next game. He's still on a hat-trick now, I think. All right, goes for this, and it's a miss-hit. Again, it's catchable, and it's taken. So 3 and 5 balls for Shaminda. Another duck. It's a second baller for Rajib. It's a great catch out there. Tahir Khan had to make ground. It's never easy when you're running. Yeah, eyes moving around a little bit. Almost gives a little kiss and sends it back. So another duck. That time, I think it's a golden. There we go. Golden Derek was hanging around, but that's his cousin that's going to follow Rajib back. In fact, it's 3 and 4 balls. Wicket, wicket, dot, wicket. Shaminda spinning a web around Rome Bangla Morning Sun, 56 for 4.
This is just a mistimed shot. And again, Tahir Khan, he's had a rough day so far, but he gets to take a catch like that. Kisses the ball after taking that one. A huge moment for him. And Bangla Morning Sun, after just rallying in the 5th over, are struggling here, losing 3 wickets in quick succession.
Oh, well, what an over that is. We've had a maiden. You could argue that one might even be more impressive, because Shaminda takes 3 wickets for just 1 run in the 7th. Roma Bangla grounded at the moment. They're 56 for 4, but that man Raihan is still at the crease. Let's have a look at the squads for the ECIs. These are only 3 days away. It'll be Saturday and Sunday for Italy. Well, some of the players you'll see from the Rome area. Tinadu Marage is in there. You've got Gagandeep Singh, of course. He's been doing great things for Royal Roma. You've got Sujith Rilagodagi, Roma CC skipper, in there, who are likely to the keeping. But obviously got a lot of players from the north where a lot of great cricket happens. And Italy, that looks like that's pretty much their ECC squad that they'll be taking week 2. So a great hit out for them. And Finland and Austria likewise. It's got to be a little bit of an advantage to play an ECI so close to your when the ECC starts. I mean, there's been ECIs all throughout the year. Started in Malta back even before the ECL back in February. Nice shot, goes leg side, and he's going to get it into the gap. So Ryan moves into the 40s.
Yeah, this is a nice looking shot here by Ryan, just straying onto the pads there. And absolutely, Italy were playing their first match not too long after their last match on Sunday, I believe. So certainly be a huge advantage for them to get that extra bit of preparation by playing in the ECI.
There he goes, the same direction, really gets down and dirty, and he will get a good result. Raihan goes maximal. And that was the gamble, wasn't it? He used a lot of balls up early, but he survived, and now he's turned things around.
Raihan, he just shifts up the gears so well. Again, started off very slow, as we mentioned. 13 of his first 15 deliveries, but then he's raced away since then. Right now on 47 of 28.
A miss. So it's a new one. Always seems to deliver for his side. One took 4 wickets in 4 balls. One of a handful of players to do that on the network. Introduced the new one and did it in a pressure situation. Roma's ECN needed 7 off the last over. And the new one went wicket, 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 wicket. But then 1 and 6 and couldn't quite defend the 7 in the end.
Just put his gloves back on here, Raihan. Ten runs off this over so far, so got a couple more balls to come. Just having a look at the field. Raihan, they're going to bring long off back into the ring because they had too many fielders outside the circle.
Well, hits this hard, and they brought the mid off up. I think he regrets it, as he almost pulls his neck, turning around. This disappeared so fast, and that will bring up the 50 for Sharif Raihan off 30 balls. So one of his more sedate innings, but still, he's been important because he has 51 of the 70 runs on the board for Roma Bangla Morning Sun.
And they send long off back again. They bring a square leg in, so very intelligent by Raihan. The minute he sees mid-off come in, he just whacks it over his head.
Now, false shot, although the fielder's got to find it. Just ran an indirect route there. That does a pretty good job, I think, to pull it back in. Again, they'll have a little look at that, but I think it'll just be a long single. And I'm going to call it that way. It'll be 71 for 4 after 8. So he does touch the rope, but the ball is gone there. And then he touches the rope with the left foot and then falls over the rope. So, yeah, nice effort. As Ken Lanka, they've definitely got a sniff of going back-to-back here, as they've restricted Rome Bangla at the moment. 71 for 4 off 8 overs.
No, I have to say, Raihan, though, is a very smart player because the fielder was brought back into the ring after that boundary was a fielder who was previously a backward square leg out on the boundary, and so he just hits it in that direction. Pretty much knows where all the fielders are. It's very smart.
Good players do. Good players do know where the gaps are in the outfield. Chaminda is going to come back now, and don't forget he took 3 for 1 in the 7th over. It makes sense that he would continue. Oh, he almost gets Raihan, who edges back past his stumps. It'll be a single, and it'll be Rifat Janal to face up. This will be a good test for Rome Bangla Morning Sun, I think, with the ball, because let's say they're defending something in the 90s. I feel like that's the way it's going. They're going to have to bowl and field well, and that has been their downfall, I think, sometimes. They've been leaking too many runs to the opposition. Can't afford to do that this time. This is in the air. Can Nico get it in time? Not quite. It will just be a single, though.
There's a miscue there by Janal. Of course, had a good look of him for much of today's action. He fields a long on right in front of the ice cube.
And he pushes this through. Ryan doesn't want the single here, so he's taking all the responsibility. He says, no, look, I want another go. So, I mean, you wouldn't often do that with another batter, and I would call Janal a batter, but Raihan basically says, all right, give me another go at this guy. And he might get caught behind. Yes, a little edge. And the keeper back to Chaminda, which is unusual tactic, but this time it works out perfectly. A little feather, And Kent Lanka got to be happy with where they're at in this game. The dangerous right hand goes for 53, and the score is 73 for 5.
Was that really a wise decision by Rehan in hindsight? Doesn't seem like it was. Decides to deny Janal the strike and gets out the very next ball. A little bit disrespectful to Janal, in my opinion. I mean, he did hit a 6 and a 4 in the only 2 balls he faced in the previous match RBMS were involved in.
Yeah, and I see what you're saying there. You know, hindsight would show it wasn't a good decision, but I can understand some of the theory behind it. He says, look, okay, I'll give up 1, but I think that I can get him the next ball. So, I mean, sometimes you do want your playmaker to make those kind of decisions. But yeah, it didn't work out. And Naeem will come in at 7 with 2 to come. And he might be gone straight away, or he might not. Right back to the wall, and 6. Maximo. Well, Naeem picks up where Rehan tried to leave off. And he's able to get the distance just to get it over the rope for 6.
Second 6, so far the things, my batsman not named Rehan, they've struggled to get power hitting outside of him, so I'll be hoping Naeem can just provide them a late surge. Last ball of the penultimate over coming up.
You know, he's going again here too. So Shaminda 4 for 9, doesn't quite get the 5 for. Rifat doesn't face for ages. He looks for 2 here, but he won't get it. We'll go to the last. Remember, Bangla Morning Sun 80 for 5 after 9.
Yeah, very good figures for Shaminda. 4 for 10 over his 2 overs. He's certainly done a great job for his team. As well, this is very rare that you see RBMS struggling this much with the bat. As we, of course, take a look at the bowling figures. Very good all-round performance. Tyre Khan had that lone expensive overs. He's having a rather difficult day so far, but outside of him, you have to say it's a very complete performance by Kent Lanka.
That's true, but even if, let's say they hold this, I said it, I feel like it's going to be 90s. It's only half a game, isn't it? And you know, an opportunity for Kent Lanka to pull off another successful chase, but also an opportunity for Roma Bangla Morning Sun to put their bowlers under a bit of pressure. I mean, their batting has kind of covered some blushes in their bowling and fielding throughout this tournament at times, I feel. Now, I'm going to go back to Tahir in over number 10.
Yeah, this is interesting considering Tahir Khan's went for 24 in his first over. They have a few other bowling options, but they just choose to go with experience as tries that wider, slower ball again, which he's attempted a few times today, and it's rarely worked.
Yeah, we haven't seen Mukti with the ball. I thought he might have been an option you might try here, but yeah, sticking with Tahir. See if we can keep things quiet in the 10th. Gets it pretty good on the stumps. Naeem will get 1. That's all he'll get. And Janelle will finally get another opportunity to face the bowling.
I'm really surprised young Cheyenne Fernando, the 16-year-old, hasn't gotten another over since his bowling debut, in which he did fairly well. And again, I do know they want to rely on experience, but nothing wrong with turning to youth in big moments, as this one is played away towards cover. It's just going to be a single.
And just 1. So yeah, I've got a feeling we could still have a bit of a thrilling contest here. Again, Kent Lanka, they'll be hoping that Risa Joe Warden can do something like he did this morning. I mean, he scored more than this on his own in the previous game, 96 not out. Tahir's doing well to keep it under wraps as well. Just another single. But I mean, you can draw a clear line through bowling accurately and having good outcomes. It doesn't work all the time, but it certainly gives yourself the best opportunity. I go all the way back to Karina Naika bowling the second over a maiden. We just bowled in good areas for Raihan. Same thing here as he hits the ground, and Janal can't get this away.
Clearly coming off the ground, you can just hear that big thud, and just a little puff of dust as well when the bat rams into the pitch. Janal, who helped his side end with style in the last match, failing to connect these first 4 deliveries.
He gets a fair piece of this, and he gets into the gap, so there's 4. So maybe that 90s is still on, as Roma Bangla Morning Sun get a badly needed one there. 88 with the last ball to come.
Tarkhan just he runs off this over so far, and again, just a couple runs needed now to get to that 90 mark, which you've been contemplating.
Slow ball. Try for 2 here. Nico probably should go to the keeper. Tries, but he throws the keeper too wide. And they're going to end up getting 2 off that last ball. So they are chasing something in the 90s. It'll be 91 target as Roma Bangla Morning Sun are going to finish 90 for 5 off their 10 overs.
And this is a slightly underwhelming batting performance, you have to say, from Roma Bangla Morning Sun's point of view. But don't take any credit away from Kent Lanka. They did superbly well. Really impressed with how they come out so strong with such a quick turnaround after their dramatic victory in the previous match against the Gladiatori. As we just take a look at the highlights of this innings, it was Nico Fernando continuing to bowl seam, and he caused a lot of issues at the start for Rehan and Anik Ahmed. But Rehan, it took a while to settle in, but once he settled in, he started playing some really nice strokes.
That's true, but you're right, he did use a fair bit of the innings, didn't he? With limited success early on anyway. That LBW was super close early, probably the right decision. He had a bit of a shocker there, dropped the catch and then dropped the ball across the rope. Anik, again, just didn't have the timing. It just was a classic case of bogged down. But like I said, for me, it was definitely relevant how bowling that was more accurate had results against some really, really good players. And Raihan, he did kind of fight his way out of a corner in the end, didn't he? With 3 6s, 6 4s in there. That was a weird one. We thought maybe that should be a no ball dead ball. Raihan tries it on, they quickly had to backtrack, but dead ball called in the end. I suppose you can understand the decision. Felt that it was released prior to delivery. For Shaminda though, he really did a good job in this over, taking 3 for 1. He would end up with 4 wickets. Chowdhury got for a golden, and I suppose also doing a good job holding on to some catching opportunities. This was a nice one by Tia Khan. Came racing in, gave a little bit of a kiss and threw it back. Raihan, like I said, he was the main catalyst for any sort of a score here. Reached his 50, but he would be the first to admit it wasn't his most fluent innings. Ultimately, he turned down a single and then nicked off the next ball. Another good reward for Shaminda with the keeper back. He was able to hold on to that low edge, otherwise probably isn't going to hold on to that catch, Joe Wardener. But he's got some work to do, I think, in the second half of this game. Kent Lanka will need 91 as they hold Roma Bangla Morning Sun to 90 for 5. But disciplined bowling, only the 4 wides in the 10 overs. Raihan, the only batter to reach double figures. He scores 53 off 34 and was able to hit 9 boundaries in there, but a lot. He just either wasn't able to score or could only get 1. 4 for 10, Shaminda steals the figures, but I got to shout out to Karuna Nayak, who set the tone really well, bowling a maiden in his first over. Went wicketless in the end, but Fernando Dawson did a pretty good job keeping things quiet. Had to new one. He was kind of par for the course, wasn't he? 1 for 23 to here. Pretty expensive in his first over, came back well in his second, but yeah, Shaminda is 4 for 10. A brilliant effort from the left arm spinner. We'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 12 or 13 minutes with the second innings. We'll see, can Kent Lanka go 2 for 2 and keep their flickering chances of finals qualification alive? Roma Bangla Morning Sun defend double digits for the first time in over 2 months on ECN. We're about to find out. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN with Nishay Bunt. We'll see you after this break for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Rome. Great to have your company here. It is day 10 of this European Cricket Series. Right now we're watching Kent Lanka versus Roma Bangla Morning Sun. First half of this game was Kent Lanka that won the toss. They sent in RBMS and they've done a pretty good job restricting them. Now, Kent Lanka hoping to go back-to-back wins after pretty dramatic last ball victory against Roma Gladiatori in the previous match. They were able to chase down 122 off the very last ball of the 10. Right now, they need 91, which seems quite reasonable. Roma Bangla Morning Sun, though, they've got some very good bowlers, and starting with Anik Ahmed, the captain, has a point to prove here, I think. He will have been frustrated that their batting went like it did, just had trouble getting going. The key players may be a bit fatigued. So many innings in this tournament. It wasn't their best effort. Nico Fernando to face up. 91 to win for Kent Lanka. The first ball kind of slides in to Nico and he can't get it away. I want to welcome all of our viewers, of course, watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, as well as everyone watching on fan code in the Indian subcontinent. Action never stops on ECN. Again, angled into the body of Nico Fernando. So I think Kent Lanka probably are pretty conscious of not losing some key players, and these two are certainly in that category that are opening the batting. When they did win that previous game, chasing 122, Tahir Khan came out at 4, but he really just struggled to do too much with the bat. Not that he's not capable. We have seen him hitting boundaries in the series. It's a good shot from Nico. He's almost found the field. I think this is going to be 4. We'll have to check it out on the replay. Perfect timing, really. Made something out of nothing. This one does just bounce inside. 4 runs to get us going. Nico Fernando feel a lot better after that one. Jay Warden at the other end. He scored more than this 91 on his own in that successful chase in match 48, I should say. 96 off 38 balls. This one goes down the leg side this time. Nico gets inside it and will take the wide. If you do have any questions or comments, please feel free to put them in our YouTube chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Of course, a lot of discussion turning to ECC at this time of year, but still a lot of action to come from Rome as we head towards Finals Friday in 2 days' time, and then, of course, ECI is on Saturday and Sunday. Fernando having to keep this one out. They probably know the threat of Anik Ahmed. Can get a lot of lift out of this surface. You can see him do some crazy things. Get the ball to rise over the keeper, and bowled a ball that took off from full of a length and went over the keeper. Just bounced inside the rope on the second bounce earlier in the tournament. Oh, Nico's out of patience and he's going to throw caution to the wind, and with the pace that should fly, and it does. Maximo. Yeah, so Nico gets a bit braver this time. Top edge, but with the pace of Anik Ahmed, that was always leaving the field. Now probably a change of angle, I'm guessing, from Anik. He didn't like getting swung away over fine leg for 6. Well, actually, he's going to stay over the wicket, around the wicket, I should say. Fernando to face the last ball, the first. Going to take on a run. Oh, it's good fielding. This would have been out if he hit. Had to throw slightly off balance there. So Fernando will retain the strike. He would have been well gone, but the throw bounced over the top. I mean, end of the first over, so 12 without loss after 1. 318 matches since a golden ball. Almost went off at 317, didn't it? Was 2 to tie. Last ball, but Jay Warden hit a 6 to sink Gladiatori. We'll see finish their campaign in the next match, match number 50. But yeah, I've got to ask questions. Why isn't Jay Warner facing? Because obviously he was the key batter. In a sense, you might be protecting him as well, I suppose, from potentially getting out early to a bowler like Anik Ahmed. But I always think it's an interesting one, who takes the first ball. It's the only time a batting team can actually choose which player faces. This is absolutely belted, though, by Nico Fernando. And that's going to go past Dennis for 4. Dennis taking the photos for us this week. It was a brilliant shot. Bilal Hussain comes on and gets absolutely chiseled through the covers from Nicolo Fernando. Yeah, so Jay Warner doesn't need to do much if Nico's hitting the ball like this. You always feel, though, get these two, get into the middle order. Bangla could make a game of this, but this won't help. Strays into the pads, and Nico's really motoring now. Nico's time to shine. Quick hands to get through that. That's the kind of ball that has been kind of tying him up for room. And Katlanka, outside chance, I suppose, of making the finals. They have to be perfect. Oh, it's a premeditated walk from Nico Fernando and a big swipe. He makes no contact. Completely losing his shape there. He crosses the line from aggressive to reckless with that stroke. Oh, Bilal. Oh, I'm going to give a bye here. Yeah, no, he's probably trying to say, I'm just trying to throw back to the bowler, but he did throw straight over the stump. So I think, if in doubt, the ball's alive, you see. Just sneaks it in. Bilal turns around at the crucial moment, and the batters take the opportunity to sneak a bye. So we'll see Jay Warner get the strike in slightly unusual circumstances. Let's see if we can pick up where he left off earlier. 96 not out, including the game-winning Maximo off the last ball of match 48. Now Rissell is going to pick up where he left off as he escorts this one up and over the leg side. Maximo! Turning into a really good start for Kent Lanka. And this was my question. When you've got a guy that's hitting him this well, why don't you get him to face the first ball? His first ball disappears. Obviously, Fernando has done a pretty good job in the number 1 position. 19 off 10, so it's worked out nicely for Kent Lanka. We've got 2 openers looking very, very dangerous. Bilal Hussein's gone for 14 now in this over. Got to break this opening partnership sooner rather than later. Worked into the leg side, but that will be the end of the second over. And the score is 28, or 27 I should say, without loss after 2. Bilal ends up going for that 14. Looking at the table, yeah, I just don't think he can get through with 8 losses. I think that's probably not going to happen, because Asian Latina, they've already won 6 games, so you'd think you'd need at least 6 to get through. Kent Lake, if they win this, they're 4-7. They could be perfect. And I just think it'll have to be one of the greatest comebacks we've ever seen. But who knows? Confidence is everything. Got a guy like Jay Warden hitting the ball well. He can win your games off his own bat. Rome Bangla, I feel like this is a really good test of their bowling and fielding. It's been the one area it's probably let them down, but often they've scored so many runs it hasn't mattered. Saiful here to bowl. And this guy can do a bit of everything, can't he? He can bowl right arm, left arm, bowl seam up, he can bowl spin. He's a very talented cricketer. He's got too many options. Here he is bowling in the third. To Nico Fernando. It's not a good option first up. Goes short, but luckily for Hira, there's a fielder out there. And just a single. Helix has a really good question. Is the robot making an appearance in Khartoum this year? Well, I hope so. The robot suit's still down there. So we'll have to coax Corey into it at some point. It will be boiling hot as well. It goes upstairs. So it really climbs. It's probably fine when it goes past him. If you want to be super technical, well, probably should have been a wide. You take it standing at the crease. I think it is too high. Gets away with it. Nice shot. Just swivels on this one, Joe Wardner. Why go walkabout when you can stay at home? Play shots like this. Even having said that, it was a little bit of a skip. One step out of the crease anyway. Gets 4 more. Easy game when everything's going to plan. They want this opening pair to take them deep in this chase. And Roma Bangla Morning Sun, I think they're bowling. It's been a little bit exposed here. Now cracks this straight at point though. Here it does well to make the stop. Joe Wardner. Even in that 96 not out, he had patches where he seemed to go a bit cold, but geez, didn't he come right at the right time? He gets rushed in this pool again. It'll be a dot ball. So you've got to start somewhere. Here has done pretty well in pegging things back here to 1-4 in the over. Got a bit lucky first ball, but yeah, single and a 4. All we've seen on the scoreboard in this third over. Now Joe Wardner just carves this one inside out, flying away towards the boundary. And I think we'll need some help working out where this one's gone. Flying away to the offside. This one, I think that's gone for 6, if you ask me. Yeah, certainly looks like 6 to me. More 6 than 4 at least. Well, they get it 4. Yeah, maybe we'll look one more time. That was interesting, that one. Let me see if we can really... yeah, close. Even the replays were inconclusive. So if in doubt, they decided to give it 4. That's the end of the power play. It's 36 without loss after 3 overs. Oh, Dave B. Saying, no, I'm not wearing the robot suit. I refuse. Well, Dave, sounds like you're auditioning. It sounds like the protestations of someone that would like to wear the robot suit. Oh, this is a good shot from Fernando as he lifts it up and out of the ground. Maximo! Janelle comes on and he leaves just as quickly. 6 runs, Kent Lanka. No drama so far. Up to 42 at the start of the 4th over. Yeah, well, Dave, it's the closest thing we've got to like a human sauna suit. Robot suit. It was very warm. That was when the weather wasn't even that hot. Oh, he goes and fetches this one again, and Fernando's going to tattoo it over the leg side. Put that one with the rest. Maximo! Another 6. And caution to the wind. Fernando 32 off 13. And he's looking like a force at the moment. 4 to finish the last over and then 2 6s to start this over. Well, he wants to go again and he'll get it again. Maximo! 6 carreras. It's not really working out too well for Janelle at the moment. just sliding in. Fernando plays almost the same shot, getting the power over the leg side. 50 and the 50 partnerships up now for Kent Lanka. Well, he goes again, and it's going to go even further. Maximo! Well, I don't want to put the kibosh on Nico Fernando here, but this fourth over has gone 6, 6, 6, 6. There's 2 to come. And what a powerful strike that is. And yeah, Janelle trying a few things, but nothing really working. I suppose you got to keep going now. Oh, it would have been a wide too. Oh, could have kept the perfect over alive, but Nico spoils it. Maybe a clever tactic if it was on purpose. It probably wasn't. Oh, he goes reverse, inexplicably. Maybe got bored, hitting sixes left-handed anyway. End of the over. Kent Lanka take 24 off that one. 6, 6, 6, 6. Dot, dot. I suppose that's a good comeback from Rifat. But they're staring down the barrel here, Roma Bangla Morning Sun, with Kent Lanka 60 without loss after 4. You can see they're well ahead of where they need to be. Need a dramatic comeback, but who's to say they can't do it in this game? It looks like Ahmed Mohsin's going to get a ball here. Jay Warden hasn't had a lot of the strike at all. Because he hasn't needed to, with Fernando blasting sixes. At the other end, 31 required off 6 overs. And this will help as well. As a little inside edge, gets past Bilal. Just a single. So now, yeah, Fernando, I suppose he's the one you want on strike. He's got the hot hand. Hit leg side, and this is going to be 4. So Fernando moves to 48. One man I've got to say in the break, he said we could be in for a quick chase. And I thought, well, maybe not, won't be that simple, but maybe it is that simple. Nishay Bhatt comes back and looks like you're spot on, Nish. Looks like Kent Lanka can do this with time to spare at the moment.
They're just in such good form. I think they've been unlucky one too many times during these chases, and well, it's good to see Fernando and Jayawardena finally get on the winning side after a few good performances.
Well, they'll be hoping you don't come back in and jinx them, because that's the first false shot we've seen in a while. Fernando is very close to being bowled here. Just climbs over the bails.
You're finding a wide range of different sorts of commentators' hexes over this series.
Oh, false shot this time, and he's going to get runs for it. That'll be 4. Nice effort from Rifat Islam. But Fernando's going to bring up his 50 in style. Well, a style at least. It's been a very good innings from the skipper, and he brings up the half century of 20 balls.
Streaky boundary to get to his 50. And again, just looking at that wagon wheel, we know how much he loves to club it over cow corner. Vast majority of runs coming through that region for him. Typical Fernando innings so far.
Oh, now he gets knocked over, so he gets a bit too clever by half. He's at the start of something more as Fernando tries to get funky, but in the end, he's going to have to dance his way off the field. It's the first wicket to fall, 69 for 1. But having said that, it's been a very, very useful contribution from Nico Fernando.
Bit disappointing to see that from Fernando. Again, he's a captain. You'd like to see him show a bit of maturity and try to guide his team over the line, knock these remaining 22 runs. Gets a bit too cute, and he has to depart, but this opening partnership has done plenty of damage. 69 runs of just 29 deliveries.
Yeah, but you're right about that. Probably not reading the situation, because you can always bat quote unquote normally. I mean, you can still be attacking, but you probably didn't have to do something like that. Hindsight's 20/20 though, as they say in the classics. As Shaminda, who's having a very good game, comes out at number 3.
Okay, just to show you how many runs he made through that square-legged mid-wicket region. Of his 52 runs, 40 of them came through on the onside. So again, just showing how much he loves to hit it to one particular boundary.
Oh, Shaminda almost holds that first ball, but it won't quite carry to Anik, who thinks about throwing through the sound barrier, decides against it.
As we come to the halfway stage of the innings, Kent Lunka are 70 for 1. And of course, a chance to look at some of the groups for the upcoming ECC. Of course, the winners of each of these 6 groups will advance to the championship week, where they will face the reigning champions Netherlands 11, who already secured their place in Champions Week by winning the tournament last year. So should be a very exciting. Of course, Italy themselves will be joining in on Monday the 2nd of October when Group C gets underway. And this ECI they have over this weekend will be very important for their preparation.
Anik's coming back, kind of last roll of the dice time now, isn't it? From Roma Bangla Morning Sun. You just notice the squad's coming in slowly but steadily for the ECC as well. Netherlands 11 an interesting one for me. Their squad's up there as well, so pretty much all the squads now, maybe a couple missing, but they've got a couple of first timers at the ECC, and Michael Levitt there. Maes van Vliet is another one. Turn Kloppenberg. Oh, this hits the body. It's going to go for 4-leg buys. So oh no, it hasn't gone for 4-leg buys. It feels it's come out of nowhere. He's made the stop. Pretty good chase, that one, so it'll just be the 1-leg buy. Yeah, but yeah, Clayton Floyd's in there. Viv Kingma's in there. So a few players that we didn't see feature in the ECI in Germany a couple of weeks ago.
Clayton Floyd, the leading wicket taker of last year's ECC. Brilliant bowler.
Such a handy pickup. I think they were just looking at a few other players, but now they've settled on their side. Of course, they go straight into Championship Week. Speaking to the Dutch players, I said, you know, how do you feel about that? It means you don't get any cricket. And they said, well, you know, with the 3-day group stage, they think, you know, they're just happy to be secured of that spot. Because a lot can happen in a 3-day group. You have a couple of bad days, maybe you don't even get the chance to play for the trophy again. So, yeah, that's a long way away now, week 4, but it's going to sneak up pretty quickly. Now, can Anik turn this game around? Gets a dot there. Shaminda just struggling to get going.
Yeah, no need to go for the big shots here. Shaminda can just look to play himself in and try to keep top balls to a minimum. Again, run rate not an issue here for Kent Lions, and I don't think they're in a situation either where they need to be too worried about their net run rate or boosting that. They're kind of on the outside looking in the semifinals race.
Just look at the England 11 squad as well. I mean, they're certainly tipped to go quite far in the tournament as well. Rich Edwards, he's back after he was part of the winning side in 2021, but it wasn't able to play last year. Harrison Ward's back, Andy Richton's back, and Dan Lincoln's back. But apart from that, we've got all new faces in the England 11 this year. But I'm sure that they've been selected because the coaching staff and the management feel that they have the skills required to succeed in the game. Oh, edge and flies over Naeem. Can't do anything about that. So Shaminda gets a bit of luck, gets enough bat at it to take it into the fence. And that's the end of the 6th over at 76 for 1.
I'll give him a fair bit of credit for this. I think it's nicely played by Shaminda. Just gets it over the keeper. As, well, all Kent Lunka need is 15 runs off the remaining 4 overs. As we of course take a look at the scorecard. The skipper just blasted RBMS out of this game with that terrific 52 of 21. And Bangla Morning Sun have just been playing catch-up for this entire match, starting from that very slow power play they had. They've just never been able to recover. And it's been the same story in the 2nd innings with the ball in hand.
Yeah, you're right there. It's been a little bit of the look a bit like a tired team, Anglo Morning Sun. In the schedule. Of course, yeah, they're probably pretty acutely aware that they've done enough, I think, to make the finals. But yeah, interesting. They're still kind of sticking with their order, and yeah, their top order batters also seemed a bit, what's the word, a bit jaded. Maybe it is time to make a change there, just for a game or two, mix it up, to find that balance. As Joe Warden will get one here. Yeah, so he's faced 11 balls out of the 38 in the innings, so really hasn't had a lot of the strike at all.
I think he's been very smart though, Joe, that he's kept his dot ball percentage as low as possible. And Fernando was going along well. He just made sure that Fernando faced as many balls as possible. And I think now, with his side closing in on a comfortable victory, I think he's just approaching this the right way.
Yeah, picks this up. It's towards the fielder, a chance, and dropped. Oh, Shaminda gives a life out there, and it's Hira that puts him down. Okay, Shaminda hasn't really set the world on fire yet. But again, just a sign that Anglo Morning Sun not really on their game in the field.
Yeah, they were quite sloppy this morning as well. Against Castellina, made a few needless errors. This is something they'll certainly need to tighten up for Friday.
Yeah, that's true. Joe Warner gets one here. 12 off 20 now. Mosen does a handy job with the ball when he's called on. Isn't always a regular bowler. Down the ground, and it's just a single, so I mean, that's how you can do it at the moment, I suppose. And it fires the ball in to the keeper's end. Mosen's bowled a pretty good spell, 1 for 14 with the ball remaining.
Mosen's done his job quite respectably for his side. I just don't think he's been given a good enough target to defend. Probably say that Bangla Morning Sun probably lost this game in the first hour with some of their batting and early power play bowling. This is a great hit by Jayawardena, and he's going to continue that great form from his 96 earlier. Belts this one, and it lands close to the ambulance, just outside the ground. And look at that, just a perfect swing, brings the driver out and tees off. Great hit by Jayawardena.
Yeah, absolutely smashed it. And back to the last game there. Jayawardena hadn't had too much strike, but 7 overs down, 86 for 1. Just means they need 5 off the last 3 overs. So this is what's coming up in match 50. And well, things going from bad to worse. And injuries force Gladiatori down to 10. But let's see. Maybe that'll even things up a bit against the Castellina side that obviously they found it pretty tough going. Just the 1 win in the series. But if my memory serves me correctly, that 1 win was against Roma Gladiatori earlier in the tournament. So that game's coming up, and it starts in around about 35 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. As it is 5 to win. Yeah, Castellina beat the Gladiators in match 24 when the Gladiators only made 73. And Castellina able to chase it down. And no surprises, Castellina have won the toss and elected to bowl, so they're hoping to repeat the dose.
Boundary needed here to win. I don't think Jayawardena is going to be knocking this around for a single. I think he'll look to finish this in style.
4 to win now, and really no path back. Rome Bangla, okay, you can probably just write it off and say it's one of those days for them. Okay, they did start with a win against Castellina, pretty comprehensive one. We will see Rome Bangla in the last game as well against Castellina again. Match 51, but there's been a little bit of the siesta about this one. And Kent Lanka, well, credit to them. I mean, you can only play against the opposition that takes the field. And Kent Lanka, they're going to make it 2 out of 2 today.
Couple of runs away.
This is going to do it, I think. It will be 4 runs as Joe Warner once again hits a boundary to bring up the win. So Kent Lanka keeping their chances alive. Joe Warner certainly has stepped up for his team. Rome Bangor, they'll be disappointed. They'll want to come back stronger in the last game of the day. But congratulations to Kent Lanka as they do this in the end with 14 balls to spare. 2 wins on the spin.
This is what we said. I mean, this has been a tournament of winning and losing streaks, as of course we'll take a look at the fantasy dashboard. Castellina 1-8. Their sole win came against a crippled, short-handed Gladiatori side who've been hampered by injuries. Even a few injured players will be playing for them. Zadran probably not 100% fit after taking a few knocks throughout this series. But this could be an interesting match. It could be on upset watch. Castellina might just be able to pull it off against this struggling Gladiatori side. So of course, take a look at the highlights of this innings. It was Nico Fernando who came out with Jayawardena as usual, and the skipper really set the tone for this innings. He made sure that there would be no challenges whatsoever trying to chase down a target of 91. He brushed aside the RBMS bowling early, clubbing a brilliant 52 of just 21 balls. 40 of those runs coming through that region, his very favorite part of the cricket ground. This was very, very ugly viewing if you're an RBMS fan.
Yeah, it sure was. Look, there's 14 games in the series, and it's very rare you see a team getting it right in all 14. So, yeah, Rome Bangor certainly made their bed. They had to line it, didn't they? And it came back late in the piece just to try and pick up these key wickets. But, yeah, nobody seems to be able to get Joe Wadner today. He's been on fire and played some nice shots all around the ground. That was the one that would bring it up. So, for the second consecutive game, Joe Wadner hits the winning boundary, this time with a lot more still left to play. 14 balls left at that point where Kent Lanka overhaul the target of 91. Fernando with 52, though, he was the real instigator there in the early part of the chase and was able to string a few sixes together. Joe Warner didn't have too much of the strike, but finished it off in style. 29 off 15 for him, and had a little bit of help at the end from Shaminda, who contributed 9. As far as the bowling, well, not a lot to write home about. Mosen was solid enough, 1 for 20 off his 2 over. I think Anik bowled okay. Couldn't get those critical breakthroughs, though. Anik finished with none for 17 off his 2 overs. Yeah, if you don't play well, you don't win matches, and that's the lesson for Rome Bangor Morning Sun. We'll be back in around about half an hour, take you into the next one, and we'll see if the Gladiatori side can get some revenge on Castellina, who broke through earlier in the tournament for their only victory against the Gladiators, and they'll be back on the rack. When we return, it'll be time to raise the bat. Match 50 on the way. Until then, it's Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo for ECN, alongside Nishay Butt, and we'll see you after this break for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
We're ready for our fourth match of the day, which will take place between Castellina and the Roma Gladiatori. Both these sides have had a bit of a disappointing start to their day as they both picked up a loss each. However, they've got a big chance to come back here in what should be a very exciting match. The two captains are out in the middle with match referee Ian Ramage.
Castellina, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Okay, Roma Gladiatori, you're the away team, so you will call the coin. It's head. Head. Heads has been called. It's come down tails, so you've won the toss.
I want to bowl first.
You want to bowl first? Oh, toss won by Castellina, who will bowl first.
As you just heard, Castellina won the toss and decided to bowl first. This is going to be a very interesting matchup, of course. Castellina, big hitting has been their major Achilles heel. They've just struggled to cross the 100 mark. They've not been able to score enough boundaries throughout this series. So again, this game is another chance for some of their players to develop. There's a lot of debutants, ECN debutants in their team, and players looking to make a name on the European cricketing circuit. Meanwhile, for the Gladiatori, well, they had a heartbreaking defeat earlier today against Kent Lanka. Victory was so close to them, but it just eluded them because of that incredible innings by Jayawardena. Let's head over to the commentary box where you'll be joined by Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Thank you very much, Nish. And yeah, it's a bit of a rematch here between Castellina and the only opponent that they were able to conquer so far in this European Cricket Series, Roma Gladiatori. And you do see that just some issues have forced Gladiatori to go in a man down. So we'll see if that costs them in the end. But Castellina 1-8. I'll be hoping that they can get another win away. Indicasent, again, very likeable guy as well, very experienced. He'll likely open the batting and the bowling for Castellina. They've unearthed a few there. In Umiyango, I think, caught really well earlier on today. They're going to have Archige as the keeper for this game. And for Gladiatori, well, despite the fact they went down to these opponents last time, Gladiatori start 79% favourites. And this is match number 50 of the tournament. So it should be a pretty interesting clash. And how Castellina did this last time against the Gladiators, they kept them really bogged down in the first half of the game and kept them to a score of 73. That was back in match 24 last Friday. And then Castellina chased it down with an over to spare. And yeah, it was, I wouldn't say it was an easy chase for them, but they got it done in the end. So welcoming back all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Great to have your company on day 10 of this European Cricket Series. And right now, Gladiators hoping to square the ledger with Castellina. A bit of an extended break after that last game. Hopefully you used the time well. Gladiators, unfortunately for them, didn't have a great earlier match against Kent Lanka. This one does seem like a wide to me, straight over the tram line. Yeah, Kent Lanka restricted Gladiatori to 121 and then chased it down off the very last ball. As this is hit straight and powerfully by Mubarak Hussain. Maximo! So the first ball goes for 7. Mubarak has been the pick of the bunch, I think, for the Gladiatori batters in this series. Smack that one. Just a natural angle in from that left arm around in from Indicasent. Mubarak's got a slightly unusual backlift. I know that Corey mentioned a couple of things to him. It seems to be working. Now he just leans on this and tests the fielder, and it's going to be a test that Ayantha fails down there, a deep third. So another boundary. And Hussain, we're hoping they can turn this into something more. 45 or 14 earlier in the day. They missed out on this one. Mubarak Hussain has a higher score of 79. That was last year against Roma Capinelli. Does have another 70 on the network. In fact, he scored 650s. He's closing in on 100 Maximos and 1,000 runs on the network. And Hussein can't get this one away. Remember, Hussein, like a lot of his Gladiatori teammates previously have played for Royal Roma. It's the first time we've seen Gladiatori as a side in their own right. Indica Sen, 11 off 5 balls, and see if he can finish the over. He can. Sneaks this one inside, so it's the end of the first, and the score is 11 without loss. Of course, we're closing in on the ECC, and everyone's very, very excited about it, myself included. 5 days away from game 1, which is Spain versus France. And Rico Fall, I know he's been lurking in the background, spending a bit of time in the UK, spending a bit of family time. He'll be there with me for the first match. And Andrew Ryan, he'll also be there covering Corey for the first few days as Corey's coaching Spain. That's the Euros of Cricket, the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship starting on Monday. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Joining me back in the box is Nish Abad. And Nish, reasonable start that for both sides. Let's see how we go in over number 2, Madara Welagi.
Yeah, this one is just struck down towards long on, and it's a well-taken catch. As soon as I enter the commentary box, I've unfortunately just, hexed Jamaluddin. He departs for a golden duck as, we're going to just see Derek come on for a nice Mediterranean evening stroll.
A disappointment for Mohamed Jamaluddin, who has gone up, asked to open the batting. And he goes for it straight away, but unfortunately for him, he's going to disappear just as quickly as it's Golden Derek. And the first wicket of this match, the score is 11 for 1.
Yeah, there's Zidran coming in, of course, a very tough player. We know he's hurt his fingers, hurt his groin. There's probably hardly a part of his body that hasn't taken some damage throughout this series, but he's going to stroll out, try to smash a few runs here. Of course, Zidran, he's developed into a very good player over these last couple of years, averaging just 4 and 5 in his first 2 ECSs, but now he's turned into a very handy batsman. And it's going down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. A rare error by Romesh Madhwalage, who's been near perfect today with his bowling.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he's been a bit of a standout, hasn't he? For Castellina, he took 2 for 5 off his 2 overs earlier on against Roma Bangla Morning Sun. He really stood out from his teammates, who were a little bit expensive.
And he goes for the big heave there. Zidran just loses his shape when he goes for that. Probably not the right shot selection. Should easily just run that down to third man or play the shot through the offside.
Oh, look, Zidran, he's a gamer, isn't he? You know, he's going to keep competing. He'll throw everything at the ball. Yeah, but Gladiatori just didn't do themselves any favours earlier on.
So it is whacked away. It's just going to go over the fielder's head. That's Harsha Paloon, who just saw that ball sailing over his head. Zidran survives and gets off the mark.
Yeah, so Gladiators have any chance of making the finals. They needed to win both games today. Then hope Asian Latina will lose both of theirs tomorrow. But by going down to Kent Lanka, Gladiatori effectively, they know they're not going to be able to make it through.
This one's popped up in the air again. Is this a catching chance? It is. Very well taken, and boy, Uma Younga's fingers have taken such a blow today. Every catch he takes seems to hurt him, but he's been one of the few people for Castellina who's been able to take catches on a consecutive basis. As another wicket falls, a very good start for Castellina. It seems they always leave their best for the Gladiatori.
Yeah, it seems that way, doesn't it? And this guy's caught really well today. And it's Ravidu Uma Younga. He's able to get the big wicket of Hussein. And Madhura Walagi again just continues to pick up victims, doesn't he, here on day 10. And that's a handy one. Gladiatori 13 for 2 in the second.
Room 111 saying, are Castellina still suffering from the Nish curse of his favorite team starting with C and ending in A? Well, maybe just this is the game where Castellina turn things around again. As we just said, their only win has come against the Gladiatori. Gladiatori as well, They're a bit of a wounded bear, aren't they? They've had a long campaign. They've had a tough campaign. They've maybe not quite reached the expectations they set for themselves, but they certainly battled hard, and maybe this is Castellino's chance to pick up another win.
Yeah, you never know. Relive 2 for 2 in 4 balls. But I think the key is just starting by trying to get some consistency, some accuracy in the bowling. Niazi comes out at 4. He's a good player. Let's see what he can do as his team's in a bit of a tight spot in the second over.
Oh, this one's going to go down the leg side, takes an awful bounce off the pitch, and it sails way over the keeper's head. And it goes away for 4
There's
wide.
this spot around the crease. Just watch this take off. It's like a trampoline. It's like a Tortuga, but on the pitch. And no keeper in the world, I think, that's stopping that. And that's going to be expensive, and maybe that's the slice of luck that Gladiators need just to get themselves going.
Oh, another one down the leg side. This one, can't really blame the bounce here. That's just a poor delivery. And the wicketkeeper, not much he could have done about that. He's really not helping out Nuwan Archige here. He's having a tough time.
And look how much it swings. It actually bounces the seam up, and after the stumps, it swings even more away from Nuwan Archige. So there's 10 for nothing. And yeah, you see number 10 on the back of Ramesh Madurawalagi. Well, that's a 10 that he would love back, and just like that, all the pressure's gone.
Was there some pad there? No, there wasn't. It's going to be a wide. Heard some very distant appeals of out, but that was nowhere near the bat. And again, just a tough over here for Madurawalagi ever since he's managed to get that wicket.
That's 11 wides in this ball, and it's not bowled yet. And when you're struggling for runs yourself, that's something that you can ill afford to do.
Plays that with the full face of the bat, just pushes it out to the captain Indica saying, so a legal delivery at last.
Yeah, like I said earlier, that you can easily draw a line through bowling accurately and having good results. Okay, yes, sometimes you bowl good balls that get hit for 6, but you just put yourself in the best position for success.
Oh, this one is going to beat the fielder. It's always going to be a tough catch. Always put in a good leap. I hope his head hasn't hit the turf on the way down. I just hope he's okay. Having a look at the fielder over there, that can always be rather nasty.
Yeah, I think it's okay. It was a really good effort first up. Yeah, he could be one of those cases where the head hits the ground. Again, we'll have a look at it on the replay, but yeah, hopefully he's able to make a recovery here. This might be a bit more than a magic spray job, but you can see he's really put everything on the line here. And that's Aruna Udugamage.
He's just pointing at his left shoulder or left bicep or tricep around that region. Let's just see. Goes back. And let's see. Oh, he lands hard.
You called it at the time. Luckily, this is one of these softer fields. I think he's getting the magic spray on the back of the cranium, which I don't know if that's what it's designed for. Well, look, it might also be that he's actually come down on his back as well. So, yeah, certainly not anything you like to see. And you see his teammates pretty concerned. It might be a case that you need to call the substitute fielder on. They do have Chandana Mudiyansalagi available.
Yeah, this is Puraka Borutage.
All right.
Who's taking a blow over
Got
here.
a job for you, Nish, while we're waiting, and looks like we'll get underway. Pick a number between 1 and 6. Go. Don't think.
4.
4. Okay. Pick a number between 1 and 5.
4.
4, 4. Okay. Let's go. Group D. Group D, Team 4. Finland. We'll see them this weekend, and have mentioned with Finland that Jordan O'Brien, the former Australian, is qualified for them now. They've got Nick Salonen, who's actually, I think, living in Switzerland in Zurich, but he qualifies, obviously, to play for Finland, and I wasn't aware of that. So he's in the national setup as well. He has recent ECN experience. And for me, I'm always looking forward to seeing Amjad Sher, a.k.a. the Wild Thing, the Finnish Wild Thing, out there. And it's a tough group, but I think Finland are a side which haven't really played to their potential the last couple of ECCs. So I'm looking forward to seeing them out there in what's a pretty challenging group with Ireland 11 as well as Austria and Hungary. So that's a little game. Didn't use a dice. I used a human dice. That was you, Nish. Loaded dice, though, I think, towards the 4s. Is that your lucky number?
I think it's just picked a nice even number.
Okay.
I would say my favorite number would be 8. But indeed, I think Finland, they went 4-4 in last year's ECC. Were eventually defeated by Denmark in the eliminator. Denmark taking that one by 8 wickets.
But they actually beat Denmark earlier in the tournament, and so Denmark are a very good side. Denmark really pushed the Netherlands in that group final, and the Netherlands ultimately won the whole thing. So shows you the margins are pretty fine between these teams. Anyway, good to see Udagamage is out there and he's going to stick around. And this ball is not going to stick around, though, as Zadran absolutely laces it out of the ground, straight over the cube. Maximo, 6 runs.
Yeah, that's why I just like to see Zadran stay still, stay nice and balanced, because whenever he connects with the ball, plays it with a nice still head. Doesn't need to hit it too hard to make it travel miles.
He got the timing there, didn't he? Hello to James Stewart watching from Estonia. Of course, Estonia taking part.
Oh, and this one is another one that's going to travel miles away. He's sent this somewhere close to the production cabin. You can have a look at that, Elza and Andrus. That's another huge hit over here. And just sliding down the leg side. Such a strong bottom hand as it goes away for 6.
Yeah, again, gets the timing, doesn't he? I think he's better when he moves less.
Ooh, there's an edge there. You could hear that edge from a mile away. As Indica saying, after getting hit a couple of times, comes back strong again. Very experienced campaigner for this Castellina team. Picks up his 15th ECS wicket. A nice little milestone for him. As you can see, he's absolutely delighted. Well-deserved wicket as well. Just stuck in there after those 2 hard 6s. You love to see a bowler get some respite after a bit of a difficult start to the over.
Yeah, he just went to the well once too often, didn't he? It was right down towards the bottom of the bat and held on to behind the stumps by Arachige. So Indica gets his revenge after over 2 big 6s, and that's the 3rd wicket down. It's 39 for 3.
Going to be Mukhtiar Singh coming in for the Gladiatori. Saw him hit a few nice blows in that very thrilling match Gladiatori played against Ken Lanka earlier today. It starts off with a defensive shot.
Just going to go back to something earlier. I remember thinking this at the time. It didn't look a lot like Ahmed Jamal Uddin. It actually was Mandip Kumar that opened the batting and was out first ball. So just a slight bit of confusion about that. I remember thinking that it didn't look like Jamal, but trusted information got given. So, yeah, that correction we made on the scorecard, but didn't stick around too long at any rate. This is Mukhtiar Singh who gets off the mark with a single.
We're just going to see. Niazi is going to examine the field. Last ball of the power play. Kinsena and Strong. And this is hit straight down the ground, straight as a beeline. It's a good bit of fielding there by Moduralage. And he's going to make sure that's just a single. Saves 3 runs for his side. And a very even power play to start off. You'd say it's probably leaning in favor of the Gladiatori, but those 3 wickets keep Castellina in this game.
Yeah, well, the thing is, there were 14 extras in that power play. So that's almost like a whole over's worth of those runs being extras. And so that's the difference between them having a power play in the 20s and a power play in the 40s, as it would work out. Nice to see Tim Reedman in the chat. He's saying, can't wait to see how England do, where he's from in the ECC. Notice there's only actually 4 players in the England 11, we talked about it earlier, that have ECC experience. One of them, Rich Edwards, he played in 2021. I think he was expecting a baby last time, so he couldn't come in 2022, but he's back in the lineup. So they've got the openers there, Dan Lincoln and Harrison Ward, and also they've got Andy Rishton in there as an experienced player. But a fair few new faces for the England 11 as we start a new over. And it will start with a single.
Yeah, this is going to be a very important phase of the game now, of course. Fielding restrictions lifted. Let's see if Castellina can just get this run rate to slow down a fair bit. And they just need to stay aggressive. Gladiatori a little bit short-handed heading into this match, so a few more wickets here And they could be in all sorts of trouble. This one's a little bit too short, and it's going to be thrashed away for a boundary. So, again, you can't really bowl there if you're Paloon. Needs to pitch it up a bit more.
Yeah. It's just kind of like a back spinner, but it sits up and gets hit into the hole. And the result is 4 runs. I mean, Dave B's pretty excited seeing England 11 in the ECC. He'll see him up front because I think Dave B is planning to be at the Cardamore Oval in weeks 3 and 4, starting with Group E. I mentioned earlier as well, Estonia, where James Stewart is watching from. He's watching at the moment. They're also making their debut in this tournament.
He just tries to carve this one past the fielder at third man. It's a thickish outside edge. And Singh will get a back-to-back boundaries over here. Maybe a bit too much width and a bit too much length on offer, and yep, it gets the treatment.
Yeah, got the placement again. The placement's been good in this over. 50's up now for Gladiators. Remember, a team that only made 73 last time they played Castellina.
Oh, it takes an outside edge, and the fielder somehow gets a hand to it. Make sure it's just a single, so he's saved some more runs for his side over there.
Yeah, just had to get something on that, and he did. 2 very good strikes to the crease for Gladiators here. They've had a disappointing campaign that started so well. First day they played, they had a big win over Royal Roma, their natural rivals. But since then, they haven't had too many highlights. 3-1 early, we've slipped to be out of contention.
And this one is again played down the ground. This is going to take a good fielding effort, and once again, Romesh Madhulage is equal to the task. Saves some more runs. And again, Paloon, this over could have been a lot more expensive for him if he hadn't been aided by some good fielding by his teammates.
Yeah, excellent fielding there. Covers the ground very, very quickly. Last ball for Pullen.
Wants to go for the old switch hit behind third man, but he fails to connect in the end. It's turns out to be a rather tame effort. The 4th over comes to an end. Gladiatori, 52 for 3.
Yeah, so 13 and over, 130 pace, but like I said, there were a lot of extras in there so far. Cleaned up their act a bit in the last couple of overs. Yeah, you've got to keep taking wickets against Gladiatori, and particularly I think these two are genuine recognised batters, and so they're not going to be easy to pick up. And now looks like we're going to get the 5th over.
This is going to be Porotage, I believe.
Yeah, and Porotage looks like.
Very impressive bowler. I like the way he bowled the last couple of days. I was rather surprised he didn't bowl first up in the power play again. We saw him yesterday swinging the ball a fair bit. One of us in the chat were calling for him to also have a slip fielder in place, but let's see if he can replicate some of his good form from the last couple of days, as this one's going to go straight to the fielder at mid-on. It's a good thing there's someone backing up, so there'll be no overthrows.
Yeah, lucky to get away with this. One bouncer and probably just home, but still a good start from Poru.
And it's been mistimed, and it's going to evade the fielder. And they're going to come back for a couple of runs. It's a good throw. It's an excellent throw. It's a terrific throw. And this one, well, the third umpire is going to have a look at it. Has he run him out with a spectacular play? Let's take a closer look at this.
I'm going to say, yeah, he's gone. Direct hit. That's the last thing anyone was expecting, but the ball's hit the stumps there. But he's going to be having to tell his story walking there, Niazi. Again, the keeper does well. He's behind the stumps, so he gives the ball a chance to hit. And so Niazi gets undone by what started with some slightly awkward fielding as he knocked the ball away from himself, didn't he, out there, Udugamage? But then he cracks the stumps, and Manib is gone. The score is 53 for 4.
Well, was it all just Udugamage's great ploy to deceive the batsman into running a second run so he could just get them out with a direct hit? We'll have a whole look at this whole sequence again. He just knocks it away. Very heavy first touch for those of you who watch a bit of football. And Yeah, that one is just an outstanding throw after that. I don't know where that's come from. So hard and so accurate. Mind you can only see one stump from where he is. And he's, well, managed to throw that like a dart. And again, when you're a side like Casalina and you're a massive underdogs, you need moments like this to get yourself into a game. And now the Gladiatori, despite having a really good run rate, might have a few alarm bells ringing. Keep in mind, they're a little bit short-handed for this match as well.
To use an Australian football term, he did well to keep the ball in front of him there. The way that he, I suppose, fumbled it, but he kept an eye on it, knew where it was, and then turned around and hit the target.
Oh, this is very nicely played, and Singh, and just to hit that with ease.
Yeah, so this is Prakash that's come out, the captain, and he didn't waste any time. I think, again, and, carries the line. And I'll show it here one more time. Just enough. Crashes into the fence. Perfect. So Maximo time. That's how you start your innings.
The top ball to follow that up. This time just a nice effort ball there by Poru. And he's going to beat Prakash with that.
It's funny that throw was, don't get me wrong, was a great throw, but if it didn't hit the stumps, you'd actually say it wasn't a very good throw because it was tough for the keeper with the length that it was thrown. But yeah, all's well that ends well.
And it's going to take one bounce for going to the field right mid-off, and it's another direct hit. Is he out as well?
He is out as well.
Two moments of magic.
Uncle on this one too, Prakash. It took a long time to get on his horse, and now he can take it and he can go. Because this is going to be another direct hit run out in the over. Just have a look at it on the replay. But I'm sure that he hasn't made this. Just a little short arm jab throw. See, you see he's watching for too long. And it's good night, Charlene. Prakash is run out. And Casalina playing some really good cricket here, particularly in the field. And it's 59 for 5.
Well, they always save their best for the Gladiatori. Both Niazi and Prakash will be absolutely stunned. They can't believe they're the ones to be on the wrong end of these incredible throws. As half the Gladiatori side have been sent back to the dugout. And all of a sudden now, they're just going to start running out of batsmen here, the Gladiatori.
Yeah, check it out again. See how he doesn't actually have like a backswing on this? He just kind of releases it quickly. Sometimes a quick throw is better than a powerful throw. And he catches Prakash just short. Two direct hit runouts in the over. Umi Younger's fielded really well today. As Mia comes out, right hand Mia at 7.
Oh, terrific ball there by Porotage. And what a way to end the over. An absolutely sensational over. 2 wickets coming in, courtesy of a couple of excellent runouts. And I've got to say now, this game has just swung in favor of Casalina, as we, of course, welcome you here into the commentary Ice Cube. I'm Nish Japan, alongside me, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu. And this game has turned on its head.
Taking wickets and removing threats. I think that's what they've done really well here, Casalina, in the first 5 overs with 5 key wickets. Gladiators, they're in a funny place as well. You know, they kind of shot themselves in the foot by losing to Kent Lanka earlier on. But you know, you always want to win the last game you play. And that's the case here for the Gladiators. Let's see if they can get themselves out of a bit of a tight spot. But I've got to say, you want to look for improvement? Casalina, their fielding, their catching today has been a lot better. Those 2 direct hit run-outs in the 5th. And sometimes your best competitor is yourself. And I think that it's nice to see some better cricket out of the newcomers.
Oh, let's take an inside edge. Mia gets off the mark in a rather uncanny fashion. As we just take another look at this. It's a Pulun. I think he just needs to push his length up a bit. It's just been a bit too short for my liking, Pulun. He's getting the ball to turn a fair bit. He always does. Just gets it up there. He bowl one of these batsmen through the gate, as he has. Oh, there it is. That's the one. Pitches it up there and cleans Singh up. That is an outstanding ball. And again, 3 wickets in a very short space of time for Casalina.
Yeah, it's Pulun. Again, he reads the room. He gets 4. He gets fairly straight. Might have just snuck off the pad of of Muktia Singh on the way through. But again, put the ball in good areas. The only times it's got away from this first half has been when they bowled a whole bunch of wides. Muktia is annoyed. He basically yorks him, makes himself york himself as Pulun gets the wicket. And that's 6 down now at 60 for 6. And don't forget, they only need to take 3 more wickets to end this innings.
Absolutely. I mean, as you mentioned, Gladiatori are short-handed. And he's tried that leg spinner a few times today. It didn't really come off for him in the first game. Whenever he tried to usually be 10 feet wide. But when it finally comes off, it comes off in style.
Yeah, it's not really what you call an over-the-wrist leg spinner. It's just kind of like, I call it a bit of a doorknob. And it comes out the front of the hand with a little bit of side spin on it. Anyway, it's going to be Kulvinder Ram to come out at number 8.
Just nudged away. It's a quick drop and run here for Ram as he's going to get off the mark immediately.
Yeah, I'll take the 1. Really made a mess this innings now, haven't they? Even though the run rate isn't too bad. 110 pace or so. Shades of when Gladiators collapsed to only score 73 last time these two teams met.
Oh, down the leg side. And that's not a good delivery by Pulun. Is this going to trickle away to the boundary rope? No, it doesn't. Stops just a couple of inches short. But again, they'll get a couple of runs here with Gladiatori, and you can tag on the wide as well.
Yeah, and lucky it was one of those kind of front of the hand deliveries that doesn't quite make it to the rope. I feared it wasn't going to be able to stop it. It had to stop by itself. 3 bonus runs.
Oh, and again, just a bit too short, but I think Mia's just missed out on this because he's cramped for room. Just doesn't get himself into a good position to play that.
Yeah, kind of charged at it and cramped himself. That was short enough. If he did get back, he would have had a good look at it. Maybe could have hit it behind square.
He attempts a similar shot again, and a little bit of indecision, but they don't take the sneaky single in the end. The Gladiatori.
Yeah, let's see if we can finish the over here. Pullen's turned out to be a pretty useful option in this innings. 1 for 16 with a ball to go.
Oh, that's a good ball then. Just misses the off stump. And Mia looks a little bit hapless right now as this over comes to an end. A really good one for Harsha Pulun. 5 runs off it. And he also gets a wicket, a beautiful wicket that he got of Muktiar Singh. Clean bowled him. As we'll, of course, take a look at this Gladiatori scorecard again. Couple of starts there, but nobody able to kick on. And a lot of the side really struggled.
Yeah, they have. No one's made more than 13. Zadran went 6 and out earlier. Linked off to Indikasan. Now I'm going to go back to Porotutage in over number 7. Can they continue to pick up wickets? Gladiators trying to put something together in the last 4 overs.
He's going to watch that one really closely. And it might just have touched the red tram line along the way.
That's a good call. Good umpiring. Just hitting the chalk. Yeah, the ball's got to be completely inside that tram line when the ball passes the popping crease.
That's a really good ball there by Porotage. And in the end, all Ram can do is just drop it and look to run.
But what a difference fielding makes. Take your catches, create a couple of moments of brilliance. And you've got the team on the back foot. I did spend yesterday at the Vatican. I don't think they would have liked this score. 66 for 6. After 6.
Oh, goes for the big shot. It's popped up in the air. This is aerial. It's going to be a tough catch, but it's taken really well by Romesh Madhualage. He's been very good in the field this innings. He's stopped a couple of boundaries. This one is a lot harder than he makes it look. It went quite a bit up in the air, but he watched it really closely. And another wicket falls for the Gladiatori.
Yeah, and the thing is, it comes out of the clouds as well. Not an easy seeing day with a white ball on the background, but Madhualage did really well to hold on to that one. So the 66 for 6 doesn't stick around too long. It's not a good omen for the batting side as Raihan Mia has to go. He's the 7th wicket to fall. It's 66 for 7.
Yeah, you're almost now at that stage where you have to wonder whether the Gladiatori are almost thinking of trying to bat out the remainder of these overs. Not too many known batsmen left for them.
There's one time you might, because if you can, say, pick up a runner ball from here at even, you can get yourself to maybe high 80s, and that might be enough. Against some other teams, it might not be enough. You might have to gamble for more, but against Castellina, their batting hasn't exactly set the house on fire.
Yeah, Castellina so far have only crossed triple digits once, and that was against the Capanelli. Oh, goes for the big swing there, Jamaluddin. All he finds is air. And hands on head, he was so close to another wicket. Remember, they only have 2 wickets in hand here, the Gladiatori. Just 10 batsmen for them.
And it's looking like it might come back to bite them here at the moment.
He's gonna survive this one as well, Udin. And again, huge amount of miscommunication. And it's running between the wickets. They're just not on the same wavelength right now.
Poor Tsagi. He's trying to get one on line. This is the real Muhammad Jamaluddin. Accidentally had him opening, but I didn't think it looked like him. This looks a lot more like him. It's ball the 7th.
He's just going to knock this one away, Udin. And they'll have to settle for this single as the over comes to an end. Another brilliant over for Porotage. Only 3 runs off this one, and he picks up another wicket. It's a great bowling spell for him. As we, of course, take a look at some of the upcoming events here on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we're here in Italy through to Sunday. We'll have the ECI over the weekend, where we'll have Italy, Austria, and Finland involved. After that, it's the Euros of Cricket, the biggest festival in European cricket. We all look forward to that one. Then we've got trips to Croatia, go back to Malta for second helpings, a return to Spain, but to Barcelona. And then we round out the year with the inaugural European Cricket Championship for women. An absolutely momentous moment in women's cricket and sport in general.
Yeah, can't wait for that. It's going to be something really special to finish the year. A major trophy lifted. Anyway, it's Umayunga getting a bowl in the 8th, and he almost gets a wicket first ball. Again, it's amazing how success is kind of contagious in the field, and Castellina, even that stop there, that was a very professional bit of fielding, keeping it to 1.
I mean, remember the slide we saw this morning? No one could take a catch, and now they look a completely different unit. A little bit of width and offer there. It's going to be a chase for the fielder, a 3rd man.
Again, it's really good work. Just a single. Yeah, but that's the thing with Castellina. Put an 80 on the board, get a couple of key wickets. Castellina are averaging 74 with the bat. That was to this point. There's some lucky runs here. This will probably run away, and it does. Very, very fine. Fielder had no chance. And so Jamaluddin swings his team into the 70s.
Yeah, very fortuitous over there. Gets the top edge, and they're going to need a lot of luck. I think the Gladiatori, you can see that projected score of 95. I think will be very content if they can get to that. And we know some of the Castellina's issues with the bat in hand. So again, I think these two, they just need to look to bat out their allotted overs. Oh, that's a good ball there by Umayunga. I think Udin's done pretty well to just get that one away.
Yeah, I mean, he's lucky he hits this. Otherwise, I think it was good morning, good afternoon, good night for Muhammad Jamaluddin. It's pretty much on the middle stump, but he gets a little bit of an inside edge on it and survives.
And again, just cramps the room here. They're going to scamper across for a quick single. And Udin just getting in Umayunga's way.
Yeah, I think something around about, I feel like we'll end up, high 80s, maybe 90s, early 90s. It's kind of an accidental coming together of the bowler and the non-striker there. Nothing too much in that one. Umayunga's gone for 8 here in the 8th, and he's got the last ball of it coming up.
Oh, you could just hear that big grunt before the slower ball. Probably the best read.
Just like your uncle at the old Christmas cricket game, he got the huge grunt, which was a dead giveaway that it was a slower ball. And Maria Sharapova would have been proud of that one. 8 overs down, the score 75 for 7.
No, reading him in a poker table would be very easy, as of course we just see right now the Gladiatori, there's just been a massive dip in their run rate after wickets began to tumble. Really the turning point in this game was probably Zadran's wicket. He's looked the best of any gladiatory batsman who's been out there. But again, we're getting little contributions from everyone, but no real big scores of note.
It's concerning when your top scorer in the whole innings has only faced 5 balls. There's Zadran that you're talking about. It's going to be over number 9 now. Sadara Kalawara Chige to bowl it. Hasn't bowled yet in this innings. Let's see what he can do. As Kulvinder faces up, 2 overs to go. I think the keeper, Arachige, is just deciding, all right, I'm going to go up to the stumps, going to get the helmet on. Perhaps a low-scoring thriller on the cards here, just given the numbers on Casalina, who, like I said, they averaged 74 with the bat.
Yeah, a little bit surprised that Romesh Monowalage hasn't been given a second over. I know he struggled a bit with those wides, but he's typically a pretty good bowler, so a bit of a risk here to introduce a new bowler in the penultimate over. It starts off with a dot ball, though.
Yeah, they could have easily gone back to Madurawalagi and then bowled Umiyanga in the 10th. But, yeah, obviously, trusting Kalawara Chige, he starts pretty well. Starts with a dot ball.
Oh, goes for the big shot. And is this a stumping? We're going to have a look at this.
Actually fumbles it onto the stumps, but the question is the foot in the air at the moment the ball hits? Oh, he's out. Yeah, have a look at this. It's just bounced off the keeper onto the stumps. Thanks for coming. But yeah, it's an accidental stumping from Arachige, and he's going to get his marching orders here. And yeah, there it is. So if you can't be good, be lucky. It's a fumble from Arachige onto the stumps. He decided he wanted to keep up to the stumps, and it's worked out straight away. So Kalawara Chige is the successful bowler. Have a look at it. He was kind of motions like he was meaning to do that. Not exactly, but I suppose you can't get too much quicker than that, unintentionally or intentionally.
Oh, it might just be the latest innovation in wicket keeping that we've witnessed from Nuwan Arachage. Second time in the space of 3 days we've seen that. Of course, had an incident a couple days ago that was a lot closer.
Now, my first stumping as a senior cricketer bounced off my pads onto the stumps down the leg side, so it's not quite as clean or satisfying, but you'll take the result. And now, essentially, they're down to their last batter with 10 balls to go. As Hussain Jakir comes out to bat.
Tosses one up. It's a low full toss. Are we going to see another direct hit?
Oh, that would have been out as well. Oh, they've been red hot in the field, haven't they, Gasolina?
There's been a lot of talk of Gasolina need gasolina. They certainly have had it in this innings.
Don't look at the ball, run. You've had to give some free advice to Jakir.
And again, it's another dot ball.
Right off the end of the bat. Watch this, where he's timed. Right off the end. 8 balls to go. Can they bat these out, Gladiators? It's a bit of lightning strikes twice about this, isn't it? Because now they're potentially just going to score something in the 70s again. Castellina, like I said, made hard work of it last time, but they did get there.
Got to credit this Castellina side. I mean, considering all the tough results they've had, they just keep fighting. And again, another low full toss. Not much Jamaluddin can do about that. He'll keep strike for the final over. This is a terrific over by Sudhira Kalotarage. Just 2 runs off the 9th. And the Gladiatori pretty much down to their last wicket with just 77 runs on the board. As we take a look at this bowling card for Castellina, incredibly impressive. A couple of bowlers went for runs, but outside of that, it's a very, very commendable figures.
Yeah, so Kalawara Chige comes on to bowl the 9th and bowls a very good over, 1 for 2. So all the strings are working out, aren't they? And they decide that they are going to keep Madurawalagi on the bench because they're going to go back to Umiyanga, who bowled the 8th that only went for 8. So last over coming up, but Gladiators, this is when you're normally trying to take things up a notch. Really, they're just trying to survive and eke out a few runs, maybe get up to the 83, 84 kind of region. Maybe they could get lucky and sneak a boundary.
This is a good ball to start off for Umayanga. The variation again. Maybe Udin's just better off trying to play this with a full face of the bat, hit it to the offside. Doesn't need to whack everything to the left side. I think you just have to play within your limits as well as a player. Takes a few steps forward, and well, that was so predictable. I mean, Umayunga saw him do that about a minute before he was thinking about it, and he's just bowled it short.
Definitely playing his poker face up on the table, isn't he? And he's so far out, he's almost in danger of being stumped from the keeper, despite the keeper being back.
Oh, it's another slower ball. At this stage, Udin should just be content to even take a single. I mean, easily just had 3 runs if they played 3 orthodox cricketing shots.
If it is a low-scoring thriller, they might regret going for broke here. I kind of agree with you. You take 80 from here.
Oh, he finally connects on one, and it goes straight to Indica Sane. It's only going to be a single, so again, Umayunga, just 1 run off his first 4 balls.
Murphy's Law finally hits one in the middle, picks out the fielder. So Jakir, can he move the score along? 2 to come.
Oh, just taking so much pace off the ball here, Umayunga. Very smart bowling. And 4 dot balls in the final over of the innings.
What a good performance this is from Castellino. It's only half a game. Still got to step up with the bat. Last ball coming up from Umayunga.
Oh, he's just calling third man into the ring. This is interesting. I think against 2 tail enders, your biggest fear would probably be the edge.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Oh well, here we go. Last ball.
Oh, this one's gone up in the air. I think it's going to clear the boundary rope, and so he ends with a 6. Maybe Jakir should have faced a few more balls.
Oh, Jakir just got one right out of the middle. There's a bit of the shut the eyes and swing about this one, but Umayunga put it in the slot. And abracadabra, Jakir made it disappear. So Gladiatori finish with a 6, and we'll remember that, won't we? We'll remember that. That could be an important 6 runs in the context of the match, as Gladiatori going to be defending 84 now in match number 50 as Castellina hunt their second win, not just of the series, but their second win against Roma Gladiatori. And earlier on, I suppose they built a bit of pressure with the ball, but in particular, I think their fielding was incredibly effective. We've seen Umayunga taking a lot of catches today. This was the only thing. I think they could have been chasing even less if it wasn't for the indiscipline with the ball. Sen was able to get Zadran after Zadran went 6-6 and out. This is just an example, even though that ball kind of got away from Udagamage a little bit, but he turned around, hit the stumps, and then about 3 balls later, we had another one, just a little shoot from the hit job there. And so, yeah, making the most of some opportunities. Mukhtar was filthy with himself, missing that one. Yorked himself coming down the wicket. Pulun did an important job with the ball. This is another example of good fielding. Maduro Alagi with a catch, and not an easy day to pick it up. In the 9th, Nani Yakara, he was watching on, and Kalawara Chige was able to get that wicket as it bounced off Nuwan Arachige behind the stumps. The big 6 from nowhere. Last ball from Jakir dragged Roma Gladiatori into the 80s. And they're going to finish 84 for 8. Like I said, a little bit scary when your top scorer only faced 5 balls, but that's the case. And really, the top scorer is extras, because extras 18. Zadran 13, pair of 10s there. Mubarak Hussain and Mukhtar Singh. Jamal Adini laboured at the end, tried to make sure they batted out the 10 overs. They did in the end. Jakir with one good blast off the last ball. 2 for 15 for Matarawalagi, but they didn't want him to come back. They had a few other options, singles for Indica Sen as well as Harsha Pulun, as well as Pura Tutagi and Kalawara Chige with the cheeky wicket in there. But Umayunga did a pretty good job as well, despite going the journey last ball. He finished with figures of none for 15. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes with the chase, and we'll see if Castellina can string a game together. 85 will be their victory target, searching for their second win in this European Cricket Series. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Nishay Bat. We'll see you very, very shortly for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Well, Casalina had the gasolina in the field in the first innings. They bowled and fielded terrifically well, restricting the Gladiatori to just 84 runs, and we could be in for a low-scoring thriller. Should I say the G word? Could this be our golden ball game? I think this one's going to come right down to the wire, and we could be in for a thrilling encounter. Of course, the Gladiatori, they're playing their final match of this series. They'll unfortunately be bowing out after this match. They just cannot make the semifinals mathematically anymore. As we, of course, see the two Casalina batsmen come on. Of course, expect a lot from Indica Sane here. It's going to be very important for this Casalina side. You feel if he has a decent innings, then Casalina could be pulling off their second big upset of this series, of course. Their only other win came against the Gladiatori. They have a knack for playing well against this side. Of course, one big thing to note is that Gladiatori are short-handed, so that's also going to mean an extra gap in the field, which is something I'm sure Casalina will be more than happy to capitalize. Again, Casalina lack power hitting, but I think they do have smart players who can knock the ball around, and I think this sort of a run rate, 8.5, it's right in their wheelhouse. Just expect them to play some very smart cricket, look to knock the ball around, and then hit the odd boundary when it's there to be hit. Two fielders outside the ring, of course, to start off. They're currently positioned at deep backward square leg and long on. So again, it's got a bolt right at the stumps on a good length here. Zadran. I want to say Zadran carrying a few injuries. In he comes, first ball. Pitches it full, and of course the Indica Sane plays this one very nicely. Boundary off the very first ball. Again, Sane has just been so consistent throughout this series. He's been making runs fairly regularly. The only criticism has been that he's maybe taken a bit too long to settle into his innings at time. Heading into today's games, he's made 189 runs in this series and going at a strike rate of just about 130. One big thing, though, is that no Tinusha Shehanka for Casalina. He's been their other experienced run-getting batsman, as this is a good bit of batting. He finds the gap, but good bit of work there by Munib. Make sure it's just a single that could easily have gone past him. Paloon is at the other end. Paloon, a fairly unknown quantity in the ECS. We've only seen him bat once before. Didn't have a great time in that innings, in all honesty. They have a deep backward point and a long off. Out in the deep for Paloon. Continues around the wicket to the right-hander Zadran. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I think when you're defending a target as low as 85, you should be going over the wicket and trying to bowl really aggressive. Again, they can't really have the mindset of just containing Casalina. They probably should be looking to attack them. They're taking away a method of dismissal. Going around the wicket as this is another full ball. Good delivery by Zadran, but Paloon plays it away for a single. Again, really for Casalina, boundary and over, and some good running between the wickets will do the trick. Oh, this is down the leg side. He's going to give it wide. Again, can't really afford to give freebies when they've got so few runs on the board. Casalina themselves were not particularly good in that department. That target could have been a whole lot lower. They gave up 18 runs from wides alone. And is a one magical over as all. This is a huge blow. Huge blow for Castellina. Indicasane departs early. And again, we've talked about how Sane is so important to this side. And he pops up a very easy catch for Munib at mid-off. And this will be very deflating to the Castellina faithful. See their captain walk off in the first over. So a big wicket immediately for the Gladiatori. And the man who's been piling on the runs, Castellina, has to depart. This is an opportunity, though, for some new faces to make an impression. Again, most of their batsmen averaging a strike rate under 100 throughout this series. So maybe this is an opportunity for a few of them to just step up and put on a really good performance. Castellina's sole win, as we mentioned at the top of this broadcast, came against the Gladiatori. In that game, Castellina restricted the Gladiatori to 73 runs, and they chased it down with an over to spare and 7 wickets in hand. Oh, it's going to take a thick outside edge. And it goes to third man, so that's just a single. 8 runs off that over. That's pretty good for Castellina, but again, the big concern is the fact that they lost that all-important wicket of Indicasane. And again, it's been 319 matches since we had a golden ball. And again, this game just has a bit of a golden ball feel to it. It just feels this could be a low-scoring encounter. Could see some tight bowling here from Gladiatori, and Castellina just trying to limp over the finishing line. You just never know when the streak could be broken. And we're going to see Prakash, captain, coming into bowl the second over. He's done pretty well today. I think he's had a good day with the ball in hand. Bowled really well against Kent Lanka. Was one of their most economical bowlers in that game. He's going to bring third man in. Actually, no, he's sent someone to a very, very fine deep third man position. Probably just about 4 or 5 yards from a long stop. And you can also see that long on right to the left of your screens. Oh, this one is a plate away. Is it going to go the distance? It's going to be a 4. So Kaluturage just gets a bit of width here, and he plays this very nicely again. There was a fielder there during the previous over, but Prakash just brought him in, and now he's going to change his mind. So again, the captain just chasing the ball a little bit. Brings a very fine third man in and sends back the more traditional third man, and he bowls an absolute jaffer. Great delivery. Yeah, just going back to that point again, as a captain, you can't just chase the ball. You've got to back yourself to bowl well. You can't just be placing fielders wherever you last saw a shot go through. Lowish full toss, and this is going to be played very well by Kaluturage. Full face of the bat. Beautiful looking stroke. Bang. And now he's just brought mid on in, and he's just sent a long off out. So he's pretty much, yeah, he's chasing the ball here, Prakash, a little bit. That one's a pretty poor full toss, and in all honesty, he's very lucky he's gotten away with that. Don't know why Kaluturage chose to play that defensive a stroke, and you could just sense he's a little bit frustrated now that he's at the other end. Oh, very, very nicely played. Straight to a fielder. Well, it initially looked like he'd found a gap, but it's actually gone straight to a fielder. And another wicket falls here for Castellina. And the batsman just a little bit stunned by what's happened. Again, he's played a very good-looking stroke, but he's picked out the only fielder in that area. And, well, he's all smiles. Don't think he expected to get a catch. As the second wicket falls for Castellina, again, They're going along at the rate they need to, but unfortunately, they're losing wickets at an even quicker rate. Very similar to the Gladiatori, as a matter of fact. Of course, the Gladiatori, they got off to a blinder of a start, didn't they? Had a terrific power play. They made 41 runs in the power play, but they just kept losing wickets. And they just lost their way halfway through the innings. Of course, they didn't have a single double-digit over after the 4th over of the innings, making only 31 runs in the last 6 overs. And again, with Castellina knowing their target, they should just pace their innings appropriately. It's not like they're in a situation where they're going to care too much about their net run rate. They're probably going to finish right at the bottom of this series anyway, so might as well just get a few wins. Oh, another one going down the leg side. And it's been given a wide. Wonder where they heard that noise from. Doesn't seem to have clipped anything along the way. Oh, that's another full toss. And it's going to be placed straight to the fielder. So Prakash getting away with a couple of low full tosses there. I think his numbers don't really reflect the way he bowled in that over. Could easily have gone for more than just the 11 runs it did go for. As we take a look at the standings, of course, this is a bit of a battle of the bottom of the table. Castellina a fair bit behind Gladiatori. But of course, Castellina will want the bragging rights of doing the double on the Gladiatori. Younger keeping strike, of course, with a single at the end of that over. Just need to be smart and steady here at the Castellina. It's going to be Mukhtiar Singh bowling the final over of the power play. Oh, this one takes another thick outside edge. It goes away for a single. Oh, that one's very wide. By Singh. Oh, great to have you back with us, Dave. He's saying that he missed the first couple of overs because he had a phone call. Well, the first couple of overs were rather interesting. We saw a few boundaries struck, but they also lost 2 important wickets. India Hussain being the big one, as this one is extremely wide. That's going to be the first minimo of this innings. Just completely slipped out of Mukhtiar Singh's hands there. You talk about overcompensating after bowling a wide down the offside. Well, that one's going to be wide to anyone. Completely slips out of his hands. And again, when you're defending such a low target, you really can't be bowling those sort of wide. Shake of a head for Mukhtiar Singh. Oh, this one's just going to fall short of the fielder at cover. Umayunga got a bit too eager over there to try to nab a single. Don't think one was on. Again, they've got to play smart cricket here, Castellina. Oh, that's a great ball. Great ball by Singh. Just around the 5th stump line. And the Chico's fishing there. Kalaturage, that's a bit of a nothing shot. Just pokes his bat out. And those are exactly the sort where you can nick one. Oh, slightly over pitch. He's going to strike this hard, but straight at the fielder. It goes underneath him. And Castellina will get a couple of runs over here. Yeah, good effort by the fielder out at long off. You got to say he's still done pretty well to at least prevent the boundary when he's attacked that ball. Now this one goes up in the air. And oh, it's taken effortlessly by Zadran. Just sticks a hand out and takes it one-handed. Not for the first time this series. I mean, you talk about one of the laziest catchers in the world. He's one right there. Just puts his hand out, lets the ball land there, and he takes one of the most nonchalant catches you will ever see. And this is a perfect time for Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu to join me in the commentary box.
Yeah, Zadran with the Statue of Liberty play there, and so a third wicket falls. I suppose that way, yeah, putting all your eggs in that one-hand basket, aren't you? But he had a good view of it. Felt it was easier than trying to move his body from one side to the other. And so Castellina had a bit of a crossroads here with the opener's gone, of course, and the score is 28 for 3. Top 3 back in the shed now. Kalawara going, and Portutagi will try and get them closer to this score. So I don't know right now. I feel like this game's on a knife's edge. Who do you think's favourites right now, Nish?
I think the Gladiatori have just come back. Probably 60-40 for them, I'd say, as this one's another wide.
Well, it's interesting the win predictor's saying Castellina's still 56% favourites. I wonder if the supercomputer's been watching how their lower order's been doing, though.
Again, a very, very top-heavy side, Castellina, as this one's another wide. I mean, you do feel like if they do go over the finishing line, these extras are going to play a huge part in that. And both sides have struggled a lot with extras for a game that is so low scoring. Castellina giving up 18 runs of wides in the first innings, and well, that is not how you play a full toss. Gets a rank full toss and just blocks it back to the bowler. I mean, that is stunning.
Yeah, I can understand you want to be kind of careful, but yeah, I think you got to try and be a bit more attacking. So end of the power play, 30 for 3.
There's a good 4 full tosses the Gladiatori have got away with, and I'm not saying these are just like low full tosses. Most of these have been knee-height full tosses or above, and they've often gone for dot balls or at best 1 run. Prakash himself bowled a good 2 or 3 full tosses in his over. So again, I have to say this is more disappointing batting by Castellina than Gladiatori brilliance. As we just see the skipper, Prakash, move an extra fielder out to the leg side. Of course, power plays come to an end, so fielding side are allowed 5 fielders outside the inner ring. And he's just going to knock this one away, Umayanga, and get a single again. We have seen Umayanga play 1 big innings this series. He made a 31 of 18 a couple of days ago. We need something from him here as well. Again, doesn't need to go at that same pace, but at least needs to stick around until the end. A little bit short there by Prakash, but Portage will just knock it towards mid-wicket for a single.
Yeah, so just kind of creeping up. Can understand they don't want to lose wickets. They probably feel, okay, someone's not bowled out, we should do this, but you know, I'm not so sure. You still need that 1 boundary and over to stay up with the rate, I think.
Yeah, this one is struck straight to the fielder. It covers the drawn. Now, this is good over so far from Prakash. Just 2 runs off these first 3 balls. Oh, this one is firmly struck. Really good shot there by Umayanga. Again, we said he's one player with higher gears in this Castellina side. Provided a little bit of width and plays a beautiful shot. Pierces the gap. 4 runs for Castellina.
Brilliant shot, really. It's correct shot for that delivery. I think sometimes batters get carried away premeditating and that kind of thing, but Umayanga, that was a class bit of batting. No outfielder out there either. Let's see if he can double down.
And this time he'll just knock this one away towards mid-on and get a single.
That's the one boundary they need in the over. That's kind of, if one boundary and over here, they go home, I think. If they don't lose wickets. Hello to Wayne. Nice to see you in the chat. Hopefully you are well today. Cash, last ball of his spell coming up.
And this one is struck firmly towards long off, and it's going to be a single. Again, going along at the rate they need here, as they're going to get 8 runs off this over. So Casalina just need to make sure they can conserve their wickets, because their run rate looks all right, as they need another 47 runs off the remaining 6 overs. Dave, of course, joining us in the chat. Nice to see you, Dave. Dave asking if I remember his analogy about more singles than a dating site yesterday. Absolutely, Dave. I do remember that. Wayne joining us as well. Very good day to you, Dave.
Muktia Singh can come back to bowl his second over. With Muktia, he seems to have the odd ball that gets away from him. And if he can just get that out of his game, I think he'll be a lot more effective, especially in such a low-scoring game. And we saw him bowl a couple of wides and missed a mile to the left, missed a mile to the right. And around that, you know, it wasn't a bad over at all. Ended up going for 11. But you got to just realise that there were 8 runs in wides in that over out of the 11. So, yeah, it's just something I think that he needs to work on. Also, we've seen him occasionally have problems with front foot no balls. And it's just a player that good shouldn't be having those kind of issues.
Yeah, very good day to you, Wayne. Great to have you joining us. Hope everything's going well with you. We're going to see Singh continuing here against Porotage. Just lets that one go, and it's another wide. Again, both these sides struggling mightily with extras. Very odd for a game that's so low scoring.
Yeah. I say once again, you know, this is the first ball down the leg side. You can't really afford 11, 12 run over here with this kind of run rate required.
And this one's sailing over the boundary rope as Porotage connects. So very rough start to Singh's over. Bowls a wide, and the very next one is sent way clear of the boundary rope. Really good shot there by Porotage.
Yeah, really nice shot. Again, it's good shot selection and good execution. Porotage lifts it up and out of the ground.
You can just see the Gladiatori were 52 for 3 at this stage. Of course, they kind of lost their way in the middle, going at just 5 and over in the last 6 overs. And the beauty for Casalina here is, as the chasing side, they can pace their innings. They know what they have to chase. No, this one is played away. And it's going to be a single. Good cross-batted shot there by Porotage. And it's a good thing Zadran was backing up.
Zadran definitely bothered his left hand. That's why he went right-handed with that catch earlier. Remember, he copped one kind of on the wrist, like knocked his bracelet off earlier. And so, yeah, he's very much favouring that right hand.
Yeah, just reaching forward there, Umayanga. That was in the channel. Just he slammed his bat into the pitch.
Hello to Kroom. Nice to see he's back with us now. To watching a bit of county cricket. But yeah, the rain, a bit of an issue in England. I heard the weather is pretty terrible today.
This one again, just knocked away towards mid-wicket. And it's going to be a single again. They're playing this the right way, you have to say. Casalina, other than the wickets they've lost, getting a boundary every over and then just rotating the strike after that.
It's only really dot balls and a bunch of dot balls to get you in trouble from here. And of course, wickets lost.
Oh, this one takes a thickish outside edge, and it's just going to be 1 run, and it's another good over for Casalina. 10 runs off it, and they've just been chipping away at this total very well, and they only need 37 runs in the second half of this inning. Of course, the ECN has the great honor of bringing you the first ever European Cricket Championship Women. Of course, it will take place at the Cardama Oval between the 17th to the 22nd of December, right there during the festive period. What a great way to spend Christmas, watching the fine women from Spain, Italy, Netherlands, France, and Austria. Really looking forward to that one, and a terrific way to conclude this year's ECN calendar.
Yeah, it certainly is, Nish, and couldn't have said it better myself. 24 matches over 6 days. 4 matches a day, 5 teams, 1 Women's European Champion. As we get ready for over 6, let's go into rump.
Yeah, a little bit of width over there from Kulwinder Ram early. It's a little bit dangerous to keep bowling there, especially with the field he has. And, well, in response, they've just moved someone from the leg side to the offside because there's a minimal protection out there. So if Breathtaking gets any bat on it, it's probably going to go for 4. Oh, that's another dot ball. I have to say, though, this is a very dangerous line to be bowling.
Yeah, this isn't over yet. You know, I just think team averages 74 with the stick, chasing 85. These two going about to run a ball.
Finally connects, but finds the fielder that they just moved into place. Oh, another wider delivery. And again, Ram looking for the call, but I think the umpire Suleiman Saeed got this one right.
Yeah, I think this is for sure. Well inside. Came back further inside off the pitch as well. It's a brilliant over. Again, just bowl where you want it. Sounds so simple. But bowlers that have been accurate have been successful bowlers today and really across the whole tournament.
Oh, another. He's just leaving it out there, isn't he, Ram? And so far, Breathtaking just can't connect with any of these. Again,
on a maiden now. Kulwinder Ram.
Ooh, is this going to be given a wide? He's looking for the call, but he's not going to get it.
I reckon that's a wide. I reckon he's gone away with that, and he'll get the maiden. Look, drifts out a bit, this one. That, for me, it's half on the line, half inside. But when you're hot, you're hot. When you're not, you're not. Breathtaking comes up with 6 donuts in the 6th, and a maiden not in the plans. Castellina go from favouritism to being in 2nd place in this contest for me with that over. It's 48 for 3.
Yeah, that's just pretty much an over taken away from Castellina. They were going along at a pretty good rate until then. Still somewhat on track with a run rate of 8. And now we're going to see Zudran coming back. His first over was the opening over of this innings. Gave up 8 runs in that and picked up the wicket of Indika Sain. Oh, goes a little bit short, and this is very well played by Umayanga. It's going to be a chase for the fielder, a 3rd man. They'll come back for a 2nd run. So good running between the wickets by Castellina.
Yeah, it was good running. And if you can't hit boundaries, then you need to scramble. And yeah, see there, passing link to Zudran. That was one for height. So 35 of 23, race to the finish here.
And again, it just he's clearly got this plan of just keeping it wide of the batsman, and they just can't seem to connect on anything. Oh, this time he sort of bowls it in the slot, and that allows Umayanga to actually get some bat on it. And it's just going to be 1 run. Oh, Fuller delivery. This one drilled to Manib at long on, and he fumbles it a little bit. And well, maybe if Castellina were a little bit more alive, they could have had a chance to poach a 2nd run. But it's all gone quiet for them since the halfway stage of the innings.
Got a lot to do in this last 20 balls.
Oh, this is a gorgeous shot, and it's going to clear the boundary up. Where has that come from? We haven't seen any of that for a couple of overs. A great shot there by Umayanga again. We know he's capable of clearing the boundary, and he shows that here again. Beautiful shot, opens the face of his bat and smacks it over cover.
Badly needed, to say the least. Umayanga comes up with a big hit at just the right time. 27 off 19 now. Can he do it again? Last ball of the 7th.
And he'll play a gorgeous looking shot, but it's going to go straight to the fielder at cover. Good running here by Castellina. They might even get a 2nd run of overthrows. as again, this time they were really alert and they were there to take advantage of the opportunity presented. Strong end to the over, 8 runs off the last couple of balls and 12 for the over, just spoiling a lot of Zudran's good work. Of course, Casalina will come back for the 5th and final match of today against the Roma Bangla Morning Sun, who've had a rather mixed day. Their top order has failed to click, so I expect to see the wounded tiger come roaring back.
Yeah, rematch of the first game of the day that Roma Bangla Morning Sun won fairly easily. They won by 58 runs. But then Roma Bangla went cold, didn't they, in the middle game against Kent Lanka? So stay tuned for that one. It's coming up in around about 35 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Castellina winning the toss and electing to bat first. So let's see if they can put a winning score on the board. All right. This game, for me, is about a coin flip at the moment. Niazi's going to bowl. He's a good bowler bowling the 8th. Protatagi needs to at least just get a single and get out of the way here.
Oh, this time it's just not a sweet connection there by Porotage. But again, Umayanga's back on strike again. He's looked very good. Hit a boundary, hit a 6. How's Porotage? I think he should just focus on trying to keep Umayanga on strike as much as possible.
Yeah, that's right. And Umayanga, 6 that he blasts over cover was super important. That maiden. Oh. Bet they'd love those 6 balls back. Here, Castellina. And don't forget, remember what the last ball of the first innings was? It was a big 6. Went from 78 to 84.
Oh, very nicely played. Third man was brought back into the ring, and he uses the pace of the ball beautifully there, Umayanga. Again, one thing that I do think the Gladiatori have been guilty of is just changing their field based on the last shot. They brought third man back in and sent out cover because of the 6 that Umayanga hits. And guess what? The very next ball, he places it exactly where there previously was a fielder.
Yeah, good shot and good shot selection, I think. Now it forces the field change. They're going to put the deep third back. And Niazi probably just too short. That was the issue.
No, this one's short and wide. Just moves away a little bit from Umayanga.
Yeah, just premeditated there. Didn't need to. It's been so good just standing still and batting. So 20 off 16. I've just got a weird tingle about this. I think could be on. Needing 8 and over.
Oh, gets the top edge. Is it going to carry to the fielder? It will. So that fielder was placed there a couple of balls ago. And this fielding change actually pays off for the Gladiatori. Been a little bit critical at times of how they've moved their fielding around so consistently, as this one, top edge, carries to the fielder. Well taken catch. And Umayanga's wicket, this is a huge one. I mean, Umayanga, other than Sane, he's probably been one of their more impressive batsmen. So they're going to need to find some new heroes here at Castellina.
Shows you how far the edges fly, as we see Nuan Arachige, who was doing the keeping in this game for Castellina. He's coming out to bat. So, yeah, left-hander just kind of changes the angles a little bit. But yes, that game of chase the ball worked out well, didn't it? But to be fair to Niazi, he bowls this short one outside the off stump, knowing he's got a bit more protection there that time. So, yeah, the edge flew away, but that was still a good contribution from Umayanga. 24 off 16, gets them close. It doesn't quite get them over the line. Still 20 required, and we've got to still have this big finish on.
Oh, this is absolutely crunched, but it's hit straight to a fielder. And it's just going to be 1 run.
Yeah. Protatagi's got an important role now. It's to slot into that established batter role. He's had a look at 15 balls. Okay, had a bit of a shocker when he faced down a maiden. Take that out, 12 off 9. Niazi has bowled a tight one here. Last ball, the 8th coming up.
Oh, he connects on this one, but again, finds the fielder.
Oh, no.
And oh, a huge mishap over here. Complete miscommunication. And Nara Chichige is going to have to sacrifice his wicket. Oh, this is really disappointing. Again, Castellina just falling apart at the end.
This is so interesting because there was a mix-up here. The keeper Mubarak, he's actually waiting to see if he can get a chance to get Porotatagi. You can see Arachigo, who actually played a really good shot first ball, doesn't respond. And then, so he holds off and he says, you know, is there a chance he'll walk back past him? And if he walks back past him, then maybe we can run out the guy who's been there for longer. But then he realises that because Porotatagi's back in his crease, well, then that's not going to make a difference. It's always going to be number 31, Arachigo, who's out. So, yeah, disappointment for Arachigo, who's going to have to go for a golden one off one ball. And it's a weird one. Arachigo hit the first ball so confidently. Porotatagi has kind of struggled a little bit during this innings. And he'll get run out for one. Porotatagi, he's 12 off 16 at the moment.
Yes, we cool wind around coming in. A couple of overs left now. Castellina 66 for 5. That's just going to be updated shortly. This edge, is it going to go away to the boundary? It's going to be a race between the ball and the fielder. Fielder makes it on time. It's going to be a tight second run. And they just about make it back home again. Castellina, they've made this low-scoring chase really challenging for themselves.
Yeah, 66 for 5 off 8. Yeah, better throw there. Could have done the job. We go to the 9th. Manikarumge comes in now.
Oh, and he just inside edges it onto his own pads. Oh, Porotage, he's having a very, very difficult time. He bowled well in the first innings. Was good in the field as well.
Creeping. Got to keep creeping. Where's the boundary going to come from this over?
He swings and misses at another one.
That's the other thing. You know, Porotage, this has been a terrible matchup for him. And he survived the run out. Again, I've got to say, Arachigo, who was run out, probably should have just gone on the call. What was he waiting for? For fundamental.
Oh, they're going to go up in the field over here. Oh, he might just run himself out.
Someone run.
But there could be a chance for overthrows. As the Gladiatori right now are the best friends for Castellina.
Well, Porotage just has to get away from that end. He's been stuck. And the game's drifting away. That's why he's looking for it. His partner didn't respond once again. It's almost like they're not speaking the same language out there. They scramble through for a hard-fought leg by. And let's see if Manikarumge can do something with the bowling of Kulwinder Ram, who's only conceded 2 in that leg by off the 9 balls he's bowled.
This one's played away towards long on. They're going to push for a second for sure. But they just decide to go for a 1.
Well, Porotage, he's hit 1-6 in, I make 19 balls faced. Well, it's time running out.
15 needed of 8 right now for Castellina, just to update you regarding the balls on the scoreboard.
And there we go. All right, going to get the big shot away.
Oh, goes for the big swing over here, and it's going to be another dot ball.
Yeah, and so it leaves a lot to do. Again, it's super tight. Umpires just thought that's crept inside. It's an umpire's call, really. Maybe it grabbed a little bit of the line. Umpire says nope. And so it's the end of 9. The score 70 for 5. 14 for a golden ball. Last over of the game coming up. 15, though, will see Castellina win the game. But here's the thing. If you want to look at this inning so far, we haven't had an over more than 12 all the way through. So Munib's going to bowl over number 10. Asiri Manikarumge is in the hot seat. Underneath 12 runs in boundaries here, either 2 6s or 3 4s. Here we go, last overtime.
Oh, absolutely belts the first one. Is this going to clear the boundary rope? It's a big chase there by the fielders, Zadran, but it goes over his head. And Castellina, well, they've just added a little bit of more drama to this game. Again, at one stage, we thought they might chase this fairly easily. They made just 22 runs in the 4 overs before this. They've made this as challenging as they could, but now they've brought this down to a very dramatic finish. 9 needed of 5. Manikarumge hitting a 6 off the first ball. Oh, and he goes too wide. The bowler feeling the pressure after getting hit for a 6.
Yeah, what a shot by Manik Ramge. Come the moment, come the man. As he picked that up, played the shot of his life, and then he gets a bonus one. So 8 off 5. Key here, don't want dot balls. Score off every ball. It's pretty hard to lose. Manik Ramge has Niazi's measure early in the over, but the fight's not over yet.
And it's another dot ball.
Clever bowling because he's got the deep third in place. He's just been driven down the ground, so he says, all right, I'm going to pull it a bit shorter and see what you can do with that. And the short answer is not much, so 8 off 4 now. I feel like they need a boundary somewhere along the line here if they're going to drag themselves across the line. Castellino, remember that 6 runs at the end of the first innings off the last ball. What a difference that's made.
Oh, he connects on this one. There's a fielder coming underneath. This is going to take some catching, and it's really, really well taken by Ryan Mia. And Manik Ramge, who's one of the few players who's been able to clear the boundary for Castellina, has to depart. And this is an important wicket, but more importantly, another dot ball.
Well, I was calling run for 2 just in case he drops it, but he actually made that look remarkably easy, Raihan. He pings the ball into the ground in frustration. This game's going right down to the wire. Of course, taking the catch means that the new batter has to face. And it's Madurawalagi who's coming out late in the piece. So it's basically 7 to tie, 8 to win. There's 3 balls left and a new batter to face up. Good catch under pressure there. Because I feel like if he dropped that, you've probably got the guy, Manik Ramge, back on strike. Probably that puts Castellina favourites as it is. Probably just favour the Gladiators here. Niazi to Madurawalagi.
Oh, huge dot ball, and Porotage is just going to run to the striker's end.
Changes the strike though. It's a productive out in that. Even though Madurawalagi is going to go for a golden duck, Porotage takes the responsibility as the established batter. And I think it's actually quite clever. He forces the keeper to throw to the bowler's end to at least keep the established batter safe. But the thing is, the established batter, Porotage, like I said, he's hit 1 boundary in 21 balls. And now he's going to have to do something pretty dramatic to win the game for Castellina.
Yeah, I mean, you're asking someone who's batting on 14 of 21 to hit a couple of boundaries to win your side again. It doesn't fill you with a lot of confidence, but again, we've seen some very unlikely players hit a 6. He has hit 1 6 in his innings.
Yeah. The other thing here, if this is a dot ball, it's pretty much impossible for the batting team to win. So he has to score at least something here. 2 to come.
Oh, and he hits this down the ground. He has to come back, surely. He's run this first one really slowly. Oh, I'm really surprised by this decision. Porotage surely had to try to get back on strike for the final ball.
Well, the short answer is yes, you could, but if he's so out of form, he might feel like anybody else is just as likely to hit a 6. So that's what it's going to come down to here. So, yeah, we've got the last ball coming up to 78 at the moment. So a 6 will be a golden ball. And yeah, I think that's Udagamage who's coming in. He's certainly built like someone that could hit a 6. Niazi just needs to keep the ball in the ballpark here. Castellina, 6 runs for a golden ball. Could this break the streak right here? Maximo or nothing for Castellina to stay alive. 6 for a golden ball. Last ball.
It's a big swing and a miss. Castellina failed to deliver at the end as Udagamage goes back inside his crease to make sure he's not run out.
Here's the thing, Nish. They were both 78 before the last ball, weren't they? And we said at the end of the first innings, the 6 off the last ball of the first innings, essentially the difference between the two teams, the winning margin, 6 runs. And guess what? We've just seen double digits defended for the first time on ECN since the 10th of July. So the Gladiators, they do finish on a high, even though it wasn't their most polished performance. They do get revenge on Castellina. This is what's coming up in approximately 20 minutes. We have Castellina back, and we'll see if they can challenge Roma Bangla Morning Sun in the final match of the day, match 51. Castellina batting first in this one. But I'm sure they'll look back and they'll wonder what might have been. You look back at the maiden, for example, where it was a similar kind of ball, just wasn't dealt with too well. And ultimately, Gladiators, their first ECS. Obviously, they had a strong start, didn't quite go to plan for most of their tournament. But they sneak in here by 1 swing of the bat in match number 50.
Well, Castellina, of course, got off to a very good start. They're going along perfectly at their required run rate, although they were losing wickets at regular intervals. We just take a look at some of the wickets as well as some of the errors from this Gladiatori side. It's a rather odd performance when you can restrict your opponent to just 78 runs and also make a lot of errors at the same time. We just saw that brilliant catch by Zadran, stuck a hand up, managed to pluck that one out of the air. And then we saw Umayanga come in. He made a nice 24 of 16. He hit this shot, one of the shots of the match, a beautiful 6 over cover. And then he also mixed it up with nice little boundaries behind point like that. But once he departed, once Umayanga departed, you just felt that this game was starting to go away from Casalina. We saw this nice 6 hit by Manikarage at the first ball of the final over, but unfortunately they would falter after that. Casalina, they failed to hit the required runs, and the Gladiatori held their nerve and took an unlikely victory. They defended a target of 85 and won it by 6 runs. The keeper sending Casalina away with a kiss.
Yeah, well, it's one of those situations again. Casalina put parts of a game together, but they can't really put a whole game together. They put together a good first half, even had some moments there in the chase, but just times that went really cold, cost them the game in the end. Umayanga with 24, he nicked off to deep third in the end. Nice catch, got rid of him. Kaluara Chige with 12 in there. Prototage, well, he was there for a while, wasn't he? But he absorbed a lot of deliveries as well. 15 off 22. Case of what might have been. Archige got run out in miscommunication. Just some basics let him down. Kuwinram doesn't take a wicket, but have a look at those figures. None for 3 off 2 overs, including a maiden, 2 for 14. And Niazi got the job done at the end. Wickets for Zadran Prakash and Muktia Singh. So we say goodbye to Roma Gladiatori. Great to see a new team in the ECS. And we certainly wish them all the best of luck in the rest of their season, and of course in season 2024. We'll take a break here, back in about 15 minutes with the preview to the last game of the day. Casalina trying to pull something out of the fire, and Rome Bangla Morning Sun, well, they'll be hoping to get back on the horse after falling off in the middle of the day. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Nishay Bhatt, and we'll see you after this break for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Well, it's the final match of this Wednesday, and it's going to take place between Casalina and Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Let's head over to the coin toss, where match referee Ian Ramage is alongside both the captains.
Castellina, you are the home team, you will toss the coin. Aroma Bangla, you're the away team, you will call. There's the coin.
Head.
Heads has been called. Oh, and it's come down tails, so you've won the toss.
I want to bat first.
You want to bat first? Okay, the toss has been won by Castellina, who will bat first.
So as you just heard, Casalina have won the toss and decided to bat first. Of course, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Casalina to bat really well in this innings against a formidable RBMS side who are going to be a wounded tiger. After all, they have had a bit of a mixed bag of a day. Their top order hasn't quite clicked the way they wanted, so I think they're going to come out really strong in this game. And all eyes are going to be on Casalina's skipper, Indika Sain. He's been the personification of consistency throughout this series, and expect him to have another big performance for Casalina. Let's head over to the commentary box where Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu is waiting for you all.
Thanks very much, Nish. And yeah, Casalina certainly got in a winning position that last game, but just didn't have that killer instinct, did they? In the end, they fell 6 runs short of Gladiatori, who did get their revenge over Casalina, who have their only win in the series so far against Gladiators, who have now bowed out of the competition. This is match 51, the last match of day number 10. Casalina taking on Roma Bangla Morning Sun, who have an 8-5 record. This is their final group game, Roma Bangla. Before they have the day off tomorrow, they will be part of finals Friday, though. So again, this could be important as far as just finishing position. So there's a couple of things up for grabs potentially. Second spot on the ladder. Got Royal Roma looking pretty set there, but a big win could potentially see Roma Bangla against Royal Roma maybe going over the top of them, as you can expect. 88% Roma Bangla Morning Sun, big favourites over Casalina, but Casalina have done it in patches, haven't they? So we'll see if they can pull something out last game of the day. It's Pulun that they've sent out to open the batting. Okay, with Indika Sen. They've just been searching for that right combination, haven't they? Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they'll be disappointed with how they played in their previous match. That was match number 49 when Kent Lanka were able to restrict Roma Bangla to a score of 90 in the 10 overs, and then Kent Lanka chased it down in the 8th over. So just in case weather's a factor on Friday, and there's a little bit of rain in the forecast tomorrow. Anyway, Anik is going to get us going, and he gets Indika kind of jumping a little bit. A little cut down to deep third for a single. Yeah, so yeah, the reason second and third might matter if you're second or third, it's to do with if there's, for example, if the game's rained out, if the semi-finals rained out, then the top team, the higher placed team, will go through. So like I said, second is potentially there, but it would have to be an absolute hammering because of the net run rate situation. Roma Bangla could get level with Royal Roma, but Royal Roma have over 2 points of net run rate advantage. As we see a ball misfielded, we'll concede the single. Anik Ahmed, he bends his back. He's one of the quicker bowlers going around here in Rome. Gets a lot of bounce out of this pitch. Chandra Bomic back into the wicket-keeping position for Roma Bangla in this game. Naeem is playing as a fielder. When he gets to the weekend, probably they'll go with Naeem. He's done most of the work behind the stumps. But they do have a few options. They've also got Shel Chowdhury, who's a very good keeper in the side, playing as a specialist bat. Indika goes back, cuts again. There's 2 deep third fielders, but neither can grab that one, as it's going to be 4 runs. So I think Sen just kind of sweating on the short ball. He's got this little trigger where he backs away and kind of opens up that offside. Looks like a black caps helmet he's wearing as well. Just noticed that. A variation of. This one's going to cramp him for him, going a mile down leg side. Leg by will be the signal from the umpire. So it's random questions time. And, in the end, we'll just get the one leg by. So yeah, I put in the chat a little moment ago. Throw your random questions in. May even do an Instagram to get a few extras from those of you that can't get in the YouTube chat, depending on where you're watching from around the world. A little bit short. Balloon pulls, doesn't really time it. You just get one here. So a few people liking Nish's hat. Yeah, he had the ECN big floppy hat on. Dave B was asking, is that like a Canadian Mounties, like a police hat? I don't know. Don't know what Nish's horse riding is like. We'll have to ask him. Wayne thinks maybe Nish stole it from Guian. Thinks it was a kid-size hat. I don't know. It's a good look. And then end of the over from Anik. So just the one boundary in it. And it's 7 without loss after 1. Yeah, so throw in your random questions, and you might even have a few questions about the ECC. 5 days to go. Countdown is really on now. So huge few days ahead. Finish up the group stage tomorrow, finalise that 4, and then we'll have finals day on Friday. We'll have European Cricket International. So 3 sides you will see in the ECC. Italy, of course, as well as Austria and Finland over the weekend, and then into the ECC proper on Monday morning. As Bilal Hussain gets ready to roll the second over. Warm welcome to my co-commentator and potentially horse riding commentator, Nishay Butt. Do you have any horse riding experience?
The only time I rode a horse was when I was, I think, 2 or 3 years old, and I still remember it, so that tells you how traumatic an experience that was.
Probably find out around here if there's some lessons going. Oh, that's a great pickup and throw. Well, the pickup was good. Throw probably wasn't as good as the pickup, but it'll be a single first ball. Yeah, so yeah, I'm going to... Oh, good question from Kroom. Is there an ECN bucket hat available? Now that is something I could get around. I haven't seen one. That is a brilliant suggestion. So there, the bucket hat, you know, like a smaller version of what you were wearing there. I like it, Kroom. Yeah, so throwing it wide open on my Instagram now. Mr. Maximo, if you want to pop in. And we'll get some more random questions going. Bilal to Indica Sen. Lifts it up over the leg side, just out of the grasp of the fielder, and he won't be able to pull it back. And Anik, luckily for him, he stops just before the fence. So he gets just enough in the timing, doesn't he, there? And 4 runs to Castellina.
If they're going to post any kind of healthy total here, it really comes down to Indica Sane. A very consistent performer throughout the series. Missed out in the last game against the Gladiatori, and I'm sure he'll be really frustrated as that's as close as Castellina have come to getting a second victory.
Here's the comeback ball from Bilal, and it's skied. Now someone should get to this. It's away from the fielder, but he'll take it. That's a brilliant piece of fielding down there. That's a key wicket gone. Indica Sen out for just 9, and that looks like Saiful Hira down at deep third that takes a good running catch. The first wicket falls. It's 13 for 1.
He's had a good day, Saiful Hira. We saw him earlier with his bowling. He was really good. Bowling ambidextrous, and now, well, he's taken a really good catch as well. Terrific stuff here by Saiful Hira. And again, dangerous Indica Sane departs. That is a massive, massive blow for Castellina. Again, their batting really just goes through their skipper. He's been responsible for the bulk of their runs. He's easily the most experienced batsman as well on their side. And now it's Koloarachige coming out to bat. Did a pretty decent job in that game, which we just saw Castellina take part in against the Gladiatori. Well, this is a different animal altogether. RBMS, one of the finest batting teams in this ECS. You'd think that Castellina even have a chance.
Yeah, they probably let themselves down with the ball. That's been a consistent theme, I think. And the batting's got him out of jail a few times, especially early in the tournament. As Koloarachige comes in at 3. And watches a wide. First up. So I know that Jay Wild has tuned in. He's watching from the Costa del Sol. He's been busily readying the Cartamar Oval. So that will be ready to go in 5 days. Everyone's getting quite excited. Hello to Ujwal as well, who's jumped in. hopefully everyone is as excited as we are. This one probably just sneaks in. It, yeah, will be given. I'm waiting for it. For a signal, yeah, buy given. Yeah, I think it's a good call. I think when it passed the line, it was just inside. Harshal is asking, is the ECC where Italy openers went crazy last time? Yeah, they sure did. I think the game he's talking about is against Czechia, when I think it was Amir Sharif and it was either Nisa or maybe, I think it was Nisa on that occasion. Put on 140 next to no time. And this is also motoring from Pulun, who cracks this off the back foot behind point. 4 runs. Good batting, good timing from the Castellina opener.
Great timing, great shot selection. You know, we've seen a few batsmen get a bit too obsessed trying to heave everything to the leg side. This time he just plays the ball to its merit, and he gets a boundary. Again, a responsibility on these Castellina batsmen's shoulders. Because they're such heavy underdogs going into this game, I hope that just means they can play more freely.
I think you're right. They've got nothing to lose. And so, yeah, back yourself. That was a good shot. Yeah, so I think it was Nisa Ahmed and Amir Sharif, the openers you're talking about. But they've got a lot of hitting power. They've got Zain Ali in there from Chivadate this year. They've got, obviously, Sharif and Natfi from Fresh Tropical. You've got Joy Pereira in there, who's a very good hitter of a cricket ball. Marshall asking, who's my pick in this ECC? Good question. Don't have any simple answers to that. Last ball of the second. Cracked away, and this will be 4. He plays that shot really well, Pulun. It's just good shot selection and execution. The second finishes with a boundary, and it's 23 for 1.
Where was this in the previous game against the Gladiatori is what a lot of fans will be thinking. 2 good shots, though, as of course we take a look at the standings, and Roma Bangla Morning Sun have pretty much cemented their place in the 3rd spot. They're going to have to win this game by a big margin to potentially leapfrog Royal Roma, but that shouldn't make a huge difference, as the 2nd and 3rd will play each other in the semi-final. Whereas Castellina, they're playing for pride, and this team has a lot of pride.
Really big win, it would have to be. And we just saw double digits defended for the first time on ECN since the 10th of July in that previous match. Gladiatori defending 84, Castellina falling 6 runs short. And Gladiatori getting a 6 off the last ball. The first innings turned out to be the difference between the 2 teams. I've got a question from Mukesh, and it was about something that was on Twitter about one of our staff being on the phone during the games. You've got to realise that is not inherently suspicious. It was actually our head of integrity who was on a work call, right? So players are not allowed mobile phones during the games. Umpiring officials are not. But you've got to realise also we're conducting a business here, so people are on the phone sometimes. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. I just did an interview and I did it on my phone. So this is what I think that just gets blown out of proportion, Mukesh. So the same thing is, you know, when we've got essentially we're at the ground for 12 hours a day. So you've got some certain personal business to take care of. So yeah, that's something that came across my desk, and I won't mention who it was. They're on the phone during the game. There's a reason for that. So it's okay. It's not something that you're on the phone all the time. But if you're on a break, and our staff get breaks too, there was nothing in it. So thanks for the question. I'm glad you brought that up, Mukesh. Actually, so it was just funny that it was actually our head of integrity who's probably talking to our integrity department, making sure everything's run above board, and people thought there was something suspicious about that. It couldn't be further from the truth. So yeah, I suppose it's just understanding the volume of cricket, and there's a lot going on behind the scenes. ECN doesn't just happen. Anyway, hello to Sid Gowd, who's watching from Prague as well. Sid, hopefully you're well. Nice to have you with us. And he's asking, which country in Europe has the best cricket grounds, excluding the Netherlands? Very interesting. I mean, this Roma CC ground's right up there. I think you've got to throw Moira Vlasia in Romania up there as well. I think you've been there, Nish, haven't you? That's a wonderful ground. Malta's in there as well. Obviously, Cardiff Oval, probably a bit of an unfair comparison because of how much work we put into that in our marquee tournaments.
Seabarn in Austria as well, another great cricket ground.
Seabarn is a very good ground in Austria with a lot of history as well. So it's It's a tough one. I mean, they're doing some great things in Sweden with some of the grounds now as well. No, they just redeveloped their Norsborg ground there, the Albies Army home ground. All right, push and run. Oh, Bomic actually kicks the stumps over and cops the ball in the foot at the same time, which is not easy to do. Watch this. Yeah, have a look. He actually knocks it with his gloves and then cops the ball in the foot. Ouch. Anyway, Sid, nice to see you. And how do you think the Czech team will go in week 1? Sid might be in the squad for that, actually. So, yeah, we'll welcome all sorts of random questions. This is bunted out to mid-on. Quick throw. Might have been close, but Pullen scrambles through for the single.
Yeah, Seifel here completely overcooks that throw. Could have had a chance with a direct hit. No, that one was well wide.
There's a question from Harshal. Are there tickets for watching the ECC on the ground? Well, if you're in the area, it's free entry. And food's available for purchase, of course. Yeah, the Cartamar Oval. You can look it up on Google Maps. Cartamar Oval, Costa del Sol. It's halfway between Cartamar and Cohen on the A7059. Just follow the flags for European cricket. We'd love for you to come down. I know that a few people in the chat are going to do that. Mukesh said thank you for the answer. He wanted an answer so, you know, he can pass that on to his friends and family in India. And I think it's a good question, Mukesh. But you got to understand there's a lot happening behind the scenes to make this work. Okay, so it's very different. If you saw a player on the phone or something like that, that's completely different than ECN staff. Obviously, we're vetted and you're running everything the right way. Letter Mark as well, who's in the chat saying Happy New Year. Well, Happy New Year to you. Although, well, it is September, right? But it's been a big year of European cricket already. We're heading for something like 1,600 matches or more.
Yeah, we don't know which calendar Mark might be using. He might not necessarily be using the Gregorian calendar.
That's true. Do you remember the name of the calendar before the Gregorian calendar? Test your history here.
This is
random calendar questions. It was the Julian calendar. And do you know now we're getting random. I love it when we get on a random thread. Last game of the day. The Julian calendar versus the Gregorian calendar. It's to do with popes and stuff. I was in the Vatican yesterday. That's not how I learnt this though. Wait for this ball from Hira, who can bowl left arm and right arm, pace and spin, which is pretty amazing. And kind of ties up Pullen here. The Gregorian calendar, they made a slight adjustment. So the Julian calendar had leap years every 4 years, but they found out to make it work slightly better that if the year ends in 00, it's only a leap year if you can divide the rest of it by 4. So rather than a leap year every 4 years, that's slightly too many. So yeah, the year 1900, for example, wasn't a leap year. 2000 was, because 20 you can divide by 4, and 2100, and I hope you live that long because you're a young man, won't be a leap year unless they change it. Anyway, here tosses this up down leg side. Yeah, so thanks for your random questions. We love them. Hello to Jonathan Skamans, who's watching from Finland, no doubt. And Jonathan, and ordinarily we'd see you behind the stumps of Finland, but I heard, unfortunately, you can't travel for this ECI this weekend, or the ECC. Oh, missed stumping. And this is a tough one. It kind of drifts in, and Bowman couldn't quite skip to his left far enough. So this was an opportunity that gets missed. Simranjit Singh's in the chat again, and we'll see him this weekend for Italy. Looking forward to seeing you, Simran. Got Corey Rutgers in as well. This is hit hard and well fielded.
No, really disappointing to hear that Jonathan won't be part of the Finland team that travels this weekend. Of course, he was the top scorer for Finland at their last ECC.
And we've never quite seen the best of him either, but he's a good player with the bat. He'll be the first to acknowledge that he's made some starts, hasn't quite gone on with it. But hopefully we do see you again at some point. Hello to Chris as well in the chat. Hello to Anna and Basil Joy, who's popped in from Malta as well as we get to the end of the 4th over. The score is 33 for 1.
Decent start here for Castellina, going along at the run rate they typically do. Again, Castellina always start fairly conservatively and then look to tack near the end. That probably explains why they only have 1 win. As we take a look at this run rate, of course, going along at just about 8 1/4 right now. Castellina, they lost their skipper, Indy Kasane.
Question from Dave B in the chat. Who's the one player to watch? If you have to name one player in ECC. Good question. Okay, first player that comes into my mind. Okay, I'm drawing a blank at the moment. If I pick one player. The first player that pops into my mind. Okay, I'm just going to go out there and I'm going to say Josh Lawrenson from Jersey. Don't ask me why. It was the first player that popped into my mind. Good young player. We saw him doing good things under pressure for Farmers from Jersey in the ECL. Picked in the national team now. Good young player. Group B, watch out for him. And Jersey and Guernsey, that'll be a really good battle, I think, in Group B.
And this one is just chipped out to the field to recover. I'll go with Clayton Floyd.
I said I could have gone an easy, the low-lying fruit and gone Clayton Floyd. Yeah, but obviously Clayton Floyd, former MVP. It'd be great to have him back. And you might as well throw Andy Rishton in there. He was the MVP last year, and we'll get to see a bit more of him because England have to go through the group stage this time.
I've also had the pleasure of working alongside Floyd. We just see this big swing over here. Yep, in Cyprus.
Yeah, true. Clayton for sure is one to watch, and there's plenty more. I was thinking about Rich Edwards, the bowler from England 11, who missed last year because of the birth of his first child, but he did some very, very good things back in 2021 when they won it. He's back in the side. There's Bouillon coming on here, and we might have a run out, and we will have a run out. So miscommunication. Kalawara Chigate had to turn around and couldn't in time. So a needless one loss there for Gasolina, 35 for 2.
And another wicket falls here. We just got a message from Nicolo Fernando in the chat. Nicolo saying, when I was playing cricket in my school days in the Sri Lankan youth national team, I was a fast bowler and had an average speed of 134 kilometers per hour. Again, we've seen him bowl a lot of spin for much of this series, but today we saw him bowl seam up, and he bowled quite well.
Well, firstly, Nico, smart to switch to spin in the first place, because spinners go, I'm not saying they don't work hard at all, but it's a lot less taxing on your body, and they seem to clean up all the time. But you could actually see Nico had that good natural left arm shape, didn't he? And you don't just learn that. I think it shows you he's got a lot of experience doing it. And so, yeah, for Nico, I'd like to see his variation in his bowling. It's been good. Hello to Jared Wilson, who's watching from Ireland. Hello to Louis as well, who's watching. Got Praj the Goat, who wants to shout out. Hello, Praj. Hopefully you're well. Anyway, last ball of the 5th over coming up. It's hit pretty hard, and it will beat the fielder just. It was a good effort by Anik Ahmed, but he couldn't quite reel it in. It takes us to the end of the 5th over. And Castellina fighting to put something on the board. It's 39 for 2 after 5. Gives us a chance to welcome you into the commentary cube. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Joining me once again is Nish A. Bhatt. And Nish, you've put in a good shift already. You've done Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I know tomorrow you've got the day off in Rome. Tell us what your plans are.
Well, the plans are just to do an old speed run of the city, to use a Zoomer term. Try to see as much as I can within 8 hours. So, yeah, looking forward to that. Not really a rest day. You'd say it's going to be a lot of walking and exercise, but well worth it.
Yeah, I did a lot of steps yesterday. I checked out the Vatican, all these things, amazing things you can do. You seem pretty organised, so I think you'll really enjoy your first day as a tourist in Rome, because I know we've been working you pretty hard so far. And if you do have any questions about Rome, why don't you get in? We're live right now, and you can get into the chat, of course, ECN European Cricket Network, or call my Instagram open at the moment, getting a few random questions there, as well as we get ready for over number 6, Umi Younger. The new batter, he will be facing first up. Gets tied up. This one off the thigh pad, no run. How skillful is the hero, though, to be able to bowl both arms? He's probably one of a handful of players we've seen do that on the European Cricket Network. Well, he goes the reverse this time. Quite a remarkable shot. It's going to plug. And it's a good shot for one in the end. The reverse gets over the infield, but doesn't go all the way to the rope.
No, but this is exactly what Castellina need to do. They're probably well aware of the fact that they don't possess the same hitting power as a few other teams, so they're going to have to be innovative when looking to manufacture runs.
Now, Pulun gets cramped, and he'll get a leg by. Hashel asking, do we still have Peacock Fridays? Yeah, of course. I don't know if you got something peacocky tomorrow, although it's a finals Friday, so it's not as peacocky as like a non-finals Friday. As Christian Kalugamage. He's another guy we've seen bowling pace lately. I see Regina in the chat as well. Jared Wilson's keen for me to get the green blazer on. Oh, that's a really good shot. He just steps down and he turns this into a half volley and he sends it Maximo. 6 to Castellina.
Yeah, good hitting here. Nice aggressive stuff. Just comes down the wicket and hammers it after making a half volley. See you later. What a huge hit.
Yeah, so Jared, being from Ireland, he wants me to wear the green jacket, probably everyday Islander there. I'll do my best. I'll wear it as a welcome, maybe. As this is going to test Anik. He gets a bit of a Tortuga, but he does well. And now throws to the keeper. And, oh, unfortunately, Bowman can't quite gather it. And so they'll sneak back for 2. There's daring running by the batters. Hello to Charlie Hunt as well. Hello to Dilasha. Of course, part of the Italian setup as well. Great to have them in the box the other day. Girish Chowdhury as well is in the chat. Oh, fake charge from Umayanga. It's clever bowling from here. It just pulls it back. Pretty economical spell for him. He's going to go wicketless, but he only concedes 13 in his 2 overs as we get to the end of the 6th. The score is 49 for 2.
Yeah, we're just taking a look at the scorecard here, of course. Harsha Paloon, top scoring so far with 19 of 16. They've been helped a little bit by the extras. Roma, Bangla, Morning Sun have bowled so far. But, of course, on this random question Wednesday, we've got a question in here from Tim Reedman.
Saw that one.
Tim Reedman asking both of us, since the start of ECN, which player has been the most memorable for us?
Good question. Okay, go on. All-time memorable player for you. Don't think. The thing is, you can debate forever, but just go.
It has to be Mangala Gunasekara back in that first ECS I ever covered in 2020.
Beast, yeah.
That Punjab Lions team has probably had one of the most dominant ECS campaigns I've ever seen. And we have a dot ball here. Good bowling by Bhuyan after coming back for a second over.
Yeah, sneaks it just inside. Chandra couldn't quite gather it. Yeah, I'm just going to go out in no surprise. I'm going to say Nabi. I'm disappointed we won't see him in the ECC now, just because the way that he led the batting for Drur against good players is pretty rare. Anyway, this is going to be slammed down the ground. That's going to be for Pullen. He's batted the distance, hasn't he, so far? Hasn't had a lot of the strike, but he moves into the 20s with that flat bat smack down the ground.
Yeah, just time now for Pullen to start accelerating. He's seen enough balls. You just have a look at that projected score. Needs to go at about 14-0 from here to get into triple digits. Castellina.
Oh, that's wide, I reckon. Been a little bit stuck on these today. That for me straight over the line. Umpires must be getting a bit tired as well, though. We're into the last game of the day. Castellina need runs however they can get them, that's the thing. This is hit straight, hit pretty firmly, straight down the ground. There's a gap as well. 50's come up during this over, and Pullen making hay under the clouds right now. Moves them up to 57.
Yeah, just over pitches that delivery slightly, and it's played beautifully with the full face of the bat. Nice looking stroke there by Paloon. He's seen enough balls now, and I think we'll now can expect him to accelerate through these remaining 3 overs.
Another shot down the ground. Anix moved a little bit straighter, fumbles it upwards, and somehow keeps it to a single. So I want to say thanks to everyone for your company in the Instagram. Probably shut that down in a moment. Dave had a bit of trouble working out the Instagram live, but never mind. You've heard it live anyway. If you're watching on YouTube, we're always live on YouTube every day. ECN European Cricket Network. Check us out. Oh, carved away nicely by Umayanga. It was full. Wasn't quite a Yorker, though. Bhuyan's going to go for a 4 last ball of his over. End of 7. Castellina 62 for 2. Had a question about the finals format. I mean, that's still on Friday, but it's a simple 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3. Rajbir had the question there. And the winners, of course, will play in the final. This is tomorrow, though, to finish off the group stage. And Asian Latina, well, they certainly had an awful start, but they seem to have played their way into the 4 now. Kent Lanka, though, big day for them. Let's see if they can be perfect. They're going to have to create some upsets. Maybe they can put a cat amongst the pigeons. All starts tomorrow again, same time, 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe, and 12:45 in India. Day 11, the last day before finals Friday, here in Rome. And if you want to check out the table and the fixtures, you can always go to our website, EuropeanCricket.com. Here's Bilal Hussain. He's going to start with a dot, as Pullen can't quite get on the pull. Well, Chris has said, is there any chance I can wear a different jacket for a different team every single day? Just wondering. I do have a lot of jackets, but there are 23 match days, and I will have to start repeating. But I'll never wear exactly the same outfit twice. That's what I'll say. Okay. Pitched up, slightly inside out. Fielder goes back and somehow pulls off a miracle catch. Oh, Sharif Rahan. I don't know who was more surprised, the fielder or the batter there, as he pulls out a jalebi catch. And that just might be our HCL Software play of the day. What a catch by Raihan.
This is absolutely insane. He's running back. He plucks it with his weaker hand as well. Raihan, well, he's off, jets out. One of the most terrific catches you'll ever see. And late in the day, a little bit of excitement for RBMS. Sharif Raihan, well, he shows us that he can't just produce the fireworks with the bat in hand. Takes a terrific catch over there. That's also a really, really important wicket of Harsha Paloon, who was going along so nicely at 28.
And if you're watching in the Instagram right now, get on the YouTube and watch that catch. Harshal asking, am I looking at being an international commentator? I am an international commentator. I'm very, very happy doing this job. We're doing it. In fact, you're an international commentator too on the weekend. Of course, we've got the Euros next week. Wimbledon, CC in the chat just quickly as well, saying see you all next year. Yeah, looking forward to it. Hello to Gibraltar Cricket and to Ollie Farquhar as well. If you want to keep watching, get in the YouTube ECN European Cricket Network. Okay. Bilal, 2 for 14. This just sneaks inside this time. And so, Rachike had a bit of bad luck, didn't he, earlier on? He was run out after playing pretty nice shot, the only ball that he faced. Bit of a mix-up with Porotutagi. So in another world, maybe Porotutagi would have been out, and who knows what would have happened, although this isn't particularly convincing as he walks and wafts at a ball outside the off stump.
That was a very interesting decision during that game, and of course, now that that game's concluded and we can just do the post-mortem of some of Casalina's decisions, I think in hindsight, Porotutagi probably just overestimated his abilities a little bit, considering how much he was struggling with the bat in hand.
Elevates, but doesn't quite get the contact. It should just be one. I think it's a good fielder. Covers the ground very, very quickly out there. And keeps it to a single. Wayne, thanks for donating $5 in the chat. It's very kind of you. It's always nice when fans show their support for European cricket. Of course, one of the few things that you can enjoy for free. Some good random questions in here. Some people talking about their memories of ECN. A few people liking Lala's 20 Maximos in his innings of 140 in Malta early in the year. This is short, and you can't quite deal with it. All right. And Dave Bell's going to say Yassine Khan, one of the youngest players to achieve a 5 for Huddinge. And Huddinge have actually qualified as the Swedish club in ECL 24. 63 for 3 after 8. Okay, I've got one here. Kroom asking, random question, what is your most treasured possession?
That's really hard to answer.
Isn't
I'll probably need a lot of time to think about that. I don't even know if I'll have a suitable answer for it, just because I'm pretty lax with most of my possessions. Don't tend to keep a lot of stuff around with me.
Not too materialistic?
Yeah, probably
no,
not
I'm
too.
a bit like that. Treasured possession. I do have a stuffed toy that was given the day I was born. I've kept it. I can't say I pull it out too often, but I remember growing up as a child, that was my most treasured possession. I could get all intangible and say, you know, my relationships with so many people, but that's probably not in the spirit of the question. Something I couldn't do without. I suppose it's my suits. I sometimes worry, you know, people's luggage goes missing sometimes. I think, well, if I have to lose my suits, that's going to be pretty annoying. But I do replace them, you know, every so often because I wear them so often. Goes straight as he got the distance. Don't think so. Bappy's after it, but he won't quite get it in time. Now they should get one off the ricochet, and they will. And then it's a missed throw from Chandra. He's just lacked a bit of time behind the stumps. You can tell he's a much better keeper than he's probably shown in this innings. How's that for a curving throw from Chowdhury around one set of stumps into another, but in the end they give away an extra run. Thanks for the random questions. Dave says his violin. Yeah, for sure. The music instruments are pretty special. probably also my phone and probably my laptop actually, because I'm using that almost every day for many hours a day. Up in the air, and this is going to curve away from the fielder as well. This time the ball's going to win the race as Naheed Mahmood tries hard to chase it down, but can't. Castellina up to 70.
Yeah, they just got to throw the kitchen sink at everything here. It goes a little bit too short and gets that top edge. It flies way over the fielder at third man and just trickles away over the boundary rope. And you can just see that projected score currently at 82. Again, they should be trying to see if they can get to maybe 85 over here. Castellina, about 10 balls left. Can they get another 15 runs off them again? Umayanga's probably going to have to keep as much strike as possible. It's one of the few players we've seen in this Castellina side who's capable of clearing the boundary on a consistent basis.
Oh no, that's gone completely wrong. Can the fielder stop it? Yes, that'll be a no ball for height. And now they're going to get another one again. That's a little bit lazy. Even though he's on the walk, it's so high. Now Chige guides it away for one and gets one for free. So that one got away from Mosen. He doesn't bowl a lot of bad balls, but that was one of them. And a free hit to boot.
Yeah, and umpire Nirmo is just going to give him a warning as well. That's his first warning. That one was a proper beamer, wasn't it? Now Archage, chance to have a free swing over here.
This is dug out. Just a single. Yeah, Dave said his violin is very special to him. He would like it to go when he goes. No thoughts about giving someone else the opportunity to keep the violin alive? Interesting. Groom says a framed pick with him, Graham Gooch, Alice Cook, and Billy Bonds. Difficult one in a way. It's a difficult question. Oh, look who's popped into the chat as well in the ninth over. No surprise it's during the ninth. It's Rico Fool saying, hola todos, hello everybody. Hi Nish and Vinny, doing a super job in Rome. Please say hi to all the guys and girls there. Rico's treasure possession is the doodle bug that Sonia, his daughter, gave him. Yeah, of course, travels with him everywhere. Yeah, the doodle bug. And I got to say, I thought of you, Rico, this morning because there was a ladybug. I thought actually had departed this world. It was on my bag this morning. But no, I took it off and it flew away. So yeah, thought of you, Rico. Yeah, ladybugs are a bit of a good omen for him. And so yeah, Rico, looking forward to seeing you on Monday. Looking forward to France, Spain. A lot of people saying that could be the game that breaks the golden ball drought. We went very close to having one earlier today with a last ball finish, but still no golden ball since the 22nd of July. Would have been a wide, but hits the end of the bat of Umayanga, who will retain the strike. End of 9 overs. Another arm wrestle going on. They try and goad them into throwing, but Maroon Bangla aren't falling for it. And it's 75 for 3 after 9.
Yeah, we'll just take a look at the bowling card over here. Anik Ahmed will probably bowl this final over. The captain will take that responsibility. Other than that, it's been a very solid performance by Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Of course, Bilal Hussain, who we get to see back in this RBMS side after a while with the figures of 2 for 15. He leads the way. And Castellina, again, you know, we've said that they've averaged about 75 runs throughout this series, and that's exactly where they find themselves with an over to go. So they kind of need a really spectacular one here, but the good thing is that at least Umayanga is on strike to start things off.
Anik can come back though, and he gets cut away, and it's a pretty good stop down there from Hira. Batter using the pace of Anik Ahmed, and they're trying to work out if they can somehow get a 2, and they will. Anik gets the fumbles at the wrong time. Umayanga gets innovative. Thought he'd get 6, then he thought he'd get 1, then he gets 2, gets back on strike.
Yeah, it's important that you get Umayanga back on strike. Great effort there by him. I think he's been a real star performer today.
Didn't want to risk catching it and going over the boundary. There's a chance he might have been able to catch and stay inside, but at this stage I think you're more concerned with saving runs. So Hira probably makes the right call there. Now this will get away from the keeper, and it's going to blast through Chandra. There's 4 byes, so bonus runs coming late in the piece as Castellina move into the 80s.
Yeah, you just wonder why he's bowling this length. It's a bit too short. Really, he should be looking to just pitch it up and aim at the stumps. And that is too hot to handle for Chandra Bhomik, who's normally pretty safe with the gloves in hand.
He is, but yeah, just hasn't had too much time back there, and he might be a little bit close to Anik, who really gets the ball to fly on this pitch. Slow ball this time from Anik Ahmed. They'll go for one. They're going to try to. They're hoping the throw goes to the ball. It does, but it's a slow throw. Anik looks nonplussed as Umayanga grabs another 2 runs.
And they're just playing the smart here, Castellina, finding a way to chip away, keep getting some runs again, playing within their limits. They know that they don't quite possess the firepower as some of their opponents do, so they're finding a way to get creative with their run scoring.
3 to come. Umayanga wants more. And he's going to get caught behind, but even that wasn't too convincing. I think Anik's got a magnificent head of hair. He was about to tear some of it out as Chandra behind the stumps. A little fumble off the chest. He just grabs it in the right glove in the end. So Umayanga, useful contribution from him of 18, but he leaves with 2 balls to go. It's 83 for 4.
Big wicket here, Umayanga. Obviously, he was looking really dangerous. And well, the previous match right before this was a target of 84 for Castellina in the chase. And we saw that 1-6 made the difference there. So, hey, these last 2 balls could go some way in determining the fate of this game.
Yeah, Umayanga had a bit of a scary moment earlier when he banged his head, attempting an acrobatic catch. And then he found himself in the position of needing to hit a 6 to keep the game alive. Last time we saw him, he wasn't able to. And once again, he comes out very late in the 10th over. 2 to come. Let's see if he can get Anik Ahmed away. A fair bit of bat on it. He's going to be gone first ball. Nice catch. And so Anik Ahmed's on a hat-trick. I've got to say, if you're going to bowl a hat-trick ball, last ball is probably a good time to do it, as Peter Gumgate goes for a golden. Nicely taken there in the circle as well. It's 83 for 5.
We were critical of some of RBMS's fielding earlier today in their 2 opening matches, but they've been really good in the field to close out the day, taking their catches well. As, of course, Golden Derek comes to waddle out for a Mediterranean evening stroll, and unfortunately, Udu Gamage is good to see him as he strolls off. And of course, we'll take a look at our Hall of Fame of hat-tricks. We've seen 3 so far here in Rome.
Rajmani's in there, and he'll feature for Italy in the international matches ahead. That was in Milan earlier in the year. Last one, though, was taken across 2 overs. 36. I think it's the most expensive figures for a bowler to take a hat-trick this year. Anyway, Anik Ahmed, could we be looking at another hat-trick in Rome? Last ball. No run. We're going to finish 83. And so it's going to be another Grady 80s score. Anik Ahmed delivering in the last, just conceding the handful off the last over. 4 byes plus 4 off the bat. 2 wickets in there. Castellina 83 off the 10 overs. Roma Bangla Morning Sun, well, they would be favourites to do that, but let's not forget they're only staggered to 90 earlier in the day against Kent Lanka, and they'll be hoping their batters can fire in the last innings of the day.
Now let's just take a look at the highlights of this innings. Of course, Indika Sain, the skipper, opened up alongside Harsha Paloon. He'd hit a nice boundary before popping one up. That'll be taken very well by Saiful here. A very entertaining player. Really enjoyed watching him today. Not only did he take some nice catches, but his ambidextrous bowling certainly had all of us stunned. We would see this run out over here. Once again, a lot of indecision by Castellina whenever they were running between the wickets. We saw them get plagued by those issues in their loss against the Gladiatori as well. And this was a really nice looking shot down the ground, helped by a misfield. But again, boundaries were few and far between, in all honesty, for Castellina. That would be the only time they would hit a Maximo and clear the boundary rope. This was another nice looking 4. Again, Umayanga batted pretty decently as we watched some of his highlights, making 18 of 14. And then, of course, that grab, that was absolutely sensational. Sharif Raihan dismissing Harsha Paloon by taking a one-handed blinder. And this was another stunning catch right on the second last ball of the innings. That would put Anik Ahmed on a hat-trick, but unfortunately he wasn't quite able to get it on the final ball of the innings. Well, of course, take a look at the scorecard. The top scorer was Harsha Paloon with 28 of 23. Arvidu Umayanga making 18 of 14. But other than that, no real scores of note. Quite a few, a duck, a couple of single-digit scores, and Castellina, unfortunately, could only make 83 runs. Looking at RBMS's bowling card, it was a very complete bowling performance. A number of bowlers did incredibly well. The skipper with figures of 2 for 11. He'll be very pleased with himself. Bilal Hussein came back after not featuring in the 2 games this morning with figures of 2 for 15. The only little point of concern for RBMS will be the 14 runs they gave off extras. As we come to the innings break, Casalina posts a total of 83 runs on the board. Roma Bangla Morning Sun will need 84 runs in the final innings of today to win their 8th game of this series. Join us again in a few moments as we'll bring you the final innings of this day.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
It's the final innings of the day as Roma Bangla Morning Sun need to chase down 84 runs to take this victory. Casalina, unfortunately only had one victory so far this series. Came ever so close to it in the previous match against the Gladiatori. But is their luck going to come good here against this RBMS side? It's going to be pretty tough, especially when you're going up against an opening partnership with the players of the quality of Rehan. I don't believe it's Ahmed opening alongside him here, so they've decided to shuffle things up a little bit. usually the staple for RBMS is Rayhan alongside Ahmed, both of them among the top 10 scorers in this series. Of course, Rayhan leading the way by a fair bit at the moment. And it's going to be Chowdhury instead. Of course, Chowdhury played a big role in that spectacular chase RBMS pulled off earlier this series, the highest ever chase in an ECS. And the captain's going to open the bowling here, Indika Sain. We've seen him do this a few times. This bowl's a left arm slow. He's got a very fine deep third man and a fielder at long on. Rayhan just taking a bit of time to put his gloves on. But we should be ready to get underway very shortly. Here we go. First ball of this innings. Oh, this is a nice ball to start off by Indika Sain. Again, Rayhan has been a little bit slow out of the gates these last couple of days, and he's generally sped up later in his innings. We've seen him batting as many as 15 or 20 balls with a strike rate of 80. And then he just accelerates in 5 or 6 balls by hitting consecutive boundaries. Again, doesn't have to worry too much here. Expect him to take his time again. Seems like Rayhan is very conscious of the top run getter tag, so he's going to make sure he doesn't get out, most probably. Chowdhury, though, he knows how to play one way, which is to batter the ball. This one is, it's placed straight to the fielder at point. Little bit of indecision there between the two batsmen. This one is just knocked away. It's going to be a quick single, and again, well, we saw Casalina nail some incredible direct hits against the Gladiatorian. Would have been a heart and mouth moment for Rayhan, but he managed to scamper across safely. Let's just see. A couple more balls to go in this over. Just the 2 runs so far for RBMS. And that's again going to be played with soft hands by Rayhan as he'll get another single. Oh, that one's going to be a wide. That's given a wide by umpire Nirmal. He's joined by umpire Hassan, who's currently standing at point. Again, he started off at square leg for the left-hander. And this is going to be very wide. You can't afford to do that if you're Indika Sain. Castellina really don't have any runs to play with. It just slips out of his hand. He pushes way too wide. That'll be wide to a left-hander as well. And it goes away for the first minimo of this innings. Still got a ball to come in this over, but we might as well show you this graphic. 320 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. There's just been another wide in live action. So back-to-back wides here for Indika Sain. That's just 6 runs he's given up without bowling a legal ball. And this is just going to be not straight to the fielder, so that over just spoilt by those 2 wides at the end. I think Sain's going to be very disappointed. Again, sets a very high standard for himself, doesn't he? As RBMS get 10 runs off the first over. It's going to be a steep task here for Castellina. And you feel they saved their 2 best games against the Gladiatori. At least they managed to win one of those 2. And they're just going to have to hope lightning strikes twice for them here today. And they can pull off another incredible bowling and fielding performance. It's going to be so tough against a team of this quality. Let's just take a look at this first delivery of the second over. Oh, and the umpire deems it a legal delivery. Of course, I'm Nishchip Hutt, and alongside me is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, a bit of a change with no Anik Ahmed at the top of the order, so they've elected to give Chowdhury a hit. Don't mind that, actually. You never know who you might need to call on, and Chowdhury has batted pretty well in patches. And he went cheaply earlier on today, so getting an opportunity to bat for a bit longer.
Oh, this one comes back quite away. And where has that struck him?
It's really close. I mean, if it hits him outside the line or not. But it came back a lot, and he ended up just kind of in a bit of a mess. Or probably has just hit him outside the line, and I mean just. It's very tight. It actually flicks the front pad. So by then, I think, yeah, just slightly too much doubt there.
Yeah, the impact's what spared him.
Second time's always out. This is pretty close as well, but we'll check it out as Raihan would have hoped this is going down the leg side. Porotitagi with a big wicket of Sharif Raihan, and just kind of tied himself in knots a couple of times. Question is this hitting the stumps or not? And the answer is very well could be hitting the stumps. I think that it's probably getting a piece of leg stump. I know it's heading leg side, but only has to get a little bit of leg stump. So Raihan plays around one that he needed to hit. He didn't, and that's the first wicket gone. It's 10 for 1.
Yeah, the invention of DRS is really just made umpires more willing to keep these sort of things out. LBW again, with the advent of ball tracking technology, I think umpires just have a better idea of whether a ball's going to go on and hit the stumps. And we're just going to see Anik Ahmed, of course, didn't open the batting, but comes in at number 3. Only 2 runs here for Raihan. He'll be bitterly disappointed he can't add to his run tally. Again, we know what a competitive person he is.
Yeah, I think you're spot on with your analysis about that. Now we have ball tracking technology in the game, and the umpire does the DRS in his mind. He has that hitting a bit of leg stump, and to be honest, I tend to agree with him. As Porotitagi gets this one on target as well. So Anik Ahmed comes out, not in his regular opening position, but in the 3 spot this time. Raihan's just had a bit of a rough day, hasn't he, really? The guy's in form. Better to have one now than finals day, I guess. Don't forget, Rowan Bangla, they don't play tomorrow. So the next time we will see them will be in their semi-final.
And the other big thing for umpires now is that there's so many online simulations you can practice on where you can judge decisions real time, and then you're given the ball tracking immediately afterwards to check whether you're right or wrong. And I'm sure a lot of these umpires are using those resources.
Yeah. You've got to kind of do it in your head, don't you? Because you don't have the actual technology.
You know, this one is just blocked out by Chaudhary. So again, Porotitagi, I love him. Great power play over bowler. I was a little bit surprised he didn't bowl the power play in Casalina's previous games today, but he does a great job here. Gives up just 1 run, and he also gets a very important wicket as we, of course, take a look at the standings. Roma Bangla Morning Sun, I think it's pretty clear that they'll probably face Royal Roma in the semi-finals now, whereas Casalina playing for pride at the bottom of the table. And I have to credit them for a side that have taken 9 losses. They turn up with a great attitude, play with great spirit.
Yeah, it's been a tough one. A lot of these guys travelling a long way to be here as well. So, yeah, trying to develop their cricket, get it going in the right direction. You've got to respect that. Porotitagi, what an over for him, 1 for 1 off that over. As you see, Poulan coming in. Got quite an unusual action, and he's like a leg spinner. He's got a slightly bent arm, but he never straightens it, see? So he's got like a bent arm, but it's fine. There's no issues with his action because he's actually kind of just turning his wrist. As this is lifted up, as Anik turns on this one and puts it over the fence. Maximo! And finally we see one clear the ropes in the second innings of this match.
Now, we only saw 1 of these from Casalina all innings, and it doesn't take long for RBMS to hit one. Ahmed getting off to a good start in this innings again. Bangla Morning Sun a little bit slow out of the gate, so just wonder whether they're just being that extra bit more conservative because of the nature of this target.
Lifts up again, a little bit too short from Poulan, and he disappears. Maximo back to back for the Rowan Bangla skipper.
Half tracker over here, rocks back Ahmed and absolutely batters it away. That's a brilliant horizontal bat shot.
Yeah, this one would have been a wide, but he strokes away into the gap. Tough chase. Successful chase, though. Manik Rumgate has tried his heart out today, does well. And in the end result, it'll be 2 runs, Sadiq Ahmed.
He started with great positivity here on Anik Ahmed. I think the opening partnership was just a little bit too slow. I think they were quite tentative with their strokes, and now Ahmed's just inserting that positivity into this innings.
Small ball, just kind of angles in to Anik Ahmed. And so, yeah, Putland's an interesting cricketer. He actually batted really well in this game, played some good shots. Just hanging in there, aren't they, at the moment, Castellina. Last ball of the power play. And slow full toss as Anik whacks it away over the ropes as we see another 6. So it kind of goes off the rails a bit in the end as the third goes magical. And at the end of 3, the score is 31 for 1.
Pulun's just a little bit hit and miss as a bowler, isn't he? He turns the ball as much as anyone we've seen in this ECS, but his line and length just aren't consistent enough for a spinner. As that final over pretty much helps RBMS recover after a couple of slow overs to start off.
Yeah, Ederico in the chat as well from the Philippines. Another chat character we see coming in from time to time. I asked him what he likes to do in his spare time, and he says, read. I'll put that into everyone else.
Going to be Portage continuing first over after the power play. Oh, he goes for a huge swing over here. Chowdhury, again, yet to get off the mark. Required isn't too high, so again, Chowdhury should just be looking to get some bat on ball. Play a few straight batted strokes. He'd be better served just trying to play that through the offside, settle into his innings, especially when Anik Ahmed is hitting it so cleanly at the other end. This one down the leg side, it's going to be another wide. Rare mistake by Portage.
So, what do you like to do in your free time, Nish? If you get some time to yourself, what's something that you like to do, maybe to unwind?
Oh, there's a number of different things. Spending time with family, certainly when I'm in Cyprus. Like to do some reading as well. This one is it looks like it's a little bit too high, probably going over the leg stump.
Yeah, I kind of agree with the height here. It was pretty straight. It was deep in his crease. But yeah, see, it's almost bail high and climbing. And the reason that hurt him, it's gone over the pad, you see. It's hit him just above the pad. A nasty blow. Yep. Almost lost that one. Not having a very good start to his innings, and now he's going to go to the skies as Bermuda Triangle forms, and it's going to fall right in the middle of it as Kalarachige, the outfielder coming in. Chowdhury gets lucky, he gets off the mark at the 7th attempt. Yeah, okay, yeah, I like to read. I also like to read. In my spare time at the moment, I've been trying to learn a bit of Spanish in my spare time, but also I like to play music. There's a piano in the hotel bar, which sometimes it's nice just to tinkle the ivories.
You know, we had a chance to hear you playing the piano a couple days ago. It really was brilliant to hear for all of us who were over there. Even one of our colleagues had no idea that it was you playing it while we were at the restaurant.
Yeah, it sounded like elevator music, but that's quite fun. I don't really speak a second language fluently, so I suppose in a way playing piano is that for me. I learned quite young, taught myself the basics, and then had a bit of training as well. All right, Portage trying to keep things quiet here, and he does. Rome Bangla, I thought maybe there would have been kind of all guns blazing here, but Raihan continued his quiet day. Chowdhury, who's an attacking player, played out his own personal maiden before skying one and getting his only run off the 7th ball. So kind of making hard work of it at the moment, but you've got to give credit to Castellina. Like I said earlier, there's direct outcomes between bowling accurately and having good things happen in the game. And I know that a few people are answering. What do you like to do in your free time? Kroom saying, yeah, watch a movie. Or Neighbours now, it's back. Yeah, I can't believe Neighbours, the Australian soap opera, got taken off the air. due to, I think it went off TV in England, and that was kind of what was keeping it alive. There's Andrus there, one of our directors. Does a very, very good job. He knows a lot about cricket now, thanks to doing hundreds and hundreds of games. But yeah, that was my random question in the chat. What do you like to do in your free time? What do you like to do to unwind? I actually quite enjoy sometimes being on the aeroplane, because normally there's no internet, so I have to just tune out for a little while. I get to catch up on a bit of TV, or maybe watch a show, something like that, do a bit of reading. So I think everyone needs those times from time to time.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, I think a lot of people my age will probably also spend a lot of time on, say, online chats like Discord and all that sort of thing. I think that's a big thing nowadays as well.
Because you're 24, right?
24, yeah.
See, there's 18 years between us, which is scary in a way.
18 months.
Yeah, well, I wish. So actually, little Gyan, who was 10 years old and was commentating with me, we worked out, I said this to Gyan the other day when we went to the beach, that you're actually closer in age, well, Nish is closer in age to you, Gyan, than he is to me. So scary as that might be, but I suppose wherever you're at in life, your interests might change, the way you unwind might change, the kind of people you hang out with and what you do might change. But the main thing is, for me at least, just go with what feels good in your free time and look after yourself. And I think it's really great now, especially after a lot of people had a lot of free time in the last 3 years, obviously, due to the pandemic. And a lot of people have discovered it, perhaps a different interest or maybe a new community, online or otherwise. As we do finish the fourth over, Portatagi bowls a brilliant 2 overs. He takes 1 for 4 as RBMS stagger through the first 4. It's 34 for 1.
Yeah, we'll just take a look at the run rate and compare how these two sides were going at this stage. RBMS just ever so slightly above the required. They're not really exactly going at the rate of knots. And Joshua Sayre is saying that in his free time he likes to read, watch a good movie, or do a bit of fishing.
Yeah, I've got to admit, I haven't done a lot of fishing, but I've heard a lot of people swear by it. In-swinger here from Maduro Walagi, who's, I'd say he's pretty much had a good day with the ball. They didn't trust him to bowl a second one last time. But still, he's been moving the ball a little bit. Portatagi, actually. So figures have been revised there to 1 for 3 of his 2 overs. All right, in the air. Now, surely someone's getting near this. Maybe not. Everyone's running everywhere, but it's going to find a pocket of space inexplicably. And, yeah, once again, you see Rome Bangla batter getting pretty lucky. Yeah, look at Portatagi's figures. Yeah, I've still got him at 1 for 4, but anyway, I'm sure the scorers will be on to that. Have you ever done much fishing, or not really?
No, unfortunately, fishing's one hobby I've not really been able to do much despite living on an island.
That's why I asked you, actually. But I mean, I lived pretty close to a lot of water when I was growing up.
This one's struck straight through the fielder at mid-off. But yeah, I do enjoy a lot of outdoor activities. I mean, finally a year in uni, probably my only year which wasn't affected by COVID. Did a fair bit of airsoft as well.
Is that right? Duralagi. This would have been a wide. Instead, it's going to be a boundary. It's a slash away from Anik Ahmed, and he gets 4 runs. Good batting. More random questions coming in. Dave asking, is there a piano bar in the Kartima area? No, at our Sunset Beach Club. There is a piano, but this is what happened. If you remember 2 years ago, it got taped shut because one night we didn't realise that everyone's meant to be out of the bar by 10 p.m., which I still think is a bit crazy. We played till 11, and well, that was it. This goes under the keeper. Arachige. It's a glove on it, I think, or a partial. Bit of a glove. Yeah, so that, unfortunately, was the end of the piano for a while. Pretty unsubtle stuff. But we did get them to untape it for one time only towards the end of the championship week last year. We all had a good time. Oh, there we go. Bit of acrobatic stuff from Arachige. You do what you need to do to stop those balls. This one doesn't swing. Just kind of goes straight down leg side rather than hooping. So, Dave, there is an open mic. There's a place called Molly's Roadhouse. It's probably 10, 15 minutes from the Kartima Oval. I can let you know where that is. Every second Wednesday. Another Bermuda Triangle. Threatens to form. And it gets all the way out to Kalu Arachige. Just a single. Yeah, so every second Wednesday, Dave. That means I know you're there for 2 weeks. At least one of those Wednesdays. It'll be open mic. So a lot of people bring their own instruments and we have a jam. I think they're still doing that. They're big supporters of the cricket as well. Another wide. Just don't need this when you're on top in the game, which you could argue they are on top at the moment, although marginally behind the rate. You don't want to be giving too many away for free. Krim also likes watching local football. Yeah, I like watching local sport, actually. Not necessarily televised sport, but even just watching an amateur game of anything. I think it's quite interesting. Another wide, good eye from Anik. It's a bit of a skill that's come into the game that I've noticed in ECN cricket is spotting a wide and leaving it alone. And he spotted that one, was just going to go down past the leg stump.
Yeah, I think the next stage of development for a lot of these players will be to notice offside wides as well. Notice they judge leg sides wides fairly well, but that just hasn't quite translated yet to wides down the offside.
Know what to leave alone. This time it's a little angle down by Anik, who'll retain the strike. Moves to 27. I think if he stays there, they should get home, but still some work to do. 5 overs down, it's 47 for 1. Yeah, it's a very baseball skill. So I often wonder, imagine in cricket if you didn't get a wide, if you swung at it. I often think how that would actually change the dynamics of the game, because that's basically what baseball is. This is what's coming up, of course. We have the ECIs coming in only 3 days' time, involving Italy as well as Finland and Austria. And then, of course, we're all hyped up. Monday will be the ECC, the Euros of Cricket. We've been counting down for over 3 months. I know on the broadcast for that, 31 nations, over 109 matches. But more domestic cricket to come after the ECC for men. And we've got to go to Croatia, Malta again. We're going to Spain, Barcelona, and then we'll finish with the first ever ECCW. So for more information about the schedule, you can always go to our website, europeancricket.com. All right, here's Kalawara Chige, who seems to have the knack of just keeping it outside off stump and building a bit of pressure. Chowdhury's having a bit of a shocker here. He's not the only one for Rome Bangla who finding it hard to get the bat swinging. Imagine where would they be in this game if it wasn't for Anik Ahmed, 27 off 13.
Yeah, Anik Ahmed, he's captain, really trying to guide his side to victory over here. They've made a bit of a meal out of this chase. And this one is over pitch, and he's going to absolutely bang it right down the middle. That one's gone over the camera tower. Huge 6 for Ahmed.
That was big. That was right out of the middle. And the thing is, it's easier to say, where would they be without Anik Ahmed? Well, they've got him. And this is going to fly straight over the camera. That was a huge 6.
Yeah, that's the big difference between RBMS and Castellina. They've got so many great batsmen, 5 or 6 top hitters in their order. This one's just going to go past the fielder at third man, and it's going to go away for 4. Ahmed continuing to accelerate as this required now falls to a run of ball.
Cut away, Rome Bangla. Starting to try and get something going with the off-field clapping and a bit of support, a bit of rhythmic clapping there, just trying to get their captain up and going, and he is at the moment 37 off 16, and he's got it down to a run of ball now. Now sneaks one past the outside edge of Anik. Dave's asking, is it easy to play music in the local bars, passing the hat? Well, I know that there's a few examples of actual open music nights, but also, when they have some of these performers, they'll often say, someone want to come up and sing a song with me or something like that. It's that kind of a place, Costa del Sol. This is dragged over long on Maximo. 6 more to Anik, who's running away with this game now. 21 required.
Yeah, again, just over pitches it. It's in the slot. And Anik Ahmed, he's always going to gobble those up. And he's going to try to chase this down in a hurry again. Ahmed probably wants to get a jump on the traffic on the way back home.
Yeah, could be. I've got a question for Dave. I know you come into Spain for the ECC, but have you actually been to Spain before? And if so, where have you been in Spain and when? There's a question for you. Josh is excited in America watching the prospect of watching the Euros from Monday. All right, last ball of the 6th. In danger of going magical with another boundary. And it will be another boundary. It's going to be cut away. A 1 bounce 4. And so Kalawara Chige just can't stop the dam wall from bursting. And as soon as the rhythmic claps have started, the runs have been flowing. Nish, that's the end of the over at 67 for 1 after 6.
They absolutely have. And of course, Josh, the great thing for you is that because of the nature of the ECC schedule, it's just built in such a way that no matter where in the world you live, you'll probably have games going on at your time zone.
From the first ball to the last ball is about 11 hours. So the first ball will be, I'll talk GMT, it'll be 9:30 GMT, and the last ball will be about 8:15, let's say, GMT, so just under 11 hours because there's a couple of gaps. So I suppose it makes it a bit more accessible no matter what time zone you're in. You're doing well if you can watch the whole day. But that's why, you know, we've got our highlights videos, or you can go back and watch full games when it suits you as well. And with every third day of finals day, you can be sure the action is always going to be pretty close at hand, as it's Chandana Mudiyansilagi getting an opportunity here in over number 7. 17 required now for the last 4 overs.
And of course, speaking of highlights, you can watch all highlights of today's action on the European Cricket Network official YouTube channel. We just hit 364,000 subscribers.
Yeah, I saw that.
And
I'm expecting a bit of a boost as well during the ECC. Always happens, because literally our TV audience with all of the international TV partners, it's in the tens and tens of millions. So obviously a lot of new people we're going to reach. That's a pretty good start from Mudiyansilagi, young left armour. But Chowdhury, I don't know if he'll better or worse for having a hit up the top of the order here, especially if Ahmed finishes it off here. He's going to be lapped 7 or 8 times by his captain, and he's going to have a 4 not out to his name. Anyway, it's just 1 innings. A little bit short, worked off the hit by Anik Ahmed, and that brings up his 50. Maximo! It's going to send the kids scrambling. Right now, it might be time to start the car as Rome Bangla close in on this victory target.
Yeah, this one is just straying down the leg side. He's going to help it away, a very powerful player. And of course, as we're coming to the end of the day, and speaking of highlights, if you're just joining in right now, let's take a look at this delivery first. This is an absolutely massive hit. It's going to go all the way, and again, Ahmed, he's in a hurry to get things done. You got to feel here from Mudiyansilagi. He's been put into bowl in a tough spot, probably just getting his line incredibly wrong. And again, when you're playing someone of Ahmed's quality, you just have no room for error. But yeah, you're going to go back and watch anything from today. Make sure you go back and check the highlights of Kent Lanka against Roma Gladiatori.
That was a very good game. Yeah, the irony of setting Chowdhury up to give him some confidence at the top, and the fact he's going to finish with 4 not out of 12 potentially. If this is a boundary, which I think it is going to be close to 1, we'll get down. And so, at least Chowdhury gets another hit here. He'll feel a lot better. He's 4 off 12 with no boundaries at all. And they won't take another one. Yeah, but yeah, for sure. Player of the match videos on the YouTube channel. You've got the highlights videos, obviously compressed highlights of every game. Also, you can stream on our Facebook as well if you're looking for another way to watch. It's always live and free. All right, 3 to win then. And Chowdhury once again is going to go to the sky. It's game, set, Maximo. Well, Chowdhury will feel a lot better to finish with a 6. He goes straight down the ground, because Mudiyansilagi will not get through this over. And it's going to be Rome Bangla Morning Sun that do it with 19 balls to spare. They're back on the winning train, and they finish their group campaign. End up level with Royal Roma, but I don't think they'll overhaul them on net run rate. But they'll finish, I believe, it'll be 3rd. Maybe they could fall to 4th, depending on Asian Latino tomorrow. But Rome Bangla, decent effort from them in the group stages. They had their ups, they had their downs. They finished with a 9-5 record.
Yeah, very healthy. And again, they're going to be a dark horse come the semi-finals on Sunday. Of course, this was Sharif Rehan, who was dismissed for just 2 runs. Of course, he was keen to extend his lead at the top of the run-getters list. But unfortunately, he'd only make 2 runs after being caught LBW off the bowling of Porutatake. But it was the skipper, Anik Ahmed, who'd come in at 3 rather than open the batting, and he pretty much settled things. And once he started going, he pretty much took away any hope Castellina had with his brilliant 60 of 22. He clubbed 7 Maximos and 3 boundaries. Shawal Chowdhury, of course, was a spectator at the other end and got to watch his captain play some of these fine strokes until he, of course, got to batter the winning runs. All right, at the end. Well, of course, take a look at some of the games we have coming tomorrow. I think the big story are the 3 matches that Kent Lanka are playing. They have to win all 3 matches by a decent margin to even have a chance of sneaking in to the 4th spot. Roma CC, they'll just look to maintain good habits and try to head into the semifinals rather strong. Asian Latina, of course, they've got their destiny in their own hands. If they pick up a couple of wins, they will be through. As of course, let's just have another look at the scorecard. Anik Ahmed, top scoring as we mentioned, with his 60 of 22. Chawal Chowdhury didn't quite start the way he wanted, but at least he got to batter the winning runs.
Yeah, it's just weren't good enough for long enough, really. They had their moments, didn't they? Rome Bangla, a bit concerning for them. I've got to say a shout out to Pura Tatagi, who, he kept things really, really tight, 1 for 4 of his 2 overs. But yeah, I suppose the real concern there for Rome Bangla is the bats went quiet at various stages today. We'll see on finals day whether they come back or not. Certainly, I think they'll be a little bit disappointed that, okay, they didn't have a lot to play for except position. They are going to finish in the 4, but their batters just seem to have gone a bit quiet. Didn't look like the team that chased down 175, for example, earlier in the tournament. But I suppose maybe a bit of fatigue in that. Maybe they'll be better for the day off, and then we'll see them on finals Friday. For Castellina, again, improved cricket from them. They kind of pushed some other teams. They got in winning positions. But again, one thing they need to work on is their consistency. If they go back and watch today, they'll see that when they bowled in the right areas, good things happen. Okay, with the bat, still probably struggling to find the boundary as often as they want, but the intent's there. The easiest way they can win games, and when they did win their game, it's by restricting the opposition, and so they don't need to hit a lot of boundaries with the bat. So Kent Lanka, again, they've kept themselves in the hunt. They need to have a perfect day, probably spring a couple of upsets tomorrow if they're going to make it, but they have a chance, and I think that Jay Warden has been in really good form. Nico Fernando cracking a 50. So something slowly coming together for Kent Lanka as well. All set up for a big day tomorrow. But tomorrow, I know you'll be lurking, but you've got the day off and you've earned it, Nish. Great job over the first few days. You'll rejoin me on Finals Friday.
Oh, I'm really looking forward to the finals, but of course I'll be following all the action tomorrow on my phone as much as I can. And again, it's just those Kent Lanka games that I highlighted previously that I'm most looking forward to. And I think for me, the big story of today, is just that, this has been such an interesting series in the sense that you just can't predict what's going to happen. We've seen teams go on big winning streaks, and then they look a completely different side the next day. Roma Bangla Morning Sun is one team you highlighted that way. Kent Lanka couldn't buy a win yesterday. They come up with 2 of 3 today.
Yeah, exactly right. So it's unpredictable. It'll continue to be that. That's for sure. I want to say a big thank you to everyone once again for tuning in. It's been great to be back, and thanks for all the well wishes. I enjoyed my 2 days off. Nish has earned his. You don't need to have a day off, though. You can join us tomorrow for the last day of the group stage. And, of course, Finals Friday coming up. We've got the ECIs coming up. A few huge days coming up ahead. And, of course, we have the ECC starting on Monday. One final push. If you can please like this video if you're watching on YouTube and subscribe. We're over 364. I'd love to see us get 370 and beyond, and head towards that 400,000 subscriber mark by the end of the year. Also want to remind you to tell your family, tell your friends about ECN. Go to our social media at European Cricket. And finally, don't forget, EuropeanCricket.com. The squads are pretty much complete now for ECC. Maybe a couple of little exceptions as there's some last-minute changes. But we've got that to look forward to as well. Nis, great job. Hit the bench for a day. We need you fresh because you've got a big 3 days coming up. Finals Friday. And I think when we get to Friday, we know that anything can happen. And normally, Rome throws up an upset on finals day.
Rome always throws up an upset. I mean, again, coming into the ground this morning, you were telling us about how Asian Latina are a potential dark horse.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they've got all the momentum. We'll see if they can play their way in tomorrow. But for now, we'll leave you with some of the best bits of the day. Thanks to our wonderful crew at Spring Productions who do unparalleled work. Thanks again to all the Blue crew here, all the players and officials, and of course to teams like Gladiatori that we will be saying goodbye to for the last time today until next time. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN on behalf of European Cricket and the European Cricket family. And Nishay Butt, I hope you have a wonderful, safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow for more action right here on ECS. Here's some of the best bits of Day 10. It's hasta mañana.